everyone, welcome. Welcome back to the channel. I'm so excited you're here for tonight's pick-a-pile reading. I really hope you're feeling cozy and ready to dive deep because tonight we're exploring what's coming next in love for you. Whether you're single, partnered, or somewhere in between, this is a safe space to uncover some truths. So, what makes this reading extra special is that we're not just looking at surface-level predictions. Instead, we're going to tap into the deeper currents of your heart and see what's on the horizon, like what energies are aligning and how you can best prepare for the love that's meant for you. I'm really excited, and I've been feeling this one for a while now, so I'm so glad we're finally doing this. Okay, so let's get into the piles. For our first pile, we have this incredible Rhodonite dragon. Rhodonite's all about awakening, so this pile is focused on unveiling your hidden desires, what your heart truly yearns for. Then, for pile 2, we have this beautiful Malachite sphere. Malachite's known for nurturing, so this pile is about cultivating deeper connections and growing a love that lasts. Moving on to pile 3, we have this Smoky quartz tree. Smoky quartz is all about transformation, so this pile is about releasing the past and clearing the path for a fresh start in love. And finally, for pile 4, we have this Lapis Lazuli heart. Lapis is all about centering, so this pile is about aligning with your truth and becoming the lover you are meant to be. Okay, so take a deep breath and let your intuition guide you. There's no pressure to choose quickly. This reading is timeless, so you can come back to it whenever you're watching this. Which crystal calls to you the most? Maybe close your eyes, make a wish for clarity in your love life, and see which one you're drawn to. It's also totally okay to check out multiple piles. Take what resonates. Trust yourself, and let's get started. Okay, so Rhodonite dragon. That's all about awakening, right? And this reading is specifically about unveiling hidden desires, what your heart truly yearns for, which is so exciting. Because it means there's something bubbling beneath the surface that's just waiting to be discovered. Something maybe you haven't even fully acknowledged yet. So with that in mind, let's dive into these cards. Okay. First up, we have the Death card, which I know sounds super intense. But honestly, it's not usually about physical death, okay? Most of the time, it signifies transformation, endings, the close of a chapter. It's about shedding what no longer serves you to make way for something new. It's like clearing out the old to make room for the new. You know. And then we have the Fool, which is like pure, unadulterated new beginnings. It's that energy of stepping off the cliff with absolute faith that everything is going to be okay. It's that sense of adventure and excitement, like, I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going. It's just so fun and spontaneous. And finally, the High Priestess. Oh, I love the High Priestess. She is all about intuition, mystery, and inner wisdom. She's the voice inside that knows the truth, even when the outside world is chaotic and confusing. She's like the ultimate guide to your subconscious. Okay, so right off the bat, these cards are telling me that you are on the cusp of a major transformation, and that it's going to be guided by your intuition and a willingness to embrace the unknown. It's like a recipe for major personal growth, and honestly, probably a lot of excitement. Now, let's really dig into this death card, because I feel like this is where the story really begins, right? So, what is dying in your life right now? What patterns, beliefs, or situations are coming to an end? It could be a relationship, a job, a way of thinking, or even just a general phase of your life that's run its course. And it's important to remember that endings can be bittersweet, but they're always necessary for growth. Like, you can't plant new seeds in soil that's already overgrown with weeds, you know. You have to clear the space first. And the death card isn't just about the ending itself. It's also about the release. It's about letting go of what's holding you back, what's draining your energy, and what's preventing you from stepping into your full potential. It's like finally taking off those shoes that are way too small, you know. You've been squeezing into them for so long, but the relief you feel when you finally kick them off, that's the energy of the death card. Maybe you've been feeling stuck in a rut, like you're just going through the motions. Maybe you've been clinging to something out of habit or fear, even though you know deep down that it's not right for you anymore. Or maybe you've been ignoring your intuition, telling yourself that you need to be practical or responsible, even when your heart is yearning for something completely different. See, the death card is showing up because it's time to stop ignoring those feelings. It's time to acknowledge that something needs to change. And it's time to be brave enough to let go of the old so that you can embrace the new. But here's the thing, and this is where it gets really interesting with the Fool and the High Priestess in the mix. This isn't just about any old ending. It's about an ending that's going to propel you forward into something amazing. Something that's aligned with your true self and your deepest desires. The death card here is almost like a liberation, a catalyst for you to finally pursue what you've been secretly dreaming of, because it's about to push you out of your comfort zone. Think about it like this. Have you been wanting to change careers, but you've been too afraid to leave the security of your current job? The death card could be showing up to signal that that job is about to end, one way or another, maybe through a layoff, a restructuring, or just a growing sense of dissatisfaction that becomes too strong to ignore. But instead of seeing it as a setback, you can see it as an opportunity. An opportunity to finally pursue that passion project, that dream job, that career that actually makes you excited to get out of bed in the morning. Or maybe it's about a relationship. Maybe you've been in a relationship that's been slowly dying for a while now, but you've been too afraid to end it. Maybe because you're afraid of being alone, or because you're worried about hurting the other person. The death card could be showing up to say that that relationship is coming to an end, whether you initiate it or not. And And while that might be painful at first, it's also going to free you up to find a relationship that's truly fulfilling. A relationship that nourishes your soul and supports your growth. Or maybe it's something even deeper than that. Maybe it's about a belief system that you've been holding on to for years. A belief system that's been shaping your decisions and your actions. But that's no longer serving you. The Death card could be showing up to challenge that belief system, to encourage you to question everything you thought you knew, and to open yourself up to new possibilities. Like maybe you've always believed that you're not good enough, that you're not capable of achieving your dreams. The Death card could be showing up to shatter that belief, to help you realize that you are worthy, you are capable, and you deserve to live a life that's filled with joy and purpose. The key here is to be open to the message of the Death card, to not resist the changes that are happening in your life, but to embrace them as opportunities for growth and transformation. Because on the other side of this ending, there's something amazing waiting for you. And that something amazing is where the Fool comes in. It's like you have to pass through death to actually begin the Fool's journey. Okay, so the Fool. This card is just bursting with energy. It's all about new beginnings, spontaneity, and taking a leap of faith. It's that feeling of standing at the edge of a cliff, knowing that you could fall, but also knowing that you could fly. It's about trusting the universe, trusting yourself, and saying yes to the unknown. After the Death card, the Fool is like a breath of fresh air. It's like, okay, the old is gone, now what? Now I get to create something completely new. It's an invitation to step outside of your comfort zone, to try new things, and to embrace the unexpected. The Fool doesn't have a plan. The Fool doesn't worry about the future. The Fool just trusts that everything is going to be okay, and takes the next step with a sense of joy and excitement. It's that childlike wonder that we often lose as we get older, that ability to see the world with fresh eyes, and to believe that anything is possible. This card is urging you to tap into that energy, to let go of your fears and your doubts, and to just go for it. What have you always wanted to do, but you've been too afraid to try? What dreams have you been putting off, telling yourself that you're not ready, or that it's not the right time? The Fool is saying, now is the time. Now is the time to take that class, to start that business, to book that trip, to tell that person how you feel. Maybe you've been wanting to learn a new language, but you've been telling yourself that you're too old, or that you don't have the time. The Fool is saying, who cares? Just sign up for the class. Have fun with it. Don't worry about being perfect. Just enjoy the process of learning something new. Or maybe you've been wanting to write a book, but you've been telling yourself that you're not a good writer, or that nobody would want to read it. The Fool is saying, just start writing. Don't worry about the critics. Just write from your heart. See where the story takes you. Or maybe you've been wanting to move to a new city, but you've been telling yourself that it's too risky, or that you wouldn't be able to make new friends. The Fool is saying, just pack your bags and go. The universe will provide. You'll meet amazing people and have incredible experiences. The point is, the Fool is all about taking that leap of faith, even when you don't know where you're going to land. It's about trusting that you have everything you need inside of you to succeed, and that the universe is conspiring to help you along the way. But here's the thing, and this is where the High Priestess comes in to guide the journey. The Fool isn't just about being reckless or impulsive. It's not about throwing caution to the wind and ignoring all the warning signs. It's about taking a calculated risk, a risk that's aligned with your intuition and your deepest desires. The High Priestess is that inner voice, that gut feeling that tells you what's right for you, even when your mind is telling you something different. She's the keeper of your subconscious, the guardian of your secrets, and the guide to your true self. So, how do you balance the Fool's adventurous spirit with the High Priestess's intuitive wisdom? How do you take that leap of faith without being completely blind? That's the key question here, isn't it? Well, the answer lies in listening to your intuition, in trusting your gut, and in paying attention to the signs that the universe is sending you. The High Priestess speaks in whispers, not shouts. She communicates through dreams, synchronicities, and those little nudges that you feel in your heart. You know, those moments when you just know that something is right or that something is wrong, even though you can't explain why. Maybe you're considering starting a new business, but you're not sure if it's the right move. The Fool is saying, go for it. What do you have to lose? But the High Priestess is saying, hold on a minute. Do your research. Trust your instincts. Is this truly aligned with your values? Is this something that you're passionate about? Or are you just chasing the money? Or maybe you're considering getting into a new relationship, but you're not sure if you can trust this person. The Fool is saying, open your heart, give them a chance. But the High Priestess is saying, be careful, pay attention to their actions. Do they treat you with respect? Do they make you feel safe? Or are there red flags that you're ignoring? The High Priestess is urging you to go within, to connect with your intuition, and to ask yourself the tough questions before you take that leap of faith. She's reminding you that you have all the answers inside of you, and that you just need to learn how to listen. And that brings us to the High Priestess herself. This card is all about intuition, mystery, and inner wisdom. She represents the subconscious mind, the realm of dreams, and the secrets that are hidden beneath the surface. She's the voice inside that knows the truth, even when the outside world is chaotic and confusing. She's the keeper of your secrets, the guardian of your intuition, and the guide to your true self. The High Priestess is often depicted sitting between two pillars, one black and one white, representing duality and balance. She holds a scroll in her lap, symbolizing knowledge and wisdom, but the scroll is often only partially visible, suggesting that some knowledge is meant to be kept hidden. This card is inviting you to tap into your intuition, to listen to your inner voice and to trust your gut feelings. It's telling you that you have all the answers you need inside of you, and that you just need to learn how to access them. The High Priestess is also about embracing the unknown, about accepting that there are some things that you can't understand with your logical mind, and about trusting that the universe has a plan for you, even when you can't see it. Maybe you've been struggling with a difficult decision, and you've been trying to analyze it from every angle, but you just can't seem to come to a conclusion. The High Priestess is saying, stop trying to think your way through it. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and ask your intuition for guidance. What does your gut tell you? What feels right in your heart? Or maybe you've been feeling lost and confused, like you don't know what direction to take in your life. The High Priestess is saying, go within. Spend some time in silence. Meditate, journal, or just sit in nature and listen to your inner voice. The answers will come to you, but you have to be willing to listen. Or maybe you've been ignoring your dreams, dismissing them as just random thoughts that don't mean anything. The High Priestess is saying, pay attention to your dreams. They're often filled with symbolic messages from your subconscious. Keep a dream journal and try to interpret the meaning of your dreams. They might be trying to tell you something important. The High Priestess is reminding you that you are a powerful being with access to infinite wisdom and knowledge. All you have to do is learn how to tap into it. But here's the thing, and this is where it gets really interesting when we bring it back to the Death card and the Fool. The High Priestess isn't just about passive intuition. It's not just about sitting around and waiting for the answers to come to you. It's about actively seeking out knowledge, about exploring your subconscious, and about being willing to confront your deepest fears and insecurities. The Death card represents the ending of the old, the shedding of the past, and the clearing of the way for something new. The Fool represents the beginning of the journey, the leap of faith, and the willingness to embrace the unknown. The High Priestess represents the inner wisdom, the intuition, and the guidance that you need to navigate this journey successfully. So, how do you put it all together? How do you use these 3 cards to unlock your hidden desires and create a life that's truly aligned with your soul? That's the $1,000,000 question, right? Well, it starts with acknowledging what needs to end in your life. What are you holding onto that's no longer serving you? What beliefs, patterns, or relationships are holding you back from stepping into your full potential? Once you've identified what needs to go, you have to be willing to let it go, even if it's scary or painful. Trust that the universe has a plan for you, and that on the other side of this ending, there's something even better waiting for you. Then you have to be willing to take that leap of faith, to step outside of your comfort zone, and to embrace the unknown. Don't worry about having all the answers. Don't worry about making mistakes. Just trust that you have everything you need inside of you to succeed, and that the universe is conspiring to help you along the way. And finally, you have to listen to your intuition. to trust your gut feelings and to pay attention to the signs that the universe is sending you. The High Priestess is there to guide you, to protect you, and to help you stay on the right path. She's reminding you that you are a powerful being with access to infinite wisdom and knowledge. All you have to do is learn how to tap into it. So embrace the Death card's transformation. Embrace the Fool's adventurous spirit. And embrace the High Priestess's intuitive wisdom. Because together, these three cards are a powerful force for change, a catalyst for growth, and a roadmap to your true self. And with the Rhodonite dragon crystal supporting you, awakening your inner fire, you are more than ready to unveil those hidden desires and create a life that's filled with joy, purpose, and love. Now, let's see how this plays out in your specific situation. Okay, so we've had this incredible setup, right? This massive transformation with death, followed by this crazy leap of faith with the Fool, all guided by your super powerful intuition with the High Priestess. It's like you're ready to just burst out into this brand new world. And now, oh wow, now we pull the moon. Okay, the moon. This is interesting. Okay, so the moon, unlike the bright, clear energy of the sun, the moon is all about shadows, illusions, and the subconscious, right? It's like, after all that clarity, after all that forward momentum, you're entering this phase where things might not be so clear anymore. It's like you're walking through a fog and you can't quite see what's in front of you. And honestly, it can feel a little unsettling, maybe even a bit scary. You know, because you've been building up this momentum, you've been trusting your intuition, and now suddenly you're surrounded by uncertainty. Like, what's real and what's not? What's a genuine fear and what's just an illusion? It's like the universe is throwing a curveball just when you thought you had it all figured out. But don't worry, it's not all bad news. The moon is also about tapping into your deeper emotions, your hidden anxieties, and your subconscious patterns. It's about bringing those things to the surface so you can actually deal with them. You know, it's like shining a light into the dark corners of your mind. It might be a little uncomfortable at first, but it's the only way to truly clear out the cobwebs and move forward with clarity and confidence. So this card is about your hidden desires, right? Well, maybe some of those hidden desires are wrapped up in some hidden fears. You know, think about it like this. Maybe you've been wanting to start your own business, but you're afraid of failing. The Fool is all about taking that leap, but the moon is saying, okay, hold on a second. What are you really afraid of? Is it the fear of losing money? Is it the fear of not being good enough? Is it the fear of what other people will think? The moon is asking you to dig deep and identify those fears so you can address them head on. Or maybe you've been wanting to get into a new relationship, but you're afraid of getting hurt. The Fool is saying, open your heart, give it a chance. But the moon is saying, okay, but what happened in the past that's making you so afraid? What are the patterns you keep repeating? What are the red flags you tend to ignore? The moon is urging you to heal those past wounds so you can enter into a new relationship with a clean slate. It's like the moon is the reality check that comes after the initial excitement of the Fool. It's the voice that says, okay, this is great, but let's be realistic. Let's not ignore the potential pitfalls. Let's be prepared for whatever challenges might come our way. And that's not a bad thing. It's actually a very wise and practical approach. It's about being both optimistic and grounded, both adventurous and cautious. You know, it's about balancing the energy of the Fool with the wisdom of the High Priestess. And speaking of the High Priestess, this is where your intuition becomes even more important. Because when you're surrounded by illusions and uncertainty, your intuition is the only thing you can truly rely on. It's that inner voice that knows the truth, even when everything else is confusing and contradictory. It's like the High Priestess is holding a lantern in the darkness, guiding you through the fog. You just have to trust that she knows the way, even when you can't see it yourself. So how do you tap into your intuition when you're feeling lost and confused? How do you distinguish between genuine intuition and just plain fear? That's the big question, isn't it? Well, one way is to pay attention to your body. Your body is often the first to know when something is off. Do you feel a knot in your stomach? Do you feel your heart racing? Do you feel a sense of unease? Those are all signs that your intuition is trying to tell you something. You also need to be willing to question your thoughts and beliefs. Are you holding onto any limiting beliefs that are holding you back? Are you telling yourself stories that aren't true? Are you letting your fears dictate your decisions? The moon is asking you to challenge those beliefs, to question those stories, and to rewrite your narrative. It's like you're the author of your own life, and you have the power to change the ending. You know, and honestly, this card, the moon, it can feel really personal. It's about those anxieties that keep you up at night, the what-ifs that swirl around in your head. But the cool thing is that numbing them, that bringing them to the surface, that's how you take their power away. And that's totally the moon's vibe. Another thing about the moon is that it often represents hidden emotions. Emotions that you might not even be aware of. Emotions that you've been suppressing or ignoring for years. It's like you've been wearing a mask, pretending to be happy and strong. But underneath the surface, there's a whole world of feelings that you haven't been acknowledging. The moon is inviting you to take off that mask, to be vulnerable, and to allow yourself to feel whatever emotions come up. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to be angry. It's okay to be afraid. Those emotions are all part of the human experience, and they're all valid. You know, and honestly, suppressing those emotions can actually be really harmful. It can lead to anxiety, depression, and even physical illness. So it's important to find healthy ways to express your emotions, whether it's through talking to a therapist, writing in a journal, or engaging in some kind of creative activity. It's like the moon is giving you permission to be human to be imperfect, and to be real. And that's actually a very liberating feeling. It's like you don't have to pretend anymore. You can just be yourself, flaws and all. It's okay to not have all the answers. It's okay to be confused. It's okay to be scared. The moon is saying, it's okay to be you. But the real challenge with the moon is not getting lost in the darkness. It's about acknowledging the shadows without letting them consume you. It's about facing your fears without letting them paralyze you. It's about embracing your emotions without letting them control you. It's like you're walking through a haunted house and you know that there are scary things lurking around every corner. But you also know that it's just a haunted house and that the scary things aren't real. You can scream and jump and be startled, but you don't have to let the fear take over. You can keep moving forward, knowing that you're safe and that you'll eventually make it out of the haunted house. So, how do you stay grounded when you're surrounded by illusions and uncertainty? How do you keep your head above water when you're drowning in your emotions? How do you find your way out of the darkness? Well, one way is to focus on the present moment. The moon is all about the past and the future, about the things that have already happened and the things that might happen. But the present moment is where you actually have power. It's where you can make choices, take action, and create your reality. So, instead of dwelling on the past or worrying about the future, try to focus on what you can do right now. What small step can you take towards your goals? What simple act of self-care can you do to nourish your body and mind? What kind word can you say to someone to brighten their day? It's like the moon is trying to distract you with all its illusions and fears, but you can choose to stay present and grounded, to focus on the here and now. Another way to stay grounded is to connect with nature. Nature has a way of reminding us that we're all part of something bigger than ourselves. It's like when you're surrounded by trees and flowers and sunshine, it's hard to get caught up in your own little dramas. Nature helps us to put things into perspective, to see the beauty and wonder in the world, and to remember that we're not alone. So spend some time outside, whether it's going for a walk in the park, hiking in the mountains, or just sitting in your backyard and listening to the birds. Let nature soothe your soul and remind you of your connection to the earth. Also, creativity is key here. The moon is such a creative card. It's linked to imagination, dreams, and all that subconscious stuff. So channeling this energy into something creative can be super powerful. Are you artistic? Then paint, draw, sculpt, whatever feels good. Not artistic? Who cares? Just doodle, write poetry, dance around your living room. Don't worry about being good at it. Just focus on expressing those emotions and getting them out of your system. It's like the moon is giving you a blank canvas and saying, okay, create something beautiful out of this chaos. And you know what? You totally can. Another thing too, and this is so important, boundaries. The moon can be a time when other people's emotions feel extra intense. and you might feel like you're absorbing everyone else's stuff. So, protect your energy. Say no to things you don't want to do. Limit your time with draining people. And don't be afraid to take some alone time to recharge. Think of it like you're building a shield of light around yourself, deflecting all the negativity and only letting in the good vibes. Because honestly, that's what this is all about, right? It's about navigating this confusing, emotional landscape while staying true to yourself and your own needs. It's about trusting your intuition, honoring your emotions, and creating healthy boundaries. It's about finding your way out of the darkness and into the light. And remember, the light is always there, even when you can't see it. So, yeah, the moon is not always easy, but it's a super powerful card for growth and self-discovery. It's about facing your fears, embracing your emotions, and trusting your intuition. And honestly, with the Death card, the Fool, and the High Priestess backing you up, you're totally ready for this. You've already shed the old, you're ready to leap into the new, and you've got your inner wisdom to guide you. The moon is just the next step on your journey. It's like you're leveling up. And relating it back to the Rhodonite dragon, right? The crystal of awakening. The moon showing up is like a deeper level of awakening. It's like, okay, you've woken up to the possibilities. You've woken up to your intuition. But now you're waking up to the shadows within yourself. And that's an even more powerful awakening because it allows you to integrate all parts of yourself, the light and the dark. It's about becoming whole. And honestly, that's what this whole reading is about, right? It's about unveiling those hidden desires by becoming fully yourself. But now, let's think about how this might affect your relationships, because the moon can definitely bring some stuff up in that area. You know, the moon in relationships can point to some hidden dynamics or unresolved issues that need to be addressed. Maybe there's a lack of transparency or honesty between you and your partner. Or maybe there are some secrets or unspoken resentments that are creating tension. It could also indicate some insecurities or fears that are affecting the relationship, like jealousy, possessiveness, or a fear of abandonment. The key here is to communicate openly and honestly with your partner, to create a safe space where you can both share your feelings and vulnerabilities without judgment. It's about building trust and understanding and working together to overcome any challenges that arise. You know, because relationships are never perfect, and the moon is just highlighting the fact that there will always be some shadows to navigate. But if you're willing to face those shadows together, you can create a stronger and more fulfilling relationship. And this doesn't just apply to romantic relationships. It can also apply to friendships and family relationships. Maybe there's a friend who's been acting a little distant lately, and you're not sure why. The moon could be indicating that there's something going on beneath the surface, something that they're not telling you. It's important to approach them with compassion and understanding, to let them know that you're there for them if they need to talk. pressure them to open up, but just create a safe space where they feel comfortable sharing their feelings. You know, because sometimes people just need to know that they're not alone, that there's someone who cares about them and is willing to listen. Or maybe there's a family member who's been causing some drama lately, and you're feeling really frustrated and annoyed. The moon could be indicating that there are some unresolved family issues that are bubbling to the surface. It's important to set healthy boundaries and protect your own energy, but also to try to understand where they're coming from. Maybe they're acting out because they're feeling insecure or unloved. It's not your job to fix them, but you can offer them compassion and support. You know, because family relationships can be really complex, and the moon is just highlighting the fact that there will always be some challenges to overcome. But if you're willing to approach those challenges with love and understanding, you can create stronger and more harmonious relationships. And career-wise, oh man, the moon can bring up some anxieties there too. You know, in your career, the moon can indicate a time of uncertainty or confusion. Maybe you're not sure what direction you want to take, or maybe you're feeling unfulfilled in your current job. It could also indicate some hidden challenges or obstacles that you're not aware of, like office politics, hidden agendas, or a lack of support from your colleagues. The key here is to trust your intuition and to pay attention to the signs. Are you feeling drained and exhausted at the end of the day? Are you feeling like you're not being valued or appreciated? Are you feeling like you're not making a difference? Those are all signs that something needs to change. It's important to take some time to reflect on your career goals and to assess whether your current job is aligned with those goals. If it's not, it might be time to start exploring other options. But don't make any rash decisions. The moon is not a time for impulsivity. It's a time for careful consideration and planning. Do your research, network with people in your industry, and explore different possibilities. You know, because the right opportunity will come along, but you have to be patient and persistent. And in the meantime, focus on what you can control. Do your best work, be a team player, and stay positive. The moon is just a temporary phase, and it will eventually pass. But if you use this time wisely, you can emerge stronger and more confident than ever before. And maybe there's a secret project or opportunity that you've been hesitant to pursue. The moon could be indicating that it's time to take a closer look, to explore the possibilities, and to trust your intuition. Maybe you've been afraid of failing, or maybe you've been worried about what other people will think. But the moon is urging you to overcome those fears and to take a leap of faith. You know, because sometimes the greatest rewards come from taking the biggest risks. But again, don't be reckless. Do your research, assess the potential risks and rewards, and make a plan. The moon is not about blindly jumping into the unknown. It's about taking a calculated risk, a risk that's aligned with your values and your goals. It's like you're navigating a dark forest, and you need to use your intuition and your knowledge to find your way. But you also need to be brave enough to step off the path and explore new territory. And honestly, the moon can also indicate some hidden talents or skills that you haven't been acknowledging. Maybe you're really good at something, but you've been dismissing it as just a hobby or a side project. The moon could be indicating that it's time to take that talent more seriously, to develop it, and to use it to create something amazing. Maybe you're a talented writer, but you've been too afraid to share your work with the world. The moon is urging you to overcome that fear and to start writing. Share your stories, express your creativity, and let your voice be heard. You know, because the world needs your unique perspective, and you have something valuable to offer. Or maybe you're a gifted healer, but you've been hesitant to embrace that gift. The moon is urging you to explore your healing abilities, to learn more about energy work, and to use your gifts to help others. You know, because the world needs healers, and you have the potential to make a real difference. So embrace your talents, develop your skills, and use them to create a life that's filled with purpose and meaning. But let's be real, the moon can also have a negative side, right? It's not all sunshine and rainbows. It can also represent anxiety, depression, and paranoia. It can make you feel like you're losing your mind, like you're trapped in a nightmare. It can amplify your fears and insecurities and make you feel like you're all alone in the world. So it's important to be aware of these potential pitfalls and to take steps to protect your mental health. If you're feeling overwhelmed, reach out to a friend, a family member, or a therapist. Talk about your feelings, express your fears, and ask for help. Don't try to go it alone. You know, because you're not alone, and there are people who care about you and want to support you. It's also important to practice self-care. Take care of your body, mind, and spirit. Eat healthy foods, get enough sleep, exercise regularly, and spend time in nature. Meditate, journal, or engage in some other form of mindfulness practice. Do things that bring you joy and relaxation. You know, because self-care is not selfish. It's essential for your well-being. And if you're struggling with anxiety or depression, it's important to seek professional help. Talk to a doctor or a therapist and explore different treatment options. There are many effective therapies and medications that can help you manage your symptoms and improve your quality of life. You know, because mental health is just as important as physical health, and it's okay to ask for help. So don't be ashamed or embarrassed. Reach out to someone you trust and take the first step towards healing. And remember, the moon is just a temporary phase. It will eventually pass, and the sun will shine again. But in the meantime, be kind to yourself, be patient, and be persistent. Trust that you have the strength and resilience to overcome any challenges that come your way. And honestly, that's what this whole journey is about, right? It's about facing your fears, embracing your emotions, and trusting your intuition. It's about becoming the best version of yourself, the person you were always meant to be. And with the death card, the Fool, and the High Priestess backing you up, you're totally on the right track. The moon is just a reminder that the path is not always easy, but it's always worth it. Okay, so the moon, wow, that's a lot to unpack, right? It's really about digging deep and facing those hidden anxieties that might be holding you back. But how do you actually cut through the illusions that the moon creates so you can clearly see the path forward? Okay, so the moon, wow, that's a lot to unpack, right? It's really about digging deep and facing those hidden anxieties that might be holding you back. But how do you actually cut through the illusions that the moon creates so you can clearly see the path forward? Now, we pull the Four of Swords. The Four of Swords. That's interesting after all that emotional intensity of the moon, right? I mean, the moon can leave you feeling totally drained, like you've been running a marathon through your own subconscious. Okay, so the Four of Swords is all about rest, recuperation, and taking a break. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've done enough. It's time to step back, recharge your batteries, and just chill for a bit. You know, this card usually depicts someone lying down, like resting or meditating, with swords hanging on the wall or placed neatly nearby. It's like all the battles are on pause, and it's time for some serious self-care. So, after all that emotional turmoil of the moon, this feels like a welcome relief, right? It's like you've been through the ringer, you've faced your fears, and now you need to give yourself permission to just breathe. But it's not just about physical rest. It's also about mental and emotional rest. It's about clearing your mind, quieting your thoughts, and letting go of all the stress and anxiety that you've been carrying around. You know, like you've been holding on so tight, and now it's time to just unclench and let everything go. But here's the thing, and this is where it gets really interesting when we connect it back to the Death card, the Fool, and the High Priestess. This isn't just about taking a break because you're tired. It's about taking a break so you can integrate all the lessons you've learned, so you can process all the changes that have happened, and so you can prepare yourself for the next chapter of your journey. You know, death cleared out the old, the Fool jumped into the new, the High Priestess guided you with her intuition, the moon showed you the shadows, and now the Four of Swords is giving you time to actually absorb all of that, to let it all sink in. It's like you've been running at full speed, and now you need to stop and catch your breath so you can see where you're going next. And it's super important to actually take this rest, you know. It's not a suggestion, it's a prescription. It's so tempting to just keep pushing, to just keep striving, to just keep trying to make things happen. But if you don't take the time to rest and recharge, you're going to burn out, and you won't be able to move forward with clarity and purpose. Think of it like this. You've been through a major storm, and now the sun is starting to peek through the clouds. You can either rush out into the sunshine and try to pick up the pieces right away, or you can take a moment to just sit and watch the sun, to feel the warmth on your skin and to appreciate the beauty that's still there. You know, it's about acknowledging that you've been through something difficult, but also knowing that you're still here, that you're still strong, and that you're ready to move forward when the time is right. And how does this relate to your hidden desires? Right. I mean, we're trying to uncover what your heart truly yearns for, and the Four of Swords is actually a really important piece of that puzzle. Because sometimes the thing that we truly desire is rest. It's peace. It's quiet. It's the ability to just be ourselves without having to worry about anything else. You know, maybe you've been so focused on achieving your goals, on pleasing other people, on living up to expectations, that you've forgotten what it feels like to just relax and enjoy life. The Four of Swords is reminding you that it's okay to slow down. It's okay to take a break. And it's okay to prioritize your own well-being. It's like you can't pour from an empty cup, and you need to fill yourself up before you can give to others. And maybe, just maybe, in that stillness, in that quiet, you'll actually hear the whispers of your soul, the yearnings of your heart, the true desires that have been buried beneath all the noise and the stress. You know, it's like the answers are all there inside of you, but you need to create the space and the silence to actually hear them. This card is also a reminder that sometimes the best way to solve a problem is to step away from it for a while. You know, you've been banging your head against a wall, trying to figure something out, and you're just getting more and more frustrated. The Four of Swords is saying, okay, stop. Take a break. Go do something else. Clear your head. And when you come back to the problem later, you'll probably see it in a whole new light, with fresh eyes and a clear mind. It's like you've been so focused on the details, on the minutiae, that you've lost sight of the big picture. The Four of Swords is giving you the opportunity to zoom out, to see the forest for the trees, and to gain a new perspective. And it's not just about stepping away from problems. It's also about stepping away from people. You know, you've been surrounded by drama, by negativity, by people who are draining your energy, and you need to create some space for yourself. The Four of Swords is saying, okay, limit your exposure to those people. Set some boundaries. Protect your energy. And when you're feeling refreshed and recharged, you'll be better able to deal with those people, to handle the drama, and to maintain your own peace of mind. It's like you've been absorbing everyone else's energy, and you need to create a shield around yourself to protect yourself from negativity. The Four of Swords is giving you the time and the space to build that shield, to strengthen your boundaries, and to reclaim your own energy. And honestly, this card can also be a sign that you need to forgive yourself. You know, you've been holding on to guilt, to shame, to regret, and it's weighing you down. The Four of Swords is saying, okay, let it go. Forgive yourself for your mistakes. Learn from them and move on. It's like you've been carrying this heavy burden on your shoulders, and you need to set it down so you can move forward with lightness and freedom. And it's not always easy to forgive yourself, right? I mean, we're often our own worst critics, and we hold ourselves to impossible standards. But the truth is, everyone makes mistakes. Everyone messes up. And it's okay. It's part of being human. The important thing is to learn from those mistakes, to grow from those experiences, and to move forward with compassion and understanding. It's like you're not perfect, and that's okay. You're a work in progress, and you're doing the best you can. And that's enough. But what if you're not sure how to rest, right? I mean, for some people, taking a break can actually be more stressful than working. They feel guilty for not being productive, or they worry about falling behind. If that's you, the Four of Swords is saying, okay, start small. Just take a few minutes each day to do something that relaxes you. Maybe it's reading a book, listening to music, taking a bath, or going for a walk. The important thing is to find something that helps you to unwind and distress. And don't feel like you have to be perfect at it. You don't have to meditate for hours or practice yoga every day. Just do what feels good to you and don't judge yourself. It's like you're learning a new skill, and it takes time and practice to get good at it. Be patient with yourself and celebrate your progress, no matter how small. And it's also important to create a relaxing environment. You know, if your home is cluttered and chaotic, it's going to be hard to relax. So take some time to declutter, to organize, and to create a space that feels peaceful and inviting. Light some candles, play some soothing music, and surround yourself with things that make you feel good. It's like you're creating a sanctuary for yourself, a place where you can escape from the stresses of the world and just be yourself. And honestly, this card can also be a sign that you need to simplify your life. You know, you've been taking on too much, you're overcommitted, and you're feeling overwhelmed. The Four of Swords is saying, okay, say no to some things. Delegate some tasks. Simplify your schedule. It's like you're clearing out the clutter in your life, both physically and mentally, so you can focus on what's truly important. And it's not always easy to say no, right? I mean, we often feel obligated to say yes, especially to people we care about. But the truth is, saying no is an act of self-care. It's about protecting your time, your energy, and your well-being. And when you say no to things that don't serve you, you create space for things that do. You create space for your passions, for your dreams, and for your own self-discovery. It's like you're prioritizing your own happiness. And that's not selfish. That's essential. But let's talk about how this relates to your relationships, right? I mean, the Four of Swords can definitely have an impact on your connections with other people. You know, it could mean that you need to take a break from a relationship, or that you need to create some space for yourself within a relationship. Maybe you've been spending too much time with someone, and you're starting to feel suffocated. The Four of Swords is saying, okay, take a step back. Spend some time alone. Recharge your batteries. And when you come back to the relationship, you'll be more present, more engaged, and more able to appreciate the other person. It's like absence makes the heart grow fonder, and sometimes a little distance can actually strengthen a relationship. Or it could mean that you need to have a difficult conversation with someone. Maybe there's been some tension, some conflict, or some unresolved issues, and you need to address them. The Four of Swords is saying, okay, take some time to gather your thoughts, to calm your emotions, and to prepare yourself for the conversation. And when you're ready, approach the other person with compassion, with understanding, and with a willingness to listen. It's like you're creating a safe space for communication, a place where you can both share your feelings and work towards a resolution. And honestly, this card can also be a sign that you need to forgive someone. You know, you've been holding onto resentment, to anger, to bitterness, and it's poisoning your relationship. The Four of Swords is saying, okay, let it go. Forgive the other person for their mistakes. Learn from the experience and move on. It's like you're releasing the negativity, creating space for healing, and opening the door to a more positive and fulfilling relationship. And it's not always easy to forgive someone, right? I mean, sometimes the hurt is so deep and the pain is so real that it feels impossible to let go. But the truth is, forgiveness is not about condoning the other person's behavior. It's about freeing yourself from the burden of resentment so you can move forward with peace and lightness. It's like you're not doing it for the other person. You're doing it for yourself. But what about your career, right? How does the Four of Swords play out in your professional life? Well, it could mean that you need to take a vacation, a sabbatical, or even just a day off. You've been working too hard, you're feeling burned out, and you need to recharge your batteries. The Four of Swords is saying, okay, step away from your desk, turn off your computer, and disconnect from work. And when you come back, you'll be more productive, more creative, and more engaged. It's like you're giving yourself permission to rest, to relax, and to prioritize your well-being. Or it could mean that you need to reevaluate your career goals. Maybe you're not passionate about what you're doing, or maybe you're feeling unfulfilled. The Four of Swords is saying, okay, take some time to reflect on your values, your interests, and your skills. And when you're ready, explore new career options. Consider going back to school or start your own business. It's like you're aligning your career with your soul's purpose and creating a life that's both meaningful and fulfilling. And honestly, this card can also be a sign that you need to set some boundaries at work. You know, you've been taking on too much responsibility. You're working too many hours, and you're feeling stressed and overwhelmed. The Four of Swords is saying, okay, delegate some tasks, say no to some projects, and prioritize your own well-being. It's like you're protecting your time, your energy, and your mental health. And it's not always easy to set boundaries at work, right? I mean, we often feel pressured to say yes, especially to our bosses or our colleagues. But the truth is, setting boundaries is an act of self-respect. It's about valuing your own time, your own energy, and your own well-being. And when you set boundaries, you create space for others to respect you, to value you, and to appreciate you. But let's connect this back to the moon for a second, right? Because the moon is all about illusions and anxieties, and the Four of Swords is all about rest and recuperation. So, how do you rest when you're feeling anxious? How do you quiet your mind when it's racing with thoughts? How do you trust that everything is going to be okay when you're surrounded by uncertainty? Well, one way is to practice mindfulness. You know, mindfulness is about paying attention to the present moment without judgment. It's about noticing your thoughts, your feelings, and your sensations without getting caught up in them. And when you're feeling anxious, mindfulness can help you to calm your mind, to ground your body, and to connect with your inner peace. It's like you're creating a space between yourself and your thoughts, so you can observe them without being controlled by them. And there are many different ways to practice mindfulness. You can meditate, you can do yoga, you can take a walk in nature, or you can simply focus on your breath. The important thing is to find something that works for you and to practice it regularly. It's like you're training your mind to be more present, more aware, and more peaceful. Another way to rest when you're feeling anxious is to challenge your negative thoughts. You know, anxiety often comes from negative thoughts, from worries about the future, or from regrets about the past. And when you're feeling anxious, it's important to challenge those thoughts, to question their validity, and to replace them with more positive and realistic thoughts. It's like you're becoming a detective, investigating your own thoughts and uncovering the truth. And there are many different ways to challenge negative thoughts. You can ask yourself, is this thought really true? Is there any evidence to support it? Is there another way to look at the situation? You can also talk to a friend, a family member, or a therapist and get their perspective. It's like you're getting a second opinion and gaining a new perspective on your situation. And honestly, the Four of Swords can also be a time for reflection and introspection. It's a chance to look back on your journey so far, to see how far you've come, and to appreciate all that you've accomplished. You know, the Death card brought an ending. The Fool took a leap. The High Priestess offered guidance, and the Moon revealed hidden anxieties. And now, the Four of Swords is giving you the space to integrate all of those experiences, to learn from them, and to grow from them. It's like you're putting the pieces of the puzzle together and creating a clearer picture of your life. And as you reflect on your journey, be sure to celebrate your successes. Acknowledge all that you've overcome and appreciate all that you've learned. You know, it's easy to focus on your failures, on your mistakes, and on your shortcomings. But it's important to also recognize your strengths, your talents, and your accomplishments. It's like you're giving yourself credit for all the hard work you've done and acknowledging your own worth and value. And as you move forward, remember that you're not alone. You have the support of the universe, the guidance of your intuition, and the love of your friends and family. You know, you're surrounded by a network of support, and you can always reach out for help when you need it. It's like you're part of a team, and you're all working together to create a better world. So, embrace the rest, embrace the reflection, and embrace the support. The Four of Swords is a gift, a chance to recharge, to reconnect, and to realign with your soul's purpose. And with the Rhodonite dragon crystal supporting you, awakening your inner fire, you are more than ready to unveil those hidden desires and create a life that's filled with joy, purpose, and love. This rest and recuperation is essential before your next big leap. So yeah, the Four of Swords, it's like a cosmic pause button, right? It's not always the most exciting card, but it's often the most necessary. It's about honoring your needs, taking care of yourself, and preparing for what's to come. And honestly, after the intensity of the moon, this feels like a really good thing. But now, what's the next step? Let's see what the final card has in store for you. What action should you take to move forward? So yeah, the Four of Swords, it's like a cosmic pause button, right? It's not always the most exciting card, but it's often the most necessary. It's about honoring your needs, taking care of yourself, and preparing for what's to come. And honestly, after the intensity of the moon, this feels like a really good thing. But now, what's the next step? Let's see what the final card has in store for you. What action should you take to move forward? Oh, the World. Wow, the World card. Okay, that's huge. That's like the culmination of everything, right? This card is all about completion, integration, and fulfillment. It's like you've gone through all the lessons, you've faced all the challenges, and now you're ready to celebrate your success. You know, this card often depicts a figure dancing within a wreath, surrounded by the four elements, or the four suits of the tarot. It's like you've mastered all the different aspects of your life, and you're now living in harmony with yourself and the world around you. So after all that, after death, the Fool, the High Priestess, the Moon, and then finally, the Four of Swords, this feels like a massive exhale. It's like you've been climbing a mountain, and you finally reached the summit. And the view is incredible. But it's not just about reaching the end of a journey. It's also about starting a new one. The World card is a reminder that life is a cycle, and that every ending is also a beginning. You know, you've completed one chapter, and now you're ready to start the next one, with all the wisdom and experience that you've gained along the way. But here's the thing, and this is where it gets really interesting when we connect it back to all the previous cards. This isn't just about any old completion. It's about completing a major cycle of transformation, a cycle that has been guided by your intuition, your courage, and your willingness to embrace the unknown. You know, death cleared out the old, the Fool jumped into the new. The High Priestess guided you with her intuition. The Moon showed you the shadows. The Four of Swords gave you time to rest. And now, the world is celebrating your achievement. It's like you've gone through a complete metamorphosis, and you've emerged as a new and improved version of yourself. And this isn't just a personal transformation. It's also a transformation that has the potential to impact the world around you. The World card is a reminder that we're all connected and that our individual journeys are all part of a larger story. You know, when you heal yourself, you heal the world. When you embrace your own potential, you inspire others to do the same. And when you live in alignment with your soul's purpose, you create a ripple effect of positivity and abundance that touches everyone around you. So, with this card coming up in response to the question about your hidden desires, it's like the biggest, most fulfilling desire is wholeness, is integrating all these different parts of yourself, is reaching this point of completion where you can then start fresh from a place of total authenticity. But how does this relate to actually taking action, right? I mean, the World card is amazing, but it can also feel a little abstract. It's like, okay, I've reached the top of the mountain. Now what? What do I actually do? Well, the first thing is to celebrate your success. Take some time to acknowledge how far you've come, to appreciate all that you've accomplished, and to give yourself credit for all the hard work you've done. You know, it's so easy to just keep pushing, to just keep striving, to just keep setting new goals. But it's important to also pause and celebrate your wins, no matter how small they may seem. It's like you're refueling your tank so you have the energy to keep going. And celebrate with the people who have supported you along the way. Share your joy, express your gratitude, and let them know how much they mean to you. You know, it's like you're creating a circle of positivity and abundance that reinforces your success and inspires others to join you on your journey. But don't get complacent. The World card is not a sign to just sit back and relax. It's a sign to use your newfound wisdom and experience to create something even bigger and better. You know, you've completed one cycle, and now you're ready to start the next one with even more clarity, confidence, and purpose. And this could mean starting a new project, launching a new business, or embarking on a new relationship. It could also mean taking your existing work to the next level, expanding your reach, and making a bigger impact on the world. It's like you're using your success as a springboard to launch yourself into even greater heights of achievement. But be sure to stay grounded in your values. The World card is not a license to just do whatever you want. It's a reminder to stay true to yourself, to honor your commitments, and to act in alignment with your soul's purpose. You know, it's easy to get caught up in the excitement of success, to lose sight of what's truly important, and to compromise your integrity. But the World card is urging you to stay focused, to stay grounded, and to stay true to yourself, no matter what. It's like you're using your success as a platform to promote your values, to advocate for your beliefs, and to make a positive difference in the world. And don't be afraid to take risks. The World card is a sign that you have the skills, the knowledge, and the resources to achieve anything you set your mind to. You know, you've faced your fears, you've overcome your challenges, and you've proven to yourself that you're capable of anything. So now is the time to take bold action, to step outside of your comfort zone, and to pursue your dreams with passion and determination. It's like you're using your success as a launchpad to propel yourself into the unknown with confidence and excitement. But be sure to listen to your intuition. The World card is a reminder that you have access to infinite wisdom and guidance. You know, you've learned to trust your gut feelings, to pay attention to the signs, and to follow your inner voice. So, continue to cultivate your intuition, to listen to its whispers, and to use it to guide your decisions. It's like you're using your intuition as a compass to navigate your path, to avoid pitfalls, and to stay on track towards your goals. And don't forget to give back. The World card is a reminder that you have a responsibility to share your blessings with others. You know, you've been given so much, and now it's time to give back, to support those who are less fortunate, and to make a positive impact on the world. It's like you're using your success as a vehicle to create positive change, to uplift others, and to contribute to the greater good. This could mean volunteering your time, donating to charity, or simply being a kind and compassionate person in your daily life. It's like you're creating a legacy of love, of generosity, and of service that will inspire others to do the same. But let's talk about how this relates to your relationships, right? I mean, the World card can have a profound impact on your connections with other people. You know, it could mean that you're ready to commit to a long-term relationship, to take your existing relationship to the next level, or to create a deeper and more meaningful connection with your partner. It's like you're ready to share your life with someone, to build a future together, and to support each other's dreams. Or it could mean that you're ready to let go of a relationship that's no longer serving you. Maybe you've grown apart, maybe you have different values, or maybe the relationship is just too toxic. The World card is saying, okay, it's time to move on. It's time to create space for something new. It's like you're clearing out the old to make room for the new, and trusting that the universe will bring you the perfect relationship at the perfect time. And honestly, this card can also be a sign that you're ready to expand your social circle. You know, you've been feeling isolated, you're craving connection, and you're ready to meet new people. The World card is saying, okay, get out there. Join a club, take a class, or volunteer for a cause you care about. It's like you're opening yourself up to new experiences, new perspectives, and new friendships. And it's not just about romantic relationships. It's also about your friendships and family relationships. The World card is a reminder to cherish the people who are in your life, to appreciate their love and support, and to nurture those relationships. You know, it's easy to take our loved ones for granted, but it's important to show them how much they mean to us, to express our gratitude, and to spend quality time together. It's like you're creating a strong and supportive network of relationships that will sustain you through the ups and downs of life. And what about your career? Right. How does the World card play out in your professional life? Well, it could mean that you're ready to achieve a major career goal, to reach a new level of success, or to make a significant impact in your field. You've worked hard, you've developed your skills, and you're now ready to reap the rewards. It's like you're reaching the pinnacle of your career and achieving your full potential. Or it could mean that you're ready to start your own business, to launch a new product, or to take your existing business to the next level. You have a great idea, you have the passion and the drive, and you're now ready to turn your vision into reality. It's like you're creating something that's uniquely yours, that reflects your values, and that makes a positive difference in the world. And honestly, this card can also be a sign that you're ready to retire, to pursue your passions, or to explore new interests. You've worked hard your whole life, and now it's time to enjoy the fruits of your labor. It's like you're entering a new chapter of your life, a chapter that's filled with freedom, with creativity, and with joy. But let's connect this back to the moon and the Four of Swords for a second, right? Because the moon is all about illusions and anxieties, and the Four of Swords is all about rest and recuperation. So, how do you integrate those experiences into your journey towards the world? How do you use your past challenges to fuel your future success? Well, one way is to learn from your mistakes. You know, we all make mistakes, we all stumble, and we all fall down. But the important thing is to learn from those experiences, to understand what went wrong, and to use that knowledge to make better decisions in the future. It's like you're turning your failures into lessons and using them to guide you towards success. Another way is to forgive yourself for your past actions. You know, we often hold onto guilt, to shame, and to regret, and those emotions can hold us back from achieving our full potential. So, it's important to forgive ourselves for our past mistakes, to let go of the negativity, and to move forward with compassion and understanding. It's like you're releasing the burden of the past and freeing yourself to create a brighter future. And honestly, the World card can also be a sign that you need to share your story with others. You know, you've been through a lot, you've learned a lot, and you have a unique perspective to offer. So, consider writing a book, giving a speech, or simply sharing your experiences with your friends and family. It's like you're using your story to inspire others, to empower them, and to help them on their own journeys. Okay, so the World card, wow, it's like the ultimate prize, right? But it's not just about the destination, it's about the journey. It's about all the challenges you've overcome, all the lessons you've learned, and all the people you've met along the way. And remember that this card, the World, it's not just a solo thing. It's about community. It's about connection. So, share your joy, share your success, and inspire others to reach for their own dreams. And relating it back to the Rhodonite dragon, the crystal of awakening. The world is like the ultimate awakening. It's like you've awakened to your full potential. You've awakened to your soul's purpose, and you've awakened to your connection to the universe. It's about living a life that's aligned with your values, that's filled with joy, and that makes a positive difference in the world. And honestly, with the Death card, the Fool, the High Priestess, the Moon, and the Four of Swords backing you up, you're totally ready for this. You've shed the old, you've embraced the new, you've trusted your intuition, you've faced your fears, and you've rested and recuperated. You're a force to be reckoned with. So, embrace the World card, embrace your success, and embrace your potential. The journey has been long, but it's been worth it. You've arrived at the top of the mountain, and the view is breathtaking. And from here, you can see the whole world spread out before you, full of possibilities and opportunities. It's time to celebrate, it's time to create, and it's time to make your mark on the world. So go out there and shine your light. The world is waiting for you. This is like the biggest green light you could possibly get, you know. All the work you've done has led you to this amazing moment, and you're ready. But remember, the world isn't just an end, it's a beginning. It's the start of a whole new cycle, a whole new adventure. So, keep learning, keep growing, and keep shining. And never forget the lessons you've learned along the way. They will serve you well on your next journey. So yeah, the world, it's not just a card, it's a promise. It's a promise of fulfillment, of completion, and of endless possibilities. It's a promise that you have everything you need inside of you to create the life of your dreams. You just have to believe in yourself, trust your intuition, and take action. And you know what? You've totally got this. Now, let's take a moment to just soak all of this in, because that was a really intense and powerful reading. We went deep, we explored some shadows, and we emerged into the light. And honestly, I'm so excited for you and for what's to come. But before we wrap up, let's just take one more look at the spread as a whole and see if there are any other insights that we can glean from the collective energy of the cards. Okay, so we have Death, the Fool, the High Priestess, the Moon, the Four of Swords, and the World. And honestly, when I look at this spread, I see a story of transformation, of courage, of intuition, and of ultimate success. It's like you're a hero on a journey, and you've overcome all the obstacles that have been thrown your way. You've faced your fears, you've learned from your mistakes, and you've emerged stronger and wiser than ever before. And the best part is, this is just the beginning. You have so much more to offer the world, so much more to achieve, and so much more to experience. So, embrace the journey, embrace the challenges, and embrace the possibilities. The world is waiting for you, and you're ready to take it by storm. And honestly, I just have this feeling that something amazing is about to happen for you. Something that you've been dreaming about for a long time. Something that's going to bring you immense joy and fulfillment. So, stay open, stay receptive, and stay ready to receive all the blessings that are coming your way. You deserve it. Okay, well, that's all the cards for this reading. Okay, so the world card, wow, it's like the ultimate prize, right? But it's not just about the destination. It's about the journey. It's about all the challenges you've overcome, all the lessons you've learned, and all the people you've met along the way. And remember that this card, the world, it's not just a solo thing. It's about community. It's about connection. So share your joy, share your success, and inspire others to reach for their own dreams. And relating it back to the Rhodonite dragon, the crystal of awakening, the world is like the ultimate awakening. It's like you've awakened to your full potential. You've awakened to your soul's purpose, and you've awakened to your connection to the universe. It's about living a life that's aligned with your values, that's filled with joy, and that makes a positive difference in the world. And honestly, with the Death card, the Fool, the High Priestess, the Moon, and the Four of Swords backing you up, you're totally ready for this. You've shed the old, you've embraced the new, you've trusted your intuition, you've faced your fears, and you've rested and recuperated. You're a force to be reckoned with. So, embrace the world card, embrace your success, and embrace your potential. The journey has been long, but it's been worth it. You've arrived at the top of the mountain, and the view is breathtaking. And from here, you can see the whole world spread out before you, full of possibilities and opportunities. It's time to celebrate, it's time to create, and it's time to make your mark on the world. So go out there and shine your light. The world is waiting for you. This is like the biggest green light you could possibly get, you know. All the work you've done has led you to this amazing moment. And you're ready. But remember, the world isn't just an end, it's a beginning. It's the start of a whole new cycle, a whole new adventure. So keep learning, keep growing, and keep shining. And never forget the lessons you've learned along the way. They will serve you well on your next journey. So yeah, the world, it's not just a card, it's a promise. It's a promise of fulfillment, of completion, and of endless possibilities. It's a promise that you have everything you need inside of you to create the life of your dreams. You just have to believe in yourself, trust your intuition, and take action. And you know what? You've totally got this. Now, let's take a moment to just soak all of this in, because that was a really intense and powerful reading. We went deep, we explored some shadows, and we emerged into the light. And honestly, I'm so excited for you and for what's to come. But before we wrap up, let's just take one more look at the spread as a whole and see if there are any other insights that we can glean from the collective energy of the cards. Okay, so we have Death, the Fool, the High Priestess, the Moon, the Four of Swords, and the World. And honestly, when I look at this spread, I see a story of transformation, of courage, of intuition, and of ultimate success. It's like you're a hero on a journey, and you've overcome all the obstacles that have been thrown your way. You've faced your fears, you've learned from your mistakes, and you've emerged stronger and wiser than ever before. And the best part is, this is just the beginning. You have so much more to offer the world, so much more to achieve, and so much more to experience. So, embrace the journey, embrace the challenges, and embrace the possibilities. The world is waiting for you, and you're ready to take it by storm. And honestly, I just have this feeling that something amazing is about to happen for you. Something that you've been dreaming about for a long time. Something that's going to bring you immense joy and fulfillment. So stay open, stay receptive, and stay ready to receive all the blessings that are coming your way. You deserve it. Okay, well, that's all the cards for this reading. Oh my gosh, I am just buzzing with excitement for you. But hold on a second, because we are definitely not done yet. We've got one more card to pull, and this is the one that's really gonna bring it all home. I can feel it. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. Drum roll, please. And the final card is the Ten of Cups. Okay, the Ten of Cups. Wow, that's like happiness overload, right? I mean, this card is all about joy, harmony, and emotional fulfillment. It's that picture-perfect family scene, you know. Rainbows, happy kids, loving partners, just like all-around bliss. It's like you've reached this place of total contentment and gratitude in your love life, and everything just feels right. But you know, it's so interesting that this card comes up after the world, because it's like the world is this big, expansive energy, and then the Ten of Cups is bringing it down to this very personal, very intimate level. So, the Ten of Cups, it's like that dream come true. It's the happy ending we all hope for, right? It's about deep emotional connections, strong family bonds, and a sense of belonging. It's about feeling completely loved and supported, and knowing that you have a safe and secure place in the world. You know, it's that feeling of I'm home. It's that feeling of this is where I'm meant to be. And honestly, after all the ups and downs that we've seen in this reading, with the Death card and the moon and everything, this feels like such a beautiful and well-deserved reward. It's like you've weathered the storms, you've faced your fears, and now you're finally reaping the benefits of all your hard work. It's about shared values, mutual respect, and unconditional love. And it's not just about romantic love. It's also about the love you share with your family, your friends, and your community. But here's the thing, and this is where it gets really interesting when we connect it back to all the previous cards. This isn't just about any old happy ending. This is about creating a happy ending that's aligned with your true self, that's based on authenticity and integrity, and that's guided by your intuition. You know, because we've seen in this reading that you're not afraid to face the tough stuff. You're not afraid to challenge the status quo, and you're not afraid to be yourself, even when it's hard. So this Ten of Cups isn't about settling for some cookie-cutter version of happiness. It's about creating a life that's truly meaningful and fulfilling for you. And that's what makes it so special. The death card cleared out the old. The fool jumped into the new. The high priestess guided you with her intuition. The moon showed you the shadows. The Four of Swords gave you time to rest. The world celebrated your success. And now, the Ten of Cups is bringing it all home, showing you that all that work, all that effort, all that courage has led you to this place of joy and harmony. And you know what? You deserve it. But remember, this reading is all about unveiling hidden desires, right? So, what does the Ten of Cups reveal about your hidden desires? Well, maybe it's that your hidden desire is to create this kind of happy family life, to build those deep emotional connections, to experience that sense of belonging. Maybe you've been longing for this for a long time, but you haven't felt like it was possible. Or maybe you've been afraid to pursue it because you didn't think you were worthy. But the Ten of Cups is saying, yes, it is possible. You are worthy. And you have the power to create this for yourself. Or maybe it's that your hidden desire is to recognize and appreciate the happiness that you already have. Maybe you're already surrounded by love and support, but you haven't been fully aware of it. Or maybe you've been taking it for granted. The Ten of Cups is saying, open your eyes, look around you, see all the blessings that are already in your life. It's about gratitude. It's about appreciating the small things. And it's about realizing that happiness is often found in the simplest of moments. And honestly, it could be a combination of both. Maybe you're already building a happy family life, but you're still longing for something more, something deeper, something more authentic. The Ten of Cups is saying, keep going, keep striving, keep creating. You're on the right path, and you're getting closer to your ultimate goal. It's about growth, it's about evolution, and it's about never settling for anything less than what you truly desire. And that connects so beautifully with the Rhodonite dragon, that crystal of awakening. It's like you're awakening to the possibility of creating this incredible life. And you're also awakening to the gratitude for what you already have. It's about being present in the moment. It's about appreciating the journey. And it's about trusting that everything is unfolding exactly as it's meant to. But let's be real. The Ten of Cups can also have a shadow side, right? I mean, no relationship is perfect, and even the happiest families have their challenges. So, what are some of the potential pitfalls of this card? Well, one pitfall is unrealistic expectations. The Ten of Cups can create this image of perfection, this idea that everything should always be happy and harmonious. And that's just not realistic. Life is messy, relationships are complicated, and there will always be ups and downs. So, it's important to remember that the Ten of Cups is not about achieving some impossible ideal. It's about embracing the imperfections, accepting the challenges, and working together to create a life that's authentic and meaningful for everyone involved. Another pitfall is glossing over real problems. The Ten of Cups can create this pressure to maintain a happy facade, to pretend that everything is okay, even when it's not. And that can be really damaging. It can lead to resentment, to bitterness, and to a breakdown in communication. So, it's important to be honest with yourself and with your loved ones about your feelings, to address problems head-on, and to seek help when you need it. It's about creating a safe space for vulnerability, for honesty, and for authentic connection. And that's where the High Priestess comes in, right? We need that intuition, that inner wisdom to guide us. Are we really seeing things clearly? Are we being honest with ourselves? Are we listening to our gut feelings? And honestly, another pitfall can be losing yourself in the relationship. You know, it's easy to get so caught up in the needs of your partner or your family that you forget about your own needs and desires. And that can lead to resentment, to burnout, and to a loss of your own identity. So, it's important to maintain your individuality, to pursue your own passions, and to take care of yourself, both physically and emotionally. It's about creating a balance between your relationships and your own personal growth. And remember that death card. It's like we have to keep shedding the old, keep evolving, keep transforming, even within the context of a happy relationship. We can't get stagnant. We can't get complacent. We have to keep growing, both as individuals and as a couple. But okay, enough about the potential problems. Let's get back to the positive. How can you cultivate this 10 of Cups energy in your own life? How can you create this happy family vibe, this sense of joy and harmony, this feeling of being loved and supported? Well, one way is to prioritize quality time with your loved ones. You know, it's not just about being in the same room together. It's about being fully present, about engaging in meaningful conversations, and about creating shared experiences. Put down your phones, turn off the TV, and focus on connecting with the people you care about. It's about creating memories. It's about building bonds. And it's about strengthening your relationships. Another way is to express your love and appreciation. Tell your loved ones how much they mean to you. Show them your gratitude and let them know that you care. It's about being verbal. It's about being affectionate. And it's about making them feel valued and appreciated. And it doesn't have to be anything grand or elaborate. It can be as simple as saying, "I love you," giving a hug, or writing a heartfelt note. It's the small gestures that often have the biggest impact. You know, and honestly, another way is to create traditions and rituals. Traditions and rituals create a sense of continuity, a sense of belonging, and a sense of connection. They can be as simple as having a family dinner every Sunday, celebrating holidays in a special way, or reading bedtime stories to your children. It's about creating shared experiences that strengthen your bonds and create lasting memories. And traditions don't have to be old or established. You can create new traditions that are unique to your family and that reflect your values and interests. It's about being creative. It's about having fun. And it's about creating something that's meaningful for everyone involved. But it's also important to remember that the 10 of Cups is not just about romantic relationships or family relationships. It's also about your relationship with yourself. You know, you can't create a happy and harmonious life if you don't love and accept yourself. So prioritize self-care, treat yourself with kindness, and cultivate a positive relationship with your own mind and body. It's about being your own best friend. It's about being your own biggest supporter. And it's about creating a life that's aligned with your own values and desires. So, nurture your passions, pursue your dreams, and surround yourself with people who love and support you. The 10 of Cups is a reminder that you are worthy of love, of happiness, and of fulfillment. You just have to believe in yourself, trust your intuition, and take action to create the life that you deserve. You know, and honestly, with all these cards together, the message is so clear. It's about shedding the old, embracing the new, trusting your intuition, facing your fears, resting and recuperating, celebrating your success, and ultimately creating a life that's filled with love, joy, and harmony. And it all starts with you. It starts with your willingness to be authentic, to be vulnerable, and to be true to yourself. So embrace the journey, embrace the challenges, and embrace the possibilities. The world is waiting for you, and you're ready to create something amazing. But okay, let's bring it back to the big picture for a second, right? Because we still have to figure out how this 10 of Cups energy relates to your hidden desires. I mean, we've touched on it a little bit, but let's dig a little deeper. So, what is it that you truly yearn for in your love life? What is it that you're secretly hopping for? Is it to find your soulmate? Is it to build a family? Is it to experience that unconditional love and support? Or is it something else entirely? The 10 of Cups is saying that whatever it is, it's possible. You have the power to create it. You have the potential to achieve it. And you have the support of the universe to guide you along the way. So, don't be afraid to dream big. Don't be afraid to take risks. And don't be afraid to go after what you truly want. You deserve it. And remember that Rhodonite dragon, that crystal of awakening. It's like you're awakening to the possibility of creating this incredible love life. And you're also awakening to the power within you to make it happen. So, trust yourself, trust your intuition, and trust the journey. You're on the right path, and you're getting closer to your ultimate goal. Oh my gosh, this is just so exciting. But wait. Hold on just a second, because I think there's one more thing that we need to consider. And this is something that's been kind of bubbling beneath the surface throughout this entire reading. And it has to do with the relationship between the 10 of Cups and the moon. Because remember, the moon is all about illusions and anxieties. So what if your hidden desire is actually to overcome those illusions and anxieties, to break free from those limiting beliefs, and to create a love life that's based on truth, on authenticity, and on genuine connection? What if your hidden desire is to create a 10 of Cups that's not just a pretty picture, but a real, lasting, and meaningful relationship that's built on a solid foundation of trust, respect, and understanding. The Moon card asks you to name what you're anxious about. It is very, very possible the anxiety is about having a 10 of Cups and what that entails. That's a big, big message here. That would be such a powerful awakening, wouldn't it? To realize that you're not just seeking happiness, but you're seeking truth. You're not just seeking love, but you're seeking authenticity. And you're not just seeking a happy ending, but you're seeking a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. That's the ultimate hidden desire, right? And honestly, with all these cards together, I think that's exactly what you're being called to do. To shed the old illusions, to embrace the new possibilities, to trust your intuition, to face your fears, to rest and recuperate, to celebrate your success, and to create a life that's not just happy, but truly authentic, truly meaningful, and truly aligned with your soul's purpose. So go out there and shine your light. The world is waiting for you, and you're ready to create something amazing. But this, this isn't the end. Like, what does this all mean, right? This is like a whole new level. Like, how do you even start living this 10 of Cups life? Especially after going through all that shadow work with the Moon. But this, this isn't the end. Like, what does this all mean, right? This is like a whole new level. Like, how do you even start living this 10 of Cups life? Especially after going through all that shadow work with the Moon. Well, first, let's just take a moment to acknowledge the incredible journey you've been on. Because seriously, it's been a wild ride. I mean, look at these cards. We started with the Death card, which, let's be honest, can be a little scary. But it was all about necessary endings, about clearing out the old to make way for the new. It's like you had to tear down the walls of your old life in order to build something even better, something that's truly aligned with your soul's purpose. And then we had the Fool, that crazy, adventurous energy of leaping into the unknown. It's like you took a deep breath, closed your eyes, and just jumped off the cliff, trusting that everything would be okay. And that's such a powerful move, because it shows that you're not afraid to take risks. You're not afraid to step outside of your comfort zone. And you're not afraid to embrace the possibilities that life has to offer. And then, guiding you on this journey, we had the High Priestess, that wise and intuitive voice within you that always knows the truth. It's like you tapped into your inner wisdom, you listened to your gut feelings, and you followed your heart, even when it was scary or uncertain. And that's so important, because your intuition is your greatest guide. It's the compass that will always lead you in the right direction. But then, things got a little murky with the Moon, right? All those illusions, all those anxieties, all those hidden fears bubbling to the surface. It's like you had to confront your shadow self. You had to face your demons. And you had to acknowledge the parts of yourself that you've been trying to ignore. And that's never easy, but it's so necessary, because you can't truly move forward until you've healed those wounds and integrated those shadows. It's like you had to walk through the darkness in order to appreciate the light. And then, after all that emotional intensity, we had the Four of Swords, that much-needed moment of rest and recuperation. It's like you took a deep breath, you stepped back from the chaos, and you allowed yourself to just be. And that's so important, because you can't pour from an empty cup. You need to take care of yourself. You need to recharge your batteries, and you need to prioritize your own well-being in order to be able to give to others. And then, finally, we arrived at the world, that glorious celebration of completion and success. It's like you reached the top of the mountain, you achieved your goals, and you created a life that's aligned with your values and your purpose. And that's such an incredible accomplishment, because it shows that you have the power to create your own reality. You have the ability to overcome any obstacle, and you have the potential to achieve anything you set your mind to. It's that final stage. And now, the Ten of Cups. And now, this ultimate happiness, right? So, how do you actually start living this Ten of Cups life? How do you bring this joy, this harmony, this emotional fulfillment into your everyday reality? Well, let's start with relationships, because that's really at the heart of this card. I mean, the Ten of Cups is all about deep emotional connections, about building strong bonds with the people you love, and about creating a sense of belonging. So, if you're looking to manifest this energy in your own life, the first step is to focus on nurturing your existing relationships. Think about the people who are already in your life, the ones who love you, support you, and make you feel good about yourself. Are you spending enough quality time with them? Are you expressing your appreciation for them? Are you showing them that you care? It's so easy to get caught up in the hustle and bustle of daily life and to take our loved ones for granted. But the Ten of Cups is a reminder to slow down, to be present, and to cherish the connections that we have. Make an effort to connect with your loved ones on a deeper level. Put down your phones, turn off the TV, and engage in meaningful conversations. Share your thoughts, your feelings, and your dreams with them, and listen to theirs in return. It's about creating a safe space for vulnerability, for honesty, and for authentic connection. And don't be afraid to show your affection. Give hugs, say, "I love you," and express your gratitude for the people who enrich your life. Small gestures of kindness can go a long way in strengthening your bonds and creating a sense of closeness. Think about your closest friends. Are they really lifting you higher and fulfilling your needs? The cards want you to realize that the people who are really holding you back should not be in your Ten of Cups. And if you're single and looking for love, the Ten of Cups is a sign that you're ready to attract a fulfilling and harmonious relationship into your life. But it's not just about finding someone who makes you happy. It's about finding someone who aligns with your values, who supports your dreams, and who challenges you to grow. So be clear about what you're looking for in a partner, and don't settle for anything less than what you deserve. And be open to meeting new people. Put yourself out there, join a club, take a class, or try online dating. The universe is full of potential partners, and you never know where you might find your soulmate. But remember, the most important relationship you have is with yourself. You can't truly love someone else until you love yourself. So, take care of yourself, prioritize your well-being, and cultivate a positive relationship with your own mind and body. Treat yourself with kindness, forgive yourself for your mistakes, and celebrate your accomplishments. You are worthy of love, and you are capable of creating a fulfilling and harmonious relationship. You have to ask, what is the root of that feeling of not being worthy? Is it a passed down belief from a member of your family? Then recognize that that is their belief and not yours. And then, when you attract a partner and make space for the 10 of Cups, the key is to ask questions. See what their family is like. Do they have siblings that they hate? That is a sign that they might be a deeply unhappy person. It is so important to recognize what kind of baggage they bring to your relationship. And if you are able to accept it and help them overcome it, you are ready to attract a partner that can achieve a 10 of Cups relationship with you. Now, let's talk about family, because the 10 of Cups is also about creating a strong and supportive family unit. And this doesn't necessarily mean having children. It simply means creating a sense of belonging and connection with the people you consider to be your family, whether they're blood relatives or chosen family. So, focus on building strong bonds with your family members. Spend quality time together, communicate openly, and support each other's dreams. Create traditions and rituals that bring you closer together, and celebrate each other's successes. And remember, family isn't always easy. There will be disagreements, there will be conflicts, and there will be times when you just don't see eye to eye. But the 10 of Cups is a reminder to approach these challenges with compassion, with understanding, and with a willingness to forgive. Focus on finding common ground, on communicating respectfully, and on working together to resolve conflicts in a way that benefits everyone involved. The 10 of Cups is not about having a perfect family. It's about creating a loving and supportive family that embraces imperfections and works together to overcome challenges. Also, recognize that everyone has their own way to show love. Some people show it through acts of service, and some might show it with gifts. Neither is a right or wrong way. It is just how they know how to give you love. So it is so key to respect and appreciate that. And finally, let's talk about yourself, because the 10 of Cups is also about creating a sense of inner peace and emotional fulfillment. And this starts with self-acceptance. You are worthy of love, you are worthy of happiness, and you are worthy of living a life that's aligned with your values and your purpose. So stop comparing yourself to others. Stop judging yourself harshly, and start embracing your imperfections. You are unique, you are valuable, and you are loved just as you are. And prioritize self-care. Take care of your body, your mind, and your spirit. Eat healthy foods, exercise regularly, get enough sleep, and spend time in nature. Engage in activities that bring you joy, that inspire you, and that help you to connect with your inner self. Because all of those things will help you attract the Ten of Cups energy. When you are feeling that lack and need to be loved, you also radiate that out. Also, set healthy boundaries. Learn to say no to things that drain your energy, that compromise your values, or that don't align with your goals. Protect your time, your energy, and your well-being, and prioritize your own needs. It's not selfish to put yourself first. It's necessary for creating a fulfilling and harmonious life. And pursue your passions. Engage in activities that bring you joy, that challenge you, and that help you to grow. Explore your creativity, express yourself authentically, and follow your heart. You are here to live a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose, and that means pursuing your passions and sharing your gifts with the world. When you fill yourself with love and creativity, you will attract someone who is also seeking that high Ten of Cups energy. But okay, let's be real for a second. This all sounds amazing, right? But how do you actually overcome those challenges, those illusions, those anxieties that the moon brought up? How do you create this Ten of Cups life when you're still dealing with those shadows? Well, the first step is to acknowledge them. Don't try to ignore your fears, your doubts, or your insecurities. Acknowledge them, validate them, and give yourself permission to feel them. It's okay to be scared. It's okay to be uncertain. And it's okay to feel vulnerable. The moon is a reminder that we all have shadows and that it's okay to embrace them. And then challenge those negative thoughts. Are they really true? Is there any evidence to support them? Or are they just stories that you're telling yourself? Often, our fears are based on limiting beliefs, on past experiences, or on societal conditioning. Challenge those beliefs, question those assumptions, and reframe your perspective. It's like you're rewriting your narrative. You're creating a new story for yourself, and you're choosing to focus on the positive, on the possibilities, and on the potential for growth. And practice self-compassion. Be kind to yourself, be patient with yourself, and forgive yourself for your mistakes. You are human, you are imperfect, and you are doing the best you can. So treat yourself with the same love, kindness, and understanding that you would offer to a friend. You can even think about what advice you would give to someone. This also means letting go of the toxic people that don't support your Ten of Cups goal. The moon recognized and shined a light on those negative people. It is now time to let them go and allow yourself to find peace in their absence. You need to realize that everyone handles relationships differently, and they might not mesh with your goals. It is important to surround yourself with people that allow you to grow. And seek support. Don't try to go it alone. Reach out to your loved ones, talk to a therapist, or join a support group. Sharing your feelings, expressing your fears, and connecting with others who understand what you're going through can be incredibly healing and empowering. And remember, you are not alone. You are surrounded by love, by support, and by a community of people who care about you. So, don't be afraid to ask for help when you need it. You are a worthwhile person, and being happy should be your top priority. The world is waiting for you to be your authentic self and let your 10 of Cups flag fly. And remember that the moon is a cycle, just like everything else in life. It's a reminder that there will always be ups and downs. There will always be challenges, and there will always be times when we feel lost or uncertain. But it's also a reminder that we have the strength, the resilience, and the inner wisdom to navigate those challenges and to emerge stronger and wiser than ever before. So, embrace the shadows, learn from the darkness, and trust that the light will always return. Okay, so let's bring this all back to the Rhodonite dragon, that amazing crystal of awakening. Because this is where it all comes together, right? The Rhodonite dragon is all about awakening your inner fire, about igniting your passion, and about connecting with your true self. And this entire reading has been about that. It's been about awakening to your potential, awakening to your purpose, and awakening to your power to create a life that's filled with love, joy, and fulfillment. And that hidden desire, I think it's about unleashing that inner dragon, about embracing your authenticity, and about creating a 10 of Cups life that's truly aligned with your soul's purpose. It's about finding the love that you deserve, the love that sparks that fire within you and allows you to rise higher than you ever believed possible. The card readings have allowed you to see a future that might have been hidden behind anxieties. This is that opportunity to let the Rhodonite dragon fly and recognize your true, authentic self. But remember, this isn't about perfection. This is about progress. It's about taking small steps each day towards creating the life that you desire. It's about being patient with yourself. It's about being kind to yourself. And it's about celebrating your successes along the way. And trust that the universe is conspiring to help you. You are not alone on this journey. You are surrounded by love, by support, and by a community of people who believe in you. So, embrace the journey, embrace the challenges, and embrace the possibilities. The world is waiting for you, and you are ready to create something amazing. You need to realize that you also have the opportunity to teach other people and lift them higher. But it is only possible once you start doing the work and reach your destination with your own soul. When you can show love to yourself, it is then possible to reach out and show that same kind of love to others. It is the only way to create a 10 of Cups for not only yourself, but everyone in your life. So, what's the final word? What's the ultimate guidance that I can offer you as you embark on this journey towards your 10 of Cups life? Well, first, believe in yourself. You are capable of amazing things. You have the strength, the resilience, and the inner wisdom to overcome any obstacle and to create the life that you desire. So, trust yourself, trust your intuition, and trust the journey. You are on the right path. Second, be patient. This isn't going to happen overnight. It takes time. It takes effort. and it takes persistence to create lasting change. So be patient with yourself, celebrate your small victories, and don't get discouraged by setbacks. Keep moving forward, one step at a time, and you will eventually reach your destination. Third, be authentic. Don't try to be someone you're not. Be true to yourself, be honest with yourself, and be vulnerable with others. The most fulfilling relationships are built on authenticity, on trust, and on genuine connection. Fourth, be grateful. Appreciate the good things in your life. Express your gratitude to the people who support you, and focus on the positive. Gratitude is a powerful magnet for attracting more joy, more abundance, and more love into your life. And fifth, be kind. Be kind to yourself, be kind to others, and be kind to the world. Spread love, spread compassion, and spread joy wherever you go. The world needs more kindness, and you have the power to make a difference. Sixth, have fun. Let go of all the pressure, the stress, and the anxiety. Remember, life is meant to be enjoyed. So laugh, dance, sing, and do whatever brings you joy. It is never too late to pursue your dreams and be who you were always meant to be. When you do not enjoy the steps, it will be impossible to enjoy the destination. Create a vision board and put all your dream steps on there. Allow yourself to look at this board daily and remember the reason why you started. You need to remember to enjoy the ride of life. I know it can be overwhelming, and there are times you might want to just tap out. That is not an option. You have to realize your inner self and inner strength. There is no other option to go than forward. When you finally find that inner balance, you will allow more light and love in. And seventh, create those memories and focus on being present. It can be the biggest challenge, but the biggest reward. Put the phone away and just be with people in the moment. Take mental pictures of people in your life. And finally, never give up on your dreams. You deserve to be happy, you deserve to be loved, and you deserve to live a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. So, keep dreaming big, keep taking action, and keep believing in yourself. You are capable of amazing things, and the world is waiting for you to shine your light. And remember, that Rhodonite dragon is always there, burning brightly within you, guiding you, supporting you, and empowering you to create the life of your dreams. So, go out there and unleash your inner dragon. You've totally got this. Now, seriously, that's all for this reading. I'm sending you so much love and light and positive energy on your journey. Thank you for letting me be a part of it. I cannot wait to see where it leads you. Good BI. Hello, my friend. So glad you chose the Malachite sphere. Malachite is all about nurturing and growth, which perfectly fits our theme, cultivating deeper connections and growing a love that lasts. This reading is all about building something real and lasting in your love life. Okay, so the cards we have here are the Hierophant, the Fool, and the Empress, which, wow, that's quite the trio. It feels like we're looking at a journey from tradition to freedom, guided by love. I'm so excited to break this down for you. let's start with the Hierophant. Now, the Hierophant is all about tradition, institutions, and the established way of doing things. When I see this card, I immediately think about societal expectations, religious beliefs, and even family values. It's about adhering to a certain code of conduct, following the rules, and seeking guidance from authority figures. So, think about what structures you have in place. What are the things that feel like they're supposed to happen? What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to believe? It's interesting that this is the first card, because it is almost setting the stage for the rest of the reading. That's really, really interesting. Maybe you've been feeling pressured to conform to someone else's idea of what your love life should look like. Perhaps your family has certain expectations about who you should be with. Or maybe you've internalized societal norms about marriage, relationships, and commitment. It could be that you're stuck in a pattern of dating the right kind of person, even if there's no real spark or connection there. You think they look good on paper, but they don't feel good in your heart. That's the Hierophant in a nutshell. Now, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Tradition can provide a sense of stability and structure, and sometimes following the rules can lead to positive outcomes. But the Hierophant can also represent feeling trapped, restricted, or disconnected from your own truth. It can indicate that you're sacrificing your own happiness in order to please others or maintain the status quo. Are you doing that? Are you going along to get along? Are you not really listening to your heart? Think about the areas of your life where you feel the most constrained by tradition or expectation. Is it in your choice of partner? Is it in the way you define your relationship? Is it in the way you express your love and affection? What are the unspoken rules that you're playing by? And who made those rules in the first place? Who even decided that this is the correct way to do this? Maybe you've been taught that you should only date within your religion or culture. Maybe you believe that you need to be married by a certain age in order to be considered successful. Maybe you think that you need to have children in order to fulfill your role as a woman or a man. These are all examples of the Hierophant at work, shaping your beliefs and influencing your decisions. It's so important to examine these beliefs and ask yourself whether they truly align with your own values and desires. Are you living your life according to your own terms? Or are you simply following a script that was written by someone else? Is this your story? Or is it someone else's story that you're just playing a part in? The Hierophant can also represent a mentor or spiritual advisor who can help you navigate these complex issues. This could be a therapist, a coach, a religious leader, or even a trusted friend or family member. Someone who can offer guidance and support as you explore your beliefs and challenge the status quo. But, and this is a big, but it's crucial to choose someone who is truly aligned with your own values and who is not simply trying to impose their own beliefs on you. find someone who really gets you, who sees you, and who isn't just trying to mold you into their idea of what you should be. I think about people in my own life, like I have family members who definitely embody the Hierophant. They have very strong opinions about how things should be done, and they're not afraid to share those opinions, whether I ask for them or not. And I love them, but I also have to be very careful about taking their advice, because their values are not always aligned with my own. So I listen, I nod, I smile, and then I do what I know is right for me. Does that sound familiar to you? Have you had that experience? Another aspect of the Hierophant is the need for structure and routine. This can be especially important in relationships, where it's easy to fall into bad habits or neglect your partner's needs. The Hierophant reminds you to create rituals and traditions that strengthen your bond and keep your relationship on track. This could be anything from a weekly date night to a daily check-in, or even just a simple "I love you" before you go to bed. Like something that's intentional, something that you both agree on, something that creates a sense of security and connection. But again, it's important to strike a balance between structure and freedom. Too much routine can become stifling and lead to boredom or resentment. The key is to find a rhythm that works for both of you and that allows you to grow and evolve as individuals and as a couple. Don't get so stuck in the routine that you forget to have fun and be spontaneous. Leave room for surprises, for adventures, for trying new things together. You don't want to be like those old couples who just do the same thing every single Friday night for 50 years. So, with the Hierophant, we're really looking at the foundations of your beliefs about love and relationships. We're asking you to question those beliefs, to challenge the status quo, and to create your own definition of what love means to you. It's about finding a balance between tradition and innovation, between structure and freedom, and between pleasing others and honoring your own truth. Like, what do you really want? What makes you happy? What feels authentic and fulfilling to you? And this can be a really difficult process. It can be scary to step outside of your comfort zone and challenge the beliefs that you've held for so long. But it's also incredibly liberating. When you finally give yourself permission to live your life according to your own terms, you open yourself up to a whole new world of possibilities. The world suddenly becomes a much bigger and more exciting place. It's like you've been living in a black and white movie, and suddenly everything is in color. So that's the Hierophant. A lot to unpack there, right? But now, here's where it gets really interesting. Because right after the Hierophant, we have the Fool. Oh, I'm so excited for this. This is going to be good. This is so, so good. The Fool is all about new beginnings, spontaneity, and taking a leap of faith. It's about stepping outside of your comfort zone and embracing the unknown. It's about trusting your intuition and following your heart, even when you don't know where you're going. So, Right after this card of tradition, we have this card of absolute rebellion, which is so beautiful. When I see the Fool, I think about adventure, excitement, and the thrill of the unknown. It's about saying yes to new experiences, even if they scare you a little bit. It's about letting go of your inhibitions and embracing your inner child. It's about not taking yourself too seriously and having fun along the way. This is a beautiful shift in energy, seriously, like you are about to have so much fun. Maybe you've been feeling stuck in a rut lately, trapped by the Hierophant's rules and expectations. Perhaps you're craving something new and exciting, something that will shake you out of your complacency and remind you that you're alive. The Fool is here to tell you that it's okay to take a risk, to step outside of your comfort zone, and to follow your heart, even if it leads you down an unconventional path. You know, like, it's okay to be a little bit crazy, a little bit wild, a little bit unpredictable. The world needs more fools, honestly. Think about the areas of your life where you've been playing it safe. Is it in your dating life? Are you always going for the same type of person, even though it never works out? Is it in your approach to relationships? Are you always following the same script, even though it leaves you feeling unfulfilled? The Fool is inviting you to break free from those patterns and try something completely different. Like, throw caution to the wind and see what happens. Maybe you've always wanted to try online dating, but you've been too afraid of what people will think. The Fool says, go for it. Maybe you've been dreaming of traveling the world, but you've been holding yourself back because of money or responsibilities. The Fool says, book that ticket. Maybe you've been secretly crushing on someone who's totally outside of your type, but you've been too afraid to make a move. The Fool says, what do you have to lose? The Fool is all about embracing the present moment and trusting that everything will work out in the end. It's about letting go of your fears and insecurities and allowing yourself to be guided by your intuition. It's about believing in yourself and your ability to create the life that you want, even if you don't know exactly how you're going to get there. Like, just trust the process, trust yourself, and trust that the universe has your back. I think about a time when I took a huge leap of faith in my own life. I quit my stable, well-paying job to pursue my dream of becoming a writer. Everyone thought I was crazy, including my parents. They were like, are you sure you know what you're doing? That's irresponsible. But I knew in my heart that it was the right thing to do. It was scary, but it was also incredibly exhilarating. And you know what? It worked out. It wasn't easy, but I'm now living my dream, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. So yeah, sometimes you just have to jump, even if you're terrified. The Fool can also represent a new person entering your life, someone who will challenge you to grow and evolve. This could be a romantic partner, a friend, or even a mentor. Someone who will inspire you to step outside of your comfort zone and embrace new possibilities. Someone who will see you for who you truly are and encourage you to be your most authentic self. ready for someone amazing to come into your life. Someone who will totally change your perspective and open your eyes to new possibilities. Ooh, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. But the Fool also comes with a warning. It's important to be mindful of your actions and to avoid being reckless or impulsive. While it's good to take risks, it's also important to be responsible and to consider the potential consequences of your choices. Like, don't go blowing all your money on a one-way ticket to Vegas without having a plan for how you're going to get home. The Fool is about being open to new experiences, but it's also about being smart and making informed decisions. So be wild, but be wise, okay? The Fool is encouraging you to embrace your inner child, to let go of your inhibitions, and to have fun. It's about remembering that life is an adventure, and that you're the author of your own story. It's about taking risks, making mistakes, and learning from those mistakes. It's about trusting yourself, trusting the universe, and believing that anything is possible. Seriously, anything is possible. So, with the Fool, we're really looking at the potential for new beginnings and exciting adventures in your love life. We're asking you to let go of your fears and insecurities and to embrace the unknown. We're encouraging you to take a leap of faith, to step outside of your comfort zone, and to follow your heart, even if it leads you down an unconventional path. This feels so good. I really do love this for you. What a blessing to receive this reading. And how does the Empress play into this? Well, the Empress is all about love, nurturing, creativity, and abundance. It's about connecting with your feminine energy, embracing your sensuality, and creating a beautiful and fulfilling life for yourself. The Empress is the ultimate Earth Mother, the embodiment of love, compassion, and abundance. Oh my goodness, this is really the cherry on top of this whole reading. You really, really deserve this energy. When I see the Empress, I think about warmth, comfort, and unconditional love. It's about creating a safe and nurturing environment for yourself and for others. It's about embracing your creativity and expressing yourself in authentic and meaningful ways. It's about appreciating the beauty and abundance that surrounds you and recognizing that you are worthy of love and happiness. It's just, wow, this is so beautiful. I love seeing this card in a reading. Maybe you've been feeling disconnected from your feminine energy lately. Or perhaps you've been neglecting your own needs in order to care for others. Perhaps you've been struggling to express yourself creatively. Or you've been feeling unappreciated and unloved. The Empress is here to remind you of your inherent worth and to encourage you to embrace your own power and beauty. You are a goddess, and it's time to start treating yourself like one. Think about the ways that you can nurture yourself and create a more loving and supportive environment in your life. Is it by spending more time in nature? Is it by practicing self-care rituals? Is it by surrounding yourself with positive and uplifting people? Is it by expressing your creativity through art, music, or writing? The Empress is inviting you to connect with your inner goddess and to create a life that is filled with love, joy, and abundance. Like, what makes you feel good? What makes you feel beautiful? What makes you feel alive? Do more of that. Maybe you've been struggling with your body image, or perhaps you've been feeling insecure about your appearance. The Empress is here to remind you that you are beautiful inside and out. It's about embracing your curves, your wrinkles, and your imperfections. It's about loving your body for all that it does for you and appreciating the unique beauty that you possess. You know, like, you are perfect just the way you are. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. The Empress can also represent a nurturing and supportive partner who will love and cherish you unconditionally. This could be someone who is already in your life, or it could be someone new who is about to enter your world. Someone who will see you for who you truly are and appreciate all of your unique qualities. Someone who will make you feel safe, loved, and cherished. Like, get ready for some serious romance, because the Empress is bringing the love. But the Empress also comes with a warning. It's important to avoid becoming overly indulgent or neglecting your responsibilities. While it's good to nurture yourself and enjoy the pleasures of life, it's also important to be mindful of your actions and to avoid falling into unhealthy patterns. You know, like, don't go spending all your money on designer clothes and fancy dinners while neglecting your bills and responsibilities. The Empress is about abundance, but it's also about balance and moderation. So, treat yourself, but don't overdo it, okay? The Empress is encouraging you to connect with your feminine energy, to embrace your sensuality, and to create a beautiful and fulfilling life for yourself. It's about remembering that you are worthy of love and happiness, and that you have the power to create the life that you want. It's about embracing your creativity, expressing yourself authentically, and nurturing yourself and others. Like, you are a force of nature, and it's time to start living your life to the fullest. So, with the Empress, we're really looking at the potential for creating a loving, nurturing, and abundant relationship in your life. We're asking you to connect with your feminine energy, to embrace your sensuality, and to create a life that is filled with love, joy, and abundance. This is seriously a magical reading, and I'm so excited for you to embody this Empress energy. So, to bring it all together, we have the Hierophant, representing the traditions and expectations that may be holding you back. The Fool, representing the courage to take a leap of faith and embrace new beginnings. And the Empress, representing the love, nurturing, and abundance that are available to you when you connect with your inner goddess. It's like you're breaking free from old patterns, embracing new adventures, and creating a life that is filled with love and joy. This is such a powerful combination, and I'm so excited to see what unfolds for you. This is going to be a beautiful journey. I can already feel it. This journey will need so much clarity, and I can't wait to pull the next card. Oh my gosh. Okay, So we have the magician. What? This is getting so good, like, are you kidding me? Okay, so the magician is all about manifestation, skill, resourcefulness, and just, like, making things happen. It's about taking all the tools you have at your disposal and using them to create the reality you desire. And with this Malachite sphere, this nurturing energy that we're focusing on, it's like you're not just manifesting anything, you're manifesting something beautiful and grounded. Like you're planting seeds and watching them grow into something amazing. You know. Okay, so think about it. We've gone from the Hierophant, which is all about, like, the rules and the structures and the shoulds, right? And then we jumped into the Fool, which is like, screw the rules, let's go on an adventure. And then we landed on the Empress, which is like, okay, let's create something beautiful and nurturing and abundant. And now we have the Magician, who's like, okay, I have all these amazing things. Now what do I do with them? How do I actually make this happen? You know, so it's like we're moving from, like, just having the potential to actually doing the thing. And that's huge. That's so powerful. The Magician is about taking conscious action. It's about recognizing your own power and using it to shape your reality. It's about knowing what you want and going after it with confidence and intention. Like, this is not about just wishing upon a star. This is about getting your hands dirty and making it happen. And you know, with the Malachite, it's all about nurturing that manifestation, about making sure you're coming from a place of love and growth. You're not just trying to, like, force something into existence. You're actually nurturing the seeds so that they bloom into something really beautiful and lasting. It's about growing a love that lasts. So the Magician has all these tools laid out in front of them, right? They've got the wand, the cup, the sword, and the pentacle. And each of these represents a different aspect of manifestation. The wand is all about your passion, your inspiration, your drive. It's the fire that gets you going, that excitement about what you're creating. The cup is all about your emotions, your intuition, your connection to others. It's about feeling the love, nurturing the relationships, and trusting your gut. The sword is all about your intellect, your clarity, your communication. It's about thinking things through, making smart decisions, and expressing yourself clearly. And the pentacle is all about the physical world, your resources, your security, your stability. It's about taking care of yourself, building a solid foundation, and making sure you have what you need to succeed. So, to manifest this love, this lasting love, you have to use all these tools. You have to tap into your passion, your emotions, your intellect, and your resources. You have to be clear about what you want, be open to receiving it, and be willing to take action to make it happen. And with the nurturing Malachite energy, it's all about making sure you're coming from a place of love, growth, and authenticity. You're not just trying to, like, get something from someone else. You're actually creating something beautiful and meaningful together. Like, think about it this way. What are you passionate about? What lights you up inside? What makes you feel alive? That's your wand. And how can you use that passion to attract the kind of love you want? Maybe you're passionate about art, so you start going to art galleries and meeting people who share your interests. Maybe you're passionate about hiking, so you join a hiking club and meet someone who loves the outdoors as much as you do. It's about putting yourself out there and doing the things that you love, and the right person will naturally gravitate towards you. You know. And then there's the cup. What are you feeling? What are you longing for? What kind of emotional connection are you craving? That's your cup. And how can you nurture those emotions and create a space for love to blossom? Maybe you need to work on your self-love and self-acceptance. Maybe you need to heal from past hurts and release any baggage that you're carrying around. Maybe you need to learn how to communicate your needs and desires in a healthy and respectful way. It's about tending to your emotional garden and making sure it's a welcoming place for love to grow. And then we have the sword. This is about your intellect. So what are you thinking? What are your beliefs about love and relationships? Are they serving you, or are they holding you back? That's your sword. And how can you use your intellect to clarify your intentions and make smart decisions? Maybe you need to challenge some of your limiting beliefs about love. Maybe you need to get clear about what you're looking for in a partner. Maybe you need to set some healthy boundaries and stick to them. It's about sharpening your mind and using it to create a clear path towards love. And finally, the pentacle. What resources do you have at your disposal? What skills, talents, and connections can you use to attract love into your life? That's your pentacle. And how can you use those resources to create a stable and secure foundation for a relationship? Maybe you need to work on your finances so you can feel more confident and secure. Maybe you need to invest in your appearance so you can feel good about yourself. Maybe you need to build your social network so you have a support system in place. It's about taking care of your physical needs and creating a solid foundation for love to flourish. So, with the magician, it's all about taking all these different aspects of yourself and bringing them together to create the love that you desire. It's about being intentional, being proactive, and being willing to put in the work to make it happen. But you know, there can be blocks. What if you don't feel like you have all the tools? What if you feel like you're lacking in one area or another? What if you're just not feeling confident in your ability to manifest love? Well, that's where the nurturing energy of Malachite comes in. It's about recognizing that you already have everything you need inside of you. It's about tapping into your inner strength and believing in yourself. It's about recognizing that you are worthy of love and that you have the power to create the life that you want. You know, and it connects back to the Hierophant, too. Because maybe those feelings of inadequacy, those feelings of not being enough, are coming from those old beliefs and expectations that you're still holding on to. Maybe you're still comparing yourself to other people or trying to live up to someone else's idea of what you should be. The magician is here to tell you that you don't have to do that anymore. You are perfect just the way you are, and you have everything you need to manifest the love that you desire. Like, think about those areas where you feel like you're lacking. Are you feeling insecure about your appearance? Maybe that's because you've been bombarded with unrealistic images of beauty your whole life. The magician says, challenge those images. Embrace your own unique beauty. Focus on the things that you love about yourself. Are you feeling insecure about your financial situation? Maybe that's because you've been taught that you need to be rich to be worthy of love. The magician says, that's nonsense. Love is not about money. It's about connection, compassion, and mutual respect. It's about reframing those negative beliefs and replacing them with positive, empowering ones. It's about recognizing that you are worthy of love, no matter what your circumstances are. And it's about believing in your ability to manifest the life that you desire. You know, and how does this affect the fool's journey? Well, the fool is all about taking risks and embracing the unknown. The magician helps to ground that energy and give it direction. It's like the fool is jumping off the cliff, and the magician is there to help them build wings on the way down. The fool is trusting that everything will work out, and the magician is taking steps to make sure that it does. It's a beautiful combination of faith and action. It's about being open to new possibilities while also being proactive in creating the life that you want. It's about trusting the universe while also taking responsibility for your own happiness. You know, the fool brings the spark, the magician fans the flames. The fool has the courage, and the magician provides the skills. And then there's the Empress. Oh, the Empress and the magician together are just like a powerhouse of creation. The Empress is all about love, nurturing, and abundance. The magician is all about manifestation and skill. Together, they can create anything they desire. The Empress provides the inspiration and the nurturing energy, and the magician provides the tools and the know-how. It's like the Empress is the artist, and the magician is the craftsman. The Empress has the vision, and the magician brings it to life. The Empress provides the love, and the magician helps to manifest it into the physical world. Together, they can create a relationship that is both beautiful and lasting. But you know, there's also a shadow side to the magician. The magician can also represent manipulation, illusion, and using your power for selfish purposes. It's about being mindful of your intentions and making sure that you're not trying to control or manipulate others. It's about using your power for good and creating a win-win situation for everyone involved. You know, you have to be careful that you're not trying to be a puppet master. Like, are you trying to, trick someone into loving you? Are you trying to, present a false image of yourself to attract someone? Are you trying to, control the relationship to get what you want? The magician says, don't do that. That's not authentic, and it will never lead to lasting love. It's about being honest and genuine in your interactions with others. It's about being true to yourself and not trying to be someone you're not. It's about creating a relationship that is based on mutual respect, trust, and authenticity. You know, lasting love is not built on illusion. It's built on a foundation of honesty and truth. So, how can you avoid the pitfalls of the shadow magician? Well, it starts with self-awareness. It's about being honest with yourself about your intentions and motivations. It's about asking yourself, am I coming from a place of love? Or am I coming from a place of fear? Am I trying to create something beautiful? Or am I trying to manipulate someone to get what I want? It's also about empathy. It's about putting yourself in the other person's shoes and understanding their perspective. It's about treating them with respect and kindness, even if you don't agree with them. It's about recognizing that they are a human being with their own feelings, needs, and desires. And it's about humility. It's about recognizing that you don't have all the answers and that you're not always right. It's about being open to feedback and willing to learn from your mistakes. It's about recognizing that you're not perfect and that you're always a work in progress. The magician is about having the power to create your reality, but it's also about using that power responsibly. It's about being mindful of your intentions, being empathetic to others, and being humble in your approach. It's about using your power for good and creating a world that is filled with love, joy, and abundance. So, how does this all tie into the theme of cultivating deeper connections and growing a love that lasts? Well, the magician is about taking the initiative to create the kind of relationship that you want. It's about being proactive in your love life and not just waiting for things to happen. It's about using your skills, talents, and resources to build a strong and lasting connection with someone. It's about being clear about what you want in a relationship and communicating those desires to your partner. It's about being willing to compromise and work together to create a relationship that meets both of your needs. It's about being supportive of each other's goals and dreams and helping each other to grow and evolve. And it's about nurturing the relationship over time. It's about making time for each other, expressing your love and appreciation, and keeping the spark alive. It's about being committed to the relationship through thick and thin, and working through any challenges that may arise. The magician is not a one-time thing. It's an ongoing process of creation, nurturing, and growth. It's about constantly working on the relationship and making sure that it's meeting both of your needs. It's about being committed to the relationship for the long haul and being willing to put in the work to make it last. So, what are some concrete steps that you can take to embody the magician energy in your love life? Well, first, get clear about what you want. What kind of relationship are you looking for? What qualities are you looking for in a partner? What are your non-negotiables? Write it all down. Second, identify your skills, talents, and resources. What do you have to offer in a relationship? What are you good at? What do you enjoy doing? How can you use those things to attract the kind of partner you want? Third, take action. Put yourself out there. Join a dating app, go to social events, take a class, volunteer for a cause you care about. Do things that you enjoy, and that will expose you to new people. Fourth, be authentic. Be yourself. Don't try to be someone you're not. Let your true personality shine through. The right person will love you for who you are. Fifth, be open to receiving. Be willing to accept love and appreciation from others. Don't push people away or sabotage your chances of finding love. Sixth, nurture the relationship. Once you find someone you connect with, make time for them. Express your love and appreciation, and keep the spark alive. Seventh, be committed. Be willing to work through any challenges that may arise. Don't give up easily. Relationships take work, but they are worth it. And eighth, trust yourself. Believe in your ability to create the love that you desire. You have everything you need inside of you. Just tap into your inner power and make it happen. You know, really think about this. What makes you you? What are your unique skills and talents? How can you use those to draw someone in? Are you a great cook? Host a dinner party? Are you a talented musician? Play at an open mic night? Are you a witty writer? Start a blog or share your thoughts on social media. It's about showcasing your unique gifts and talents and letting them shine. It's about being confident in who you are and what you have to offer. The right person will be drawn to your authenticity and your unique personality. You know, and it all comes back to that Malachite energy. This is not about forcing things or manipulating situations. It's about nurturing the seeds of love and letting them grow naturally. It's about creating a loving and supportive environment where love can flourish. It's about being patient, kind, and compassionate with yourself and with others. You know, it's about trust. So, take a moment to reflect on your own life. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What are your limiting beliefs? What are your dreams and desires? And how can you use the magician energy to create the love that you desire? Really ask yourself these questions, sit with them, and see what comes up. Because this is where the real magic happens. You know, this is where you start to create the life that you've always dreamed of. And I'm so excited for you. This reading is just getting better and better. But we still have more to uncover. And I'm so curious to see what the next card reveals. Oh, this is going to be good. Oh my gosh, are you ready for this? Because I just pulled the moon. The moon. Okay, so if the magician is all about taking action and manifesting your desires, the moon is like, what if you don't even know what your desires are, you know? What if you're manifesting something that isn't even really what you want? What if you're building something on a foundation of illusions? It's like the magician has all these tools, right? But the moon is asking, are you even using them correctly? Are you seeing things clearly? Or are you just stumbling around in the dark, you know? It's kind of spooky, honestly, but in a good way. Like a let's uncover some secrets kind of way, you know? So, the moon is all about intuition, dreams, and the subconscious. It's about the things that are hidden beneath the surface, the things that we don't always see or acknowledge. It's about the shadows, the mysteries, the uncertainties. It's about trusting your gut, even when you don't know why. Like, think about those times when you just knew something was off, even if you couldn't explain it. Or those dreams that felt so real, so meaningful, but you couldn't quite grasp what they were trying to tell you. That's the moon at work. It's about tapping into that deeper level of awareness, that inner knowing that goes beyond logic and reason. And you know, with the magician, it's easy to get caught up in the doing, in the planning, in the strategizing. But the moon is reminding you to slow down, to listen to your intuition, to pay attention to your dreams. It's about going within and asking yourself, like, what's really going on here? What am I not seeing? Because sometimes the things that are hidden are the things that are holding us back the most, you know. Like maybe you're manifesting a relationship that looks good on paper, but it doesn't feel right deep down. Or maybe you're pursuing a goal that everyone else thinks is amazing, but it doesn't actually align with your true values. The moon is saying, like, it's time to get real with yourself. It's time to face your fears, to confront your shadows, to uncover the hidden truths that are lurking beneath the surface. And, you know, it can be scary. It can be uncomfortable. But it's also incredibly liberating. Because once you know what's really going on, you can start to manifest something that is truly aligned with your soul, you know. So, how does this connect to the other cards? Well, with the Hierophant, we were talking about traditions and expectations. The moon is asking, like, are those traditions and expectations really serving you? Or are they just keeping you stuck in the dark, preventing you from seeing your own truth? Like, maybe you've been taught that you should only date a certain type of person, or that you should get married by a certain age. But the moon is saying, like, what does your intuition tell you? What does your heart want? Are you really happy following those rules? Or are you just doing it because you think you should? And then there's the Fool, who's all about taking a leap of faith and embracing the unknown. The moon is saying, like, that's great, but make sure you're jumping in the right direction, you know. Make sure you're not just blindly following your impulses, but that you're also listening to your intuition and paying attention to the signs. Because sometimes the unknown can be scary and confusing. The moon is reminding you that it's okay to be uncertain. It's okay to have doubts. It's okay to feel lost. But it's also important to trust yourself, to trust your intuition, and to keep moving forward, even when you can't see the path ahead. It's like the Fool is saying, I'm going to jump. And the moon is saying, okay, but maybe check for quicksand first, you know. It's about balancing that sense of adventure with a healthy dose of intuition and self-awareness. And of course, we have the Empress, all about love, nurturing, and abundance. The moon is asking, like, are you truly nurturing yourself? Are you truly loving yourself? Or are you just putting on a show for others, pretending to be happy and fulfilled when you're actually feeling lost and empty inside? because the Empress is all about connecting with your feminine energy, with your intuition, with your emotions. The moon is reminding you that those things are not always easy to access. Sometimes they're hidden beneath layers of fear, doubt, and insecurity. The moon is inviting you to go on a journey of self-discovery, to explore your inner landscape, to uncover the hidden treasures that lie within. It's about connecting with your intuition, trusting your gut, and listening to the whispers of your soul. And you know, with the Malachite sphere, this nurturing energy, it's all about being gentle with yourself during this process. It's about recognizing that it's okay to feel vulnerable. It's okay to feel scared. It's okay to feel uncertain. But it's also important to be kind to yourself, to be patient with yourself, and to believe in yourself. Like, imagine you're walking through a dark forest, you know. The moon is shining down, but it's still hard to see. You're not sure where you're going, and you're a little bit afraid of what might be lurking in the shadows. But you keep going, one step at a time, trusting that you'll eventually find your way. The Malachite is like a little flashlight, guiding you through the darkness, reminding you that you're not alone, and that you have the strength to overcome any obstacles that come your way, you know. It's about nurturing that inner strength, that inner knowing, that inner light that will guide you through the darkness and lead you to your true destination. So, let's talk more about intuition. What does it really mean to trust your gut? How do you know if you're really hearing your intuition, or if you're just letting your fears and insecurities get the best of you? Well, one way to think about it is that intuition is like a whisper, while fear is like a scream. Intuition is subtle, gentle, and persistent. Fear is loud, dramatic, and overwhelming. Intuition feels calm and peaceful. Fear feels anxious and chaotic. Like, imagine you're trying to decide whether or not to go on a date with someone. Your intuition might be saying like, this person seems nice, but I'm not really feeling a strong connection. Maybe I should give it a try, but I shouldn't get my hopes up too high. Your fear, on the other hand, might be screaming, don't do it. You're going to get hurt. You're going to get rejected. You're going to end up alone forever. The key is to learn how to distinguish between those two voices, to learn how to listen to the whisper of your intuition instead of the scream of your fear. And you know, that takes practice. It takes self-awareness, it takes patience, and it takes a willingness to be honest with yourself. One thing that can really help is meditation. When you meditate, you're creating space for your intuition to speak to you. You're quieting the noise of your mind and allowing yourself to connect with your inner knowing. Even just 5 or 10 minutes of meditation a day can make a huge difference. You can focus on your breath. You can visualize a peaceful scene, or you can simply sit in silence and listen to the whispers of your soul. The point is to create a space where you can connect with your intuition and receive its guidance. Another thing that can help is journaling. When you write down your thoughts and feelings, you're processing them in a more conscious way. You're giving yourself a chance to examine your beliefs, to identify your fears, and to uncover the hidden truths that are lurking beneath the surface. You can write about your dreams. You can write about your relationships. You can write about your goals and desires. The point is to get everything out of your head and onto paper, so you can see it more clearly and understand it more deeply. And of course, it's also important to pay attention to your body. Your body is always communicating with you, telling you what it needs, what it wants, and what it doesn't want. Your body can give you clues about your intuition, helping you to distinguish between what feels right and what feels wrong. Like, have you ever had that feeling of butterflies in your stomach when you're about to do something exciting? Or that feeling of tightness in your chest when you're in a stressful situation? Those are your body's way of communicating with you, giving you information about your intuition and your emotions. So, pay attention to those signals. Listen to your body. Trust your gut. Your intuition is always there for you, guiding you, supporting you, and helping you to create the life that you desire. You just have to learn how to listen to it. Okay, let's go back to the Empress for a minute, because the Empress is all about nurturing yourself, right? And the moon is about intuition and the subconscious. So, how do you nurture your intuition? How do you create a loving and supportive environment for your inner knowing to flourish? Well, one way is to prioritize self-care. Make time for the things that make you feel good, the things that nourish your soul, the things that bring you joy. Whether it's taking a long bath, reading a good book, spending time in nature, or connecting with loved ones, make sure you're filling your own cup so you have plenty to give to others. Because you can't pour from an empty cup, you know. If you're constantly giving and giving and giving without taking the time to nurture yourself, you're going to burn out. You're going to feel resentful, exhausted, and disconnected from your intuition. So, prioritize self-care. Make it a non-negotiable part of your daily routine. Schedule it in your calendar, just like you would any other important appointment. And don't feel guilty about it. You deserve to take care of yourself. You deserve to feel good. You deserve to nurture your intuition. Another way to nurture your intuition is to create a sacred space for yourself. This could be a corner of your bedroom, a room in your house, or even just a spot in your backyard. The point is to create a space where you feel safe, comfortable, and connected to your inner self. You can fill this space with things that inspire you, things that make you feel good, things that remind you of your connection to the divine. You can put up pictures of loved ones. You can light candles. You can burn incense. You can play relaxing music. The point is to create a space where you can connect with your intuition and receive its guidance. And of course, it's also important to surround yourself with positive and supportive people. People who believe in you, people who encourage you, people who lift you up. Avoid people who drain your energy, people who criticize you, people who make you feel bad about yourself. Because the energy of the people around you can have a huge impact on your intuition. If you're constantly surrounded by negativity and criticism, it's going to be hard to connect with your inner knowing. But if you're surrounded by positivity and support, it's going to be much easier to trust your gut and follow your intuition. So, choose your friends wisely. Spend time with people who make you feel good about yourself, people who support your dreams, and people who encourage you to be your best self. And don't be afraid to distance yourself from people who are toxic or draining. Okay, let's go back to the Hierophant and the Fool, because we talked about how the moon is asking you to question those traditions and expectations, to break free from those old beliefs and embrace the unknown. But how do you actually do that? How do you challenge those deeply ingrained patterns of thought and behavior? Well, one way is to start by becoming aware of them. Pay attention to the thoughts that are running through your head. What are you telling yourself about love, about relationships, about yourself? Are those thoughts based on your own experiences, or are they based on what you've been taught by others? Are you holding yourself back because of those old beliefs and expectations? Are you preventing yourself from experiencing true love and happiness because you're afraid of what other people will think? Once you become aware of those thoughts, you can start to challenge them. Ask yourself, is this really true? Is this really serving me? Is this really what I want? And if the answer is no, then you can start to replace those negative thoughts with positive, empowering ones. Like, instead of thinking, I'm not good enough, you can think, I am worthy of love and happiness. Instead of thinking, I'll never find someone, you can think, I am open to receiving love into my life. Instead of thinking, I'm too old to start over, you can think, it's never too late to create the life that I want. It takes time and effort to reprogram your subconscious mind, but it's definitely possible. Just be patient with yourself, be persistent in your efforts, and believe in your ability to create the life that you desire. Another way to challenge those old beliefs and expectations is to step outside of your comfort zone. Do something that scares you, something that challenges you, something that makes you feel alive. Take a class, travel to a new place, try a new hobby, or talk to someone you find attractive. The point is to push yourself beyond your limits, to experience new things, and to prove to yourself that you're capable of more than you think. Because when you step outside of your comfort zone, you're breaking free from those old patterns of thought and behavior. You're showing yourself that you're not limited by your fears and insecurities. You're opening yourself up to new possibilities and new experiences. And of course, it's also important to forgive yourself for your past mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone has regrets. Everyone has things they wish they had done differently. But dwelling on the past is not going to help you create a better future. So, forgive yourself for your past mistakes. Learn from them, grow from them, and then let them go. Don't let them hold you back from experiencing true love and happiness. You deserve to be happy. You deserve to be loved. You deserve to create the life that you want. The moon is reminding you that the path to true love and happiness is not always easy. It's not always clear. Sometimes it's shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. But if you trust your intuition, if you nurture your inner knowing, and if you're willing to challenge those old beliefs and expectations, you can create a life that is filled with love, joy, and abundance. The moon is also a reminder that things aren't always as they seem. Illusions are present and can be deceptive. It's so important to trust yourself and to look beyond the surface. With love, this is so critical. Are you seeing what you want to see, or what is really there? So, take some time to really think about this. What are you afraid of? What are you hiding from yourself? What are you longing for? And how can you use the moon energy to uncover those hidden truths and create the love that you desire? Okay, wow, that was a lot, right? I feel like we really went deep there. But it's so good. It's like we're peeling back the layers of an onion, uncovering the hidden truths that are holding you back from experiencing true love and happiness. And now, I'm so curious to see what the final card has in store for us. Because we've gone through tradition, rebellion, nurturing, manifestation, and intuition. What's the next step? What's the final piece of the puzzle? I have no idea, but I'm so excited to find out. It feels like we need something to bring all of this to the light, you know. We've been in the shadows for a while. Now it's time to see things clearly. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's do this. Okay, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Are you ready? Because we just pulled the Three of Wands. Okay, so after all that deep, like moon energy, diving into your intuition and your subconscious, now we have this card that's all about like expansion, looking ahead, planning, and like basically putting yourself out there. You know, it's like you've done all this inner work. You've figured out what you really want. And now it's time to like take that vision and start making it a reality on a bigger scale. So, when I see the Three of Wands, I immediately think about like travel, new opportunities, and just generally expanding your horizons. It's about having a clear vision for the future and taking calculated risks to get there. It's about having the confidence to believe in yourself and your ability to succeed, even when things get tough. Like you're standing on the shore, you know, and you're looking out at the ocean, and you see your ships sailing towards new lands. You've already, like, started the journey. You've made the initial investment, and now you're just waiting to see the results of your efforts. It's about, like, trusting the process, trusting yourself, and trusting that everything is going to work out in the end. And it's not just about, like, sitting around and waiting, though. It's also about being proactive and taking action to make sure that your ships stay on course. It's about monitoring your progress, making adjustments as needed, and staying open to new opportunities that might arise along the way. You know, like maybe you see a storm brewing on the horizon and you need to adjust your sails to avoid it. Or maybe you spot a new island that wasn't on your original map and you decide to explore it. The Three of Wands is all about being flexible, adaptable, and open to new possibilities, while still staying focused on your overall vision. It's like you're the captain of your own ship, and you're responsible for guiding it safely to its destination. But you're not doing it alone. The Three of Wands also represents collaboration and partnership. It's about working with others who share your vision and who can help you achieve your goals. It's about building a strong team and delegating tasks effectively. It's about recognizing that you don't have to do everything yourself, and that you can accomplish so much more when you work together with others. You know, like maybe you need to hire a new crew member who has skills that you don't possess. Or maybe you need to partner with another company to expand your reach. The Three of Wands is all about leveraging the strengths of others to achieve your own goals. Okay, so how does this connect to the other cards we've already pulled? Well, first of all, think about the Hierophant. The Hierophant is all about tradition and established structures, right? So, the Three of Wands is like, okay, you've learned the rules, you understand the system, but now it's time to, break free from those limitations and create something new. It's about taking those traditional foundations and using them as a springboard to launch yourself into new territories. It's about challenging the status quo and creating your own path, your own rules, your own way of doing things. You know, maybe you've always been told that you need to get married and have kids by a certain age. But the Three of Wands is saying, screw that. I'm going to travel the world and explore my passions and find love on my own terms. It's about rejecting those limiting beliefs and creating a life that is truly authentic to you. And then we have the Fool, who is all about new beginnings and taking risks. So, the Three of Wands is like, okay, you've taken that leap of faith, you've embraced the unknown, and now it's time to, start building something solid. It's about taking that initial spark of inspiration and turning it into a sustainable flame. It's about creating a plan, setting goals, and taking consistent action to make your dreams a reality. You know, maybe you've decided to quit your job and start your own business. But the Three of Wands is saying, okay, now you need to create a business plan, secure funding, and start marketing your product or service. It's about taking that initial risk and turning it into a successful venture. It's taking that passion that the Fool has and actually directing it, you know. And it's all building. And then we have the Empress, who is all about nurturing and abundance. So the Three of Wands is like, okay, you've created this beautiful and nurturing environment for yourself. And now it's time to, share it with the world. It's about taking that love and abundance and using it to create positive change in your community and beyond. It's about inspiring others, empowering others, and creating a ripple effect of positivity. You know, maybe you've created a beautiful garden in your backyard, but the Three of Wands is saying, okay, now you can share your harvest with your neighbors, donate your flowers to to a local hospital or start a community garden. It's about taking that personal abundance and using it to make the world a better place. It's about going from that personal joy to sharing that energy with other people you know. And then we have the magician, who is all about manifestation and using your skills and resources to create your reality. So, the Three of Wands is like, okay, you've mastered your tools. You know how to manifest your desires. And now it's time to, expand your reach and influence. It's about taking your talents and using them to make a bigger impact on the world. It's about becoming a leader, a mentor, and an inspiration to others. You know, maybe you're a talented artist, but the Three of Wands is saying, okay, now you can exhibit your work in a gallery, teach art classes, or create a line of merchandise. It's about taking your personal talents and using them to create a broader impact. And after that, there's the moon, all about intuition and trusting your inner voice. So, the Three of Wands is okay, you've listened to your intuition, you've uncovered your hidden truths, and now it's time to, act on those insights with confidence and conviction. It's about trusting your gut, even when things get scary, and taking calculated risks to achieve your goals. It's about having the courage to follow your own path, even when it's different from what everyone else is doing. You know, maybe your intuition is telling you to move to a new city, even though it seems crazy and illogical. The Three of Wands is saying, trust that inner voice and take the leap of faith. It's about having the courage to follow your own unique path, even when it's uncertain. So, the moon provides the why. And this card is about the how that you feel deep in your soul. Okay, so what are some of the potential challenges that you might face when embodying the energy of the Three of Wands? Well, one of the biggest challenges is fear. It can be scary to step outside of your comfort zone, to take risks, and to put yourself out there in a bigger way. You might be afraid of failure, afraid of rejection, or afraid of what other people will think. You know, maybe you're afraid to start your own business because you're worried that it will fail. Or maybe you're afraid to ask someone out on a date because you're worried that they'll reject you. The key is to acknowledge those fears, to feel them, and then to move forward anyway. Don't let fear paralyze you. Don't let it prevent you from pursuing your dreams. Remember that failure is just a learning opportunity, and that rejection is just a sign that you're one step closer to finding the right person or the right opportunity. Another challenge is impatience. The Three of Wands is all about looking ahead and planning for the future, but it can be tempting to want to see results immediately. You might get frustrated if things aren't happening as quickly as you'd like, or if you encounter unexpected obstacles along the way. The key is to be patient, to trust the process, and to remember that Rome wasn't built in a day. Success takes time, effort, and perseverance. Don't get discouraged if you don't see results overnight. Keep working towards your goals, and eventually you will achieve them. You know, like maybe you're trying to build a successful online business. It can take months or even years to build a loyal following and generate consistent revenue. The key is to stay patient, to keep creating valuable content, and to keep engaging with your audience. Eventually, you will see the results of your efforts. Slow and steady wins the race. Another challenge is overconfidence. While it's important to believe in yourself and your abilities, it's also important to be realistic and to avoid becoming arrogant or cocky. The Three of Wands is about taking calculated risks, not reckless ones. Don't let your ego get in the way of making smart decisions. Be open to feedback, be willing to learn from your mistakes, and be humble in your approach. You know, like maybe you're a talented athlete, but you think you're so good that you don't need to practice or train. Eventually, your arrogance will catch up with you, and you'll start to lose games. The key is to stay grounded, to stay humble, and to keep working hard to improve your skills. Another challenge is lack of focus. The Three of Wands is all about expanding your horizons and exploring new opportunities, but it can be easy to get sidetracked and lose sight of your original goals. You might start chasing after every shiny new object that comes your way, without really thinking about whether it aligns with your overall vision. The key is to stay focused on your priorities, to avoid distractions, and to say no to opportunities that don't serve your goals. You know, like maybe you're trying to write a novel, but you keep getting distracted by social media, emails, and other tasks. The key is to set aside dedicated time for writing each day, to turn off your phone and computer, and to focus solely on your writing. Protect your time and energy. Another challenge is resistance to change. The Three of Wands is all about embracing new opportunities and adapting to changing circumstances. But it can be tempting to stick to what's familiar and comfortable. You might be afraid to try new things, to meet new people, or to explore new possibilities. The key is to be open-minded, to be curious, and to be willing to step outside of your comfort zone. Embrace change as an opportunity for growth and learning. You know, like maybe you've been dating the same type of person for years, even though it never works out. The key is to be open to dating someone different, someone who challenges you, someone who expands your horizons. Okay, so how can you embody the energy of the Three of Wands in your love life? Well, first of all, it's about having a clear vision for what you want in a relationship. What are your values? What are your needs? What are your deal breakers? Write it all down. Be specific and be honest with yourself. The more clear you are about what you want, the easier it will be to attract the right person into your life. You know, like maybe you value honesty, loyalty, and communication in a relationship. Or maybe you need someone who is adventurous, supportive, and emotionally available. Be clear about what you're looking for, and don't settle for anything less. This is really the time to lean into that Empress energy and ask what it is that you deserve and desire. Second, it's about expanding your horizons and meeting new people. Don't just sit at home waiting for love to find you. Get out there and explore the world. Join a dating app, go to social events, take a class, volunteer for a cause you care about, travel to a new place. The more people you meet, the more opportunities you'll have to find someone special. You know, like maybe you join a hiking club and meet someone who loves the outdoors as much as you do. Or maybe you take a cooking class and meet someone who shares your passion for food. Put yourself out there and be open to new possibilities. And don't be afraid to try online dating. It can be a great way to meet people who you wouldn't otherwise encounter. Third, it's about taking calculated risks. Don't be afraid to put yourself out there and let someone know that you're interested in them. Ask them out on a date, send them a flirty text, or give them a compliment. The worst that can happen is that they say no, and that's okay. Rejection is just a part of the process. The more risks you take, the more likely you are to find someone who is truly compatible with you. You know, like maybe you're crushing on someone at work, but you're afraid to ask them out because you don't want to make things awkward. The Three of Wands is saying, like, go for it. What do you have to lose? If they say no, then you can move on and find someone else. But if they say yes, then you might just find the love of your life. Fourth, it's about being confident and believing in yourself. Don't let your insecurities get in the way of finding love. Believe that you are worthy of love and that you have something valuable to offer in a relationship. Focus on your strengths, celebrate your accomplishments, and remind yourself of all the things that make you special. You know, like maybe you're insecure about your appearance. The Three of Wands is saying, like, embrace your unique beauty. Focus on the things that you love about yourself and let your confidence shine through. Fifth, it's about being open to new possibilities. Don't limit yourself to dating the same type of person over and over again. Be open to dating someone who is different from you, someone who challenges you, someone who expands your horizons. You might be surprised at who you end up falling in love with. You know, like maybe you've always dated artists, but the Three of Wands is saying, like, try dating a lawyer or an engineer. You might find that you have more in common than you think. It's about letting go of your preconceived notions and being open to unexpected connections. Sixth, it's about communicating your needs and desires clearly and honestly. Don't play games or try to manipulate your partner. Be upfront about what you want in a relationship and be willing to compromise to meet their needs as well. The more open and honest you are, the stronger your connection will be. You know, like maybe you need a lot of alone time to recharge. Be honest about that with your partner and work together to find a balance that works for both of you. It's about creating a relationship that is based on mutual respect, trust, and communication. Seventh, it's about nurturing the relationship over time. Don't just assume that your love will last forever without any effort. Make time for each other, express your love and appreciation, and keep the spark alive. Plan dates, send sweet texts, and do small things to show your partner that you care. The more you invest in the relationship, the stronger it will become. You know, like maybe you plan a surprise weekend getaway for your partner, or you cook them their favorite meal. It's about showing them that you're thinking of them and that you value their presence in your life. Okay, so how does all of this tie back to the Malachite sphere and the theme of cultivating deeper connections and growing a love that lasts? Well, the Malachite is all about nurturing and growth. The Three of Wands is about expanding your horizons and taking action to achieve your goals. Together, they represent the process of cultivating deeper connections and growing a love that lasts. It's about nurturing your relationships, taking risks to deepen your connections, and expanding your horizons together. The Malachite reminds you to approach your love life with compassion, understanding, and patience. It's about creating a safe and supportive environment where love can flourish. It's about being kind to yourself and to your partner, and about working together to overcome any challenges that may arise. The Three of Wands gives you the courage and confidence to take action and pursue your dreams. It's about taking risks to deepen your connections and about expanding your horizons together. It's about believing in yourself and in your ability to create the love that you desire. It's about creating this long-lasting love that goes the distance. And you know, the nurturing aspect of this is so important. With the moon being about intuition and those hidden feelings, you can use that Malachite energy to really explore what you bring to the table. Really nurture that part of yourself so you can fearlessly step into this Three of Wands energy. You know, it's about trusting yourself and knowing that what you want is possible. Okay, wow, that was a lot. I feel like we really covered a lot of ground there. We talked about the meaning of the Three of Wands, how it connects to the other cards, potential challenges, and practical advice on how to embody its energy in your love life. And now, I'm so curious to see what the final card has in store for us. Because we've gone through tradition, rebellion, nurturing, manifestation, intuition, and expansion. What's the final piece of the puzzle? What's the ultimate destination of this journey? I have no idea, but I'm so excited to find out. It feels like we need something to bring all of these pieces together to create a sense of completion and fulfillment. Are you ready for this? I'm ready. Let's do it. I feel like we are about to find the ultimate path. Okay. Deep breaths, my friend, because guess what we just pulled? The Page of Swords. What? Oh my gosh, this is so interesting, especially after that Three of Wands, like hello. Okay, so if the Three of Wands is all about, like, expansion and looking ahead, the Page of Swords is like, okay, but let's be smart about it, you know. Like, let's gather all the information. Let's be really clear on what we're doing. And let's be super vigilant. It's like the Three of Wands is looking out at the horizon, and the Page of Swords is like, okay, but what's right in front of us? What are we missing? What do we need to be aware of? You know, it's like that fresh, new energy coming in, but with a sword. So it's ready to protect you. So when I see the Page of Swords, I immediately think about communication, new ideas, and just being really, really alert. It's about being curious, asking questions, and gathering information. It's about being open to new perspectives, but also being discerning and not just believing everything you hear. You know, like it's about doing your research, checking your sources, and making sure you're getting the full picture. Because sometimes things aren't always as they seem, especially with that moon energy still lingering, right? And it's about being ready to defend yourself, your ideas, and your boundaries. It's about speaking your truth, even when it's not popular, and standing up for what you believe in. It's about being assertive, but also being respectful and avoiding unnecessary conflict. Like, imagine you're about to embark on a big journey, you know, like those ships in the Three of Wands. The Page of Swords is like, okay, but let's check the weather forecast. Let's make sure we have all the necessary supplies, and let's be aware of any potential dangers along the way. It's about being prepared for anything that might come your way and having a plan in place to deal with it. And it's not just about physical preparation. It's also about mental and emotional preparation. It's about being clear on your goals, your values, and your boundaries, and being ready to defend them if necessary. You know, this is super relevant. After all of that manifestation energy, we have to make sure it's really what we want. We need to do some real vetting here. Okay, so how does this connect back to that Three of Wands energy? Well, the Three of Wands is about having a vision for the future and expanding your horizons. The Page of Swords is about making sure that vision is grounded in reality and that you're not just chasing after a pipe dream. It's about being realistic about the challenges you might face and having a plan to overcome them. It's about being willing to adapt your vision as needed based on new information and changing circumstances. You know, it's like the Three of Wands is saying, I'm going to sail to a new land and build a new life for myself. And the Page of Swords is saying, okay, but let's make sure we have a map, a compass, and enough food and water for the journey. It's about balancing that sense of adventure and optimism with a healthy dose of practicality and caution. It's about making sure you have all your ducks in a row before you embark on this big adventure, you know. And remember, we're talking about love here. So that Three of Wands energy might be about, like, expanding your dating pool or being open to new types of relationships, right? But the Page of Swords is saying, okay, but let's be smart about it. Let's do some background checks. Let's ask the tough questions. And let's make sure this person is who they say they are. It's about being vigilant and protecting your heart from getting hurt, especially after all that vulnerable moon energy we were just diving into. It's like trust, but verify, you know. Okay, and how does this connect to the moon? Because that moon energy is still really strong here, right? Well, the moon is all about intuition, dreams, and the subconscious. Page of Swords is about bringing those hidden things to light, about uncovering the truth, and about being really, really honest with yourself. It's about using your intellect and your communication skills to explore those deeper emotions and to understand what's really going on beneath the surface. You know, like the moon might be showing you a dream about a past relationship, and the Page of Swords is saying, okay, but let's analyze that dream. What was the message? What can we learn from it? And how can we use that information to make better choices in the future? It's about using your mind to understand your heart, and about using your voice to express your truth. It's also about being aware of potential illusions and deceptions. The moon can sometimes cloud our judgment and make it difficult to see things clearly. The Page of Swords is saying, okay, but let's not just blindly accept everything we see and feel. Let's question it, let's analyze it, and let's make sure it's real. It's about being skeptical and not being afraid to challenge your own beliefs and assumptions. It's about seeking out the truth, even when it's uncomfortable, and about being willing to change your mind when you're presented with new evidence. This is really about boundaries. So, let's dive a little deeper into this communication aspect of the Page of Swords. Because communication is so key in any relationship, right? And the Page of Swords is all about clear, honest, and effective communication. It's about being able to express your thoughts and feelings in a way that is both assertive and respectful. It's about being able to listen actively to what others are saying and to understand their perspectives, even when you don't agree with them. It's about being able to resolve conflicts in a constructive way and to find solutions that work for everyone involved. You know, like, imagine you're having a disagreement with your partner about something. The Page of Swords is saying, okay, but let's not just yell and scream at each other. Let's take a deep breath. Let's listen to each other's points of view, and let's try to find a compromise that we can both live with. It's about being willing to see things from their perspective, to validate their feelings, and to find a way to move forward together. And it's not just about verbal communication. It's also about nonverbal communication. It's about being aware of your body language, your tone of voice, and your facial expressions, and making sure they're aligned with what you're saying. It's about being able to read your partner's nonverbal cues and to understand what they're really feeling, even when they're not saying it out loud. You know, like maybe your partner is saying that they're fine, but their body language is telling you that they're actually really upset. The Page of Swords is saying, okay, but let's not just take their word for it. Let's pay attention to their body language. Let's ask them some probing questions, and let's try to get to the root of the problem. It's about being attuned to your partner's needs and being able to respond to them in a way that is both supportive and understanding. So how does this all affect dating? Okay, so let's talk about these new ideas that the Page of Swords brings. Because the Page of Swords isn't just about communication. It's also about being open to new perspectives and new ways of thinking. It's about being curious, asking questions, and challenging your own assumptions. It's about being willing to learn from others and to consider ideas that are different from your own. It's about being innovative and creative, and about finding new solutions to old problems. You know, like maybe you've always believed that there's only one right way to do things. The Page of Swords is saying, okay, but let's be open to other possibilities. Let's explore new approaches. Let's experiment with different techniques. And let's see what works best for us. It's about being flexible and adaptable, and about being willing to change your mind when you're presented with new information. And this is especially relevant in relationships, where it's so easy to get stuck in old patterns and routines. The Page of Swords is encouraging you to break free from those patterns and to try new things. It's about being open to new experiences, new ways of connecting, and new ways of expressing your love. You know, like maybe you've always gone on traditional dinner dates. The Page of Swords is saying, okay, but let's try something different. Let's go hiking. Let's take a dance class. Let's visit a museum. It's about injecting some spontaneity and excitement into your relationship, and about creating new memories together. It's about keeping things fresh and interesting, and about avoiding boredom and complacency. What does that mean for you? But remember that the Page of Swords is also about vigilance, right? And that can be a really important quality to cultivate, especially in the early stages of a relationship. It's about being aware of potential red flags, about trusting your gut, and about protecting yourself from getting hurt. It's about not being naive or gullible, and about not ignoring your intuition when it's telling you that something is off. You know, like maybe you're dating someone who is constantly lying to you, or who is always putting you down, or who is trying to control you. The Page of Swords is saying, okay, but let's not just ignore those warning signs. Let's acknowledge them. Let's address them. And let's be prepared to walk away if necessary. It's about setting healthy boundaries, and about not tolerating behavior that is disrespectful or abusive. It's about knowing your worth, and about not settling for anything less than you deserve. Remember that Malachite energy to help you nurture yourself. And it's not just about protecting yourself from external threats. It's also about protecting yourself from your own internal demons. It's about being aware of your own insecurities, your own fears, and your own patterns of self-sabotage, and about taking steps to address them. You know, like maybe you have a tendency to push people away when they get too close, or maybe you have a habit of picking fights with your partner when you're feeling vulnerable. The Page of Swords is saying, okay, but let's not just let those patterns control us. Let's become aware of them. Let's understand them. And let's find healthier ways of coping with our emotions. It's about being honest with yourself, about taking responsibility for your actions, and about committing to personal growth and healing. Boundaries really, really matter. Okay, so what are some of the potential challenges that you might face when embodying the energy of the Page of Swords? Well, one of the biggest challenges is overthinking. The Page of Swords is all about analyzing, questioning, and gathering information. But it's easy to get caught up in your head and to overanalyze everything. You might start obsessing over every little detail, or you might start second-guessing every decision you make. The key is to find a balance between thinking and feeling, and to not let your mind override your intuition. You know, like maybe you're trying to decide whether or not to go on a second date with someone. The Page of Swords is saying, okay, but let's not just analyze their pros and cons on a spreadsheet. Let's also pay attention to how you feel when you're around them. Do you feel comfortable? Do you feel energized? Do you feel like you can be yourself? It's about trusting your gut and not just relying on logic and reason. Another challenge is being too critical. The Page of Swords is all about being discerning and not believing everything you hear. But it's easy to become overly cynical and to start picking apart everything and everyone. You might start focusing on the flaws and imperfections, and you might lose sight of the good qualities. The key is to be balanced in your judgment and to not let your critical eye blind you to the beauty and the potential that exists in the world. You know, like maybe you're dating someone who has a few quirks and imperfections. The Page of Swords is saying, okay, but let's not just focus on those flaws. Let's also appreciate their strengths and their unique qualities. Let's see them for who they are, not for who we want them to be. It's about accepting people for who they are and about not trying to change them into something they're not. Another challenge is being too defensive. The Page of Swords is all about protecting yourself and your boundaries, but it's easy to become overly guarded and to shut people out. You might start building walls around your heart, and you might become afraid to let anyone get too close. The key is to be open and vulnerable while also maintaining healthy boundaries. You know, like maybe you've been hurt in past relationships and you're afraid to get hurt again. The Page of Swords is saying, okay, but let's not let those past experiences define our future. Let's be willing to open our hearts again, but let's also be clear about our boundaries and about what we're willing to tolerate. It's about finding a balance between protecting yourself and being open to love. And how does this all relate back to the other cards in the reading? Well, with the Hierophant, we're talking about questioning tradition. The Page of Swords helps you articulate why those traditions don't resonate. With the Fool, we have this new journey energy. But the Page of Swords makes sure you have the tools and information you need. The Empress is all about that self-love, and the Page of Swords ensures you protect that love. The Magician is helping you manifest, and the Page of Swords is there to keep you clear. And of course, the Moon stirred up all of this subconscious energy, and the Page of Swords is there to help you investigate. Okay, so let's bring it all back to this Malachite sphere, right? Because this is all about cultivating deeper connections and growing a love that lasts, right? So, how can you use this page of swords energy, combined with the nurturing power of malachite, to really build something amazing in your love life? Well, it starts with self-awareness, right? It's about really understanding yourself, your needs, your desires, and your boundaries. It's about knowing what you're looking for in a relationship, and about being honest with yourself about what you're willing to give and what you're not. And that malachite energy can really help you with that. It's about nurturing that self-love, that self-compassion, and that self-acceptance. It's about creating a safe and supportive space within yourself where you can really explore your thoughts and feelings without judgment. You know, like maybe you sit down with your journal and you start writing about your past relationships. The malachite is there to help you approach those memories with kindness and understanding. It's there to remind you that you're not perfect, but you're worthy of love anyway. It's there to help you learn from your mistakes and to move forward with greater wisdom and self-compassion. And once you have that self-awareness, then you can start to communicate more effectively with others. You can start to express your needs and desires in a way that is clear, honest, and respectful. You can start to listen more actively to what others are saying and to understand their perspectives. And you can start to build stronger, more authentic connections with the people in your life. You know, like maybe you're having a conversation with your partner about something that's bothering you. The Page of Swords is there to help you articulate your feelings in a way that is both assertive and kind. It's there to help you listen to their point of view without getting defensive. And it's there to help you find a solution that works for both of you. And the malachite is there to remind you to approach the conversation with compassion and understanding. It's there to help you create a safe and supportive space where you can both be vulnerable and honest with each other. And it's not just about communicating with your partner. It's also about communicating with yourself. It's about checking in with your intuition, about paying attention to your dreams, and about trusting your inner voice. It's about creating a dialogue between your mind and your heart, and about making decisions that are aligned with your highest good. You know, like maybe you're feeling confused about a situation in your love life. The Page of Swords is there to help you analyze the situation logically and rationally. It's there to help you gather all the facts and to weigh your options carefully. But the malachite is there to remind you to also listen to your intuition. It's there to help you connect with your inner wisdom and to trust your gut. And ultimately, it's about finding a balance between logic and intuition, and about making a decision that feels right for you, even if it doesn't make sense to anyone else. It's about trusting yourself, about believing in yourself, and about knowing that you have the power to create the love that you desire. It's like this reading is really encouraging you to be smart and sensitive, you know, to use your head and your heart, to be strong and vulnerable. It's about finding that perfect balance within yourself and then bringing that balance to your relationships And that's how you cultivate deeper connections and grow a love that lasts. That's so awesome. Okay, so we've covered a lot, right? Like from the traditions of the Hierophant to the new beginnings of the Fool, the nurturing of the Empress, the manifestation of the Magician, the intuition of the Moon, the expansion of the Three of Wands, and now the communication and vigilance of the Page of Swords. It's like we're building this amazing foundation for a truly fulfilling and lasting love life. But you know, there's still one more card to pull, and I have no idea what it's going to be, but I'm so excited to find out. It feels like we need something to kind of tie it all together, to give us that final piece of the puzzle, you know. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's do this. Oh my goodness, my friend, can you believe we're here? At the final card. This has been such an incredible journey, honestly, like from the very foundations of your beliefs about love to this moment, right here, right now, where we're about to uncover the key to it all. And you know what that key is, what that final piece of the puzzle is. It's strength. Yes. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited about this. Because strength is not just about physical power. It's about inner power, that quiet, unwavering courage that comes from knowing yourself and trusting yourself completely. It's about taming your inner demons, about finding compassion for yourself and others, and about facing life's challenges with grace and resilience. It's about that quiet confidence and knowing that you can handle anything. And honestly, after everything we've explored in this reading, this is exactly what you need, you know. This is the card that brings it all together and empowers you to really live the amazing love life that's waiting for you. So let's start by connecting strength back to the Hierophant, because that's where we began, right? With all those traditions and expectations that might be holding you back. Now, the Hierophant can represent feeling trapped by societal norms or family pressures, like you have to follow a certain script in your love life, right? But strength is here to remind you that you have the power to break free from those limitations. It's about finding the inner courage to challenge those expectations and to create your own definition of love and relationships. It's about saying, okay, I understand these traditions, but they don't resonate with me, and I'm going to choose my own path. You know, like maybe you've always been told that you need to get married by a certain age. Strength is saying, but what do you truly want? What makes you happy? Don't let anyone else dictate your timeline. It's about having the strength to honor your own truth, even when it goes against the grain. And it's not about being rebellious for the sake of being rebellious. It's about making conscious choices that align with your values and your desires. It's about finding that balance between respecting tradition and forging your own way. It's about having the strength to say no to what doesn't serve you, and yes to what truly lights you up inside. It's about having the courage to rewrite your own story. So, with the Hierophant, strength is about finding your inner authority, about reclaiming your power, and about creating a love life that is authentic and fulfilling. What are you really yearning for deep down? And then we have the Fool, that card of new beginnings and taking a leap of faith. Now, the Fool is all about embracing the unknown and trusting that everything will work out right. But sometimes that leap can feel scary, and you might doubt your ability to handle whatever comes your way. Strength is here to remind you that you have the inner resources you need to navigate any challenges that arise. It's about knowing that even if you stumble or fall, you have the resilience to get back up and keep going. It's about trusting your instincts and believing in your ability to create the life you want. You know, like maybe you're considering ending a relationship that isn't working. The Fool is saying, take the leap, embrace the unknown. But Strength is saying, and know that you have the strength to handle the emotional fallout, to heal your heart, and to create a brighter future for yourself. It's about having that unwavering belief in yourself, that knowing that you can overcome any obstacle. It's about having the courage to step into the unknown, not blindly, but with a deep sense of self-assurance. Strength gives the Fool that backbone, that inner knowing. So the Fool doesn't just jump off a cliff, but soars through the sky with total confidence. And what about the Empress? Oh my goodness, the Empress and Strength together are just a powerhouse of feminine energy. Because the Empress is all about love, nurturing, and abundance, right? But sometimes it can be easy to fall into the trap of giving too much and neglecting your own needs. Strength is here to remind you that true nurturing starts with self-love and self-care. It's about setting healthy boundaries, about honoring your own needs, and about making sure you're filling your own cup before you try to fill anyone else's. It's about recognizing that you are worthy of love and respect, and about not settling for anything less than you deserve. You know, like maybe you're always putting your partner's needs before your own. The Empress is saying, be loving and nurturing. But Strength is saying, and don't forget about yourself. You deserve to be loved and nurtured too. Set boundaries, prioritize your own well-being, and make sure you're getting your needs met. It's about finding that balance between giving and receiving, about being both a loving partner and a strong, independent individual. It's about creating a relationship that is based on mutual respect and equality. It's about stepping into your full feminine power, not as a doormat, but as a confident, radiant goddess who knows her worth. It's about knowing that you are the source of your own abundance, and that you have the power to create a life that is filled with love, joy, and fulfillment. What can you really do to nurture yourself? Then there's the Magician, with all that amazing manifestation energy. But remember, manifestation isn't just about wishing for things and hoping they come true. It's about taking action and using your skills and resources to create your reality. Strength is here to remind you that true manifestation comes from a place of inner alignment. It's about clarifying your intentions, about aligning your thoughts, feelings, and actions, and about having unwavering faith in your ability to achieve your goals. It's about recognizing that you have the power to create your own reality, but that you also need to be responsible and ethical in how you use that power. You know, like maybe you're trying to manifest a new relationship. The magician is saying, use your skills and resources to attract the right person. But strength is saying, and make sure you're coming from a place of love, authenticity, and integrity. Don't try to manipulate or control anyone. Be clear about your intentions. Be honest about who you are, and trust that the right person will be drawn to your genuine self. It's about manifesting from a place of inner power, not from a place of neediness or desperation. It's about knowing that you are worthy of love and happiness, and about believing that you have the power to create a relationship that is both fulfilling and meaningful. It's about using your manifestation powers for good, not just for personal gain, but for the benefit of everyone involved. Like magic. And then we have the moon, that mysterious card of intuition and the subconscious. Now, the moon is all about exploring your hidden emotions and uncovering your deepest truths, right? But sometimes that journey can be scary and overwhelming, and you might feel lost in the shadows. Strength is here to remind you that you have the inner courage to face your fears and to embrace your vulnerability. It's about trusting your intuition, even when it doesn't make sense, and about knowing that you have the inner resources you need to navigate any emotional challenges that arise. It's about embracing your shadow self, not as something to be ashamed of, but as a source of wisdom and strength. You know, like maybe you're uncovering some painful memories from your past. The moon is saying, explore those emotions, understand your hidden truths. But strength is saying, and be kind to yourself. You're doing the best you can. Allow yourself to feel the pain, but don't let it consume you. Know that you have the strength to heal and to move forward. It's about having compassion for yourself, about accepting your imperfections, and about recognizing that your vulnerability is actually your superpower. It's about transforming your pain into wisdom, and about using your experiences to help others. It's about embracing your whole self, shadows and all, and about finding strength in your authenticity. After that, we have the Three of Wands, that card of expansion and looking ahead. But after you've had that peek into the shadows, that peek into the moon, the Three of Wands is saying, get ready for your new, expanded life. Now, the Three of Wands is all about having a vision for the future and taking action to make it a reality, right? But sometimes it can be tempting to spread yourself too thin and to lose focus on what truly matters. Strength is here to remind you that true success comes from a place of inner alignment and intentionality. It's about clarifying your priorities, about setting realistic goals, and about focusing your energy on the things that will truly bring you joy and fulfillment. It's about saying no to distractions, about delegating tasks effectively, and about protecting your time and energy. You know, Like maybe you have a million different ideas for your love life, and you're trying to pursue them all at once. The Three of Wands is saying, expand your horizons, explore new possibilities. But Strength is saying, and be intentional about it. Focus on the opportunities that truly align with your values and your desires. Don't spread yourself too thin. Protect your energy. And trust that the right opportunities will come your way when you're ready. It's about having that clear vision, but also about being grounded in reality, and about making smart choices that will support your long-term goals. It's about being a visionary and a strategist, about having both the big picture and the attention to detail that are necessary for success. It's about moving into a life you truly, truly want. And finally, we have the Page of Swords, all about communication and vigilance. Now, the Page of Swords is all about gathering information, expressing your truth, and protecting your boundaries, right? But sometimes it can be easy to get caught up in your head and to become overly critical or defensive. Strength is here to remind you that true communication comes from a place of compassion and understanding. It's about listening actively, about empathizing with others, and about expressing your needs and desires in a way that is both assertive and respectful. It's about setting healthy boundaries, not as a way to shut people out, but as a way to protect your own well-being and to create space for authentic connection. You know, like maybe you're having a difficult conversation with your partner. The Page of Swords is saying, be clear about your boundaries, express your truth, but Strength is saying, and do it with compassion and understanding. Listen to their perspective, validate their feelings, and try to find a solution that works for both of you. Don't let your ego get in the way. Approach the conversation with love and respect. It's about communicating from the heart, not just from the head. It's about being both honest and kind, about being both assertive and compassionate. It's about creating a safe and supportive space where you can both be vulnerable and authentic. Strength helps that sword protect you, but it keeps you grounded and approachable. Okay, so we've seen how Strength connects back to all the previous cards and how it empowers you to unlock their highest potential. But what does Strength really mean in the context of love and relationships? What does it look like to be a strong and empowered partner? Well, it starts with knowing yourself, right? It's about understanding your own needs, desires, and boundaries, and about being able to communicate them clearly and confidently. It's about having a strong sense of self-worth and about not settling for anything less than you deserve. It's about being independent and self-sufficient, but also being open to connection and intimacy. It's about being able to stand on your own 2 feet, but also being willing to lean on your partner for support when you need it. It's about finding that balance between independence and interdependence. It's about knowing that you don't need a relationship to be whole, but that a healthy relationship can enhance your life and bring you joy. It's about choosing to be with someone, not because you need them, but because you want them. It's about recognizing that you are complete within yourself and that you are choosing to share your life with another person out of love and desire, not out of neediness or desperation. It's about being a partner, not a dependent. But it's also about being vulnerable, right? Because strength isn't just about being tough and independent. It's also about being able to open your heart and to let someone see your true self, flaws and all. It's about being willing to take risks, to be authentic, and to be vulnerable with your partner, even when it's scary. It's about trusting them with your deepest fears and insecurities, and about knowing that they will love and accept you unconditionally. It's about creating a safe and supportive space where you can both be vulnerable and authentic without fear of judgment or rejection. It's about letting your guard down and allowing yourself to be truly seen, not as a perfect image, but as a real, flawed, and beautiful human being. It's about knowing that vulnerability is not a weakness, but a strength. It's about being brave enough to show your true self, even when it's not easy. And it's about finding compassion for yourself and for your partner. Because relationships aren't always easy, right? There will be disagreements, there will be misunderstandings, and there will be times when you both make mistakes. Strength is about having the compassion to forgive yourself and your partner, to learn from your mistakes, and to move forward with love and understanding. It's about recognizing that you are both human and that you are both doing the best you can. It's about not holding grudges, about not dwelling on the past, and about focusing on creating a better future together. It's about approaching conflict with empathy, about trying to see things from your partner's perspective, and about finding solutions that work for both of you. It's about being kind, patient, and understanding, even when it's difficult. It's about remembering why you fell in love in the first place, and about cherishing the good qualities that brought you together. It's about accepting each other's flaws, and about supporting each other through thick and thin. It's about being a team, not adversaries. And it's also about setting boundaries, not as a way to control your partner, but as a way to protect your own well-being and to create space for a healthy relationship. It's about knowing what you're willing to tolerate and about being able to communicate your boundaries clearly and confidently. It's about not allowing your partner to disrespect you, to abuse you, or to take advantage of you. It's about standing up for yourself, about knowing your worth, and about not settling for anything less than you deserve. It's about creating a relationship that is based on mutual respect and equality, not on power or control. It's about being strong enough to walk away if your boundaries are violated. So, how can you cultivate this inner strength in your own life? How can you embody this strength energy and create the love life that you desire? Well, the first step is self-care, right? Remember that Malachite energy. It's about nurturing yourself, about prioritizing your own well-being, and about making sure you're filling your own cup before you try to fill anyone else's. It's about taking care of your physical, emotional, and spiritual needs. It's about eating healthy, exercising regularly, getting enough sleep, and spending time in nature. It's about doing things that make you feel good, that bring you joy, and that nourish your soul. It's about setting aside time each day to do something that you love, whether it's reading, writing, listening to music, or spending time with loved ones. It's about creating a life that is balanced and fulfilling, so that you have the energy and the resources to show up as your best self in your relationships. And this is not selfish. You deserve that time. The second step is self-compassion. It's about treating yourself with kindness, understanding, and acceptance, especially when you're going through a tough time. It's about recognizing that you're human, that you're going to make mistakes, and that you're not perfect. It's about forgiving yourself for your past mistakes, about learning from them, and about moving forward with greater wisdom and self-acceptance. It's about not beating yourself up, about not dwelling on your flaws, and about focusing on your strengths. It's about talking to yourself the way you would talk to a dear friend, with love, support, and encouragement. It's about reminding yourself that you are worthy of love and happiness, just as you are. The third step is boundarizing. It's about knowing what you're willing to tolerate in a relationship, and about being able to communicate your boundaries clearly and confidently. It's about saying no to things that don't feel right, about protecting your time and energy, and about not allowing others to take advantage of you. It's about standing up for yourself, about knowing your worth, and about not settling for anything less than you deserve. It's about creating space for healthy relationships to flourish, not about building walls. The fourth step is assertiveness. It's about being able to express your needs, desires, and opinions in a way that is both clear and respectful. It's about not being afraid to speak your truth, even when it's difficult or uncomfortable. It's about not being afraid to disagree with others, about not being afraid to say no, and about not being afraid to ask for what you want. It's about communicating with confidence and clarity, without being aggressive or defensive. It's about finding your voice and using it to create the life and the relationships that you desire. The fifth step is emotional intelligence. It's about being aware of your own emotions, about being able to manage them effectively, and about being able to understand and empathize with the emotions of others. It's about being able to communicate your emotions in a healthy way, about being able to resolve conflicts constructively, and about being able to build strong and authentic connections with others. It's about developing your emotional skills so that you can navigate the complexities of relationships with grace and resilience. It's about being both smart and sensitive, about using your head and your heart, and about finding that perfect balance between logic and intuition. It is about being able to really hear what someone is saying. The sixth step is self-reflection. It's about taking the time to regularly check in with yourself, to assess your needs and desires, and to identify any patterns or behaviors that might be holding you back. It's about journaling, meditating, or engaging in other practices that help you to connect with your inner wisdom and to gain clarity about your path forward. It's about being willing to examine your beliefs, to challenge your assumptions, and to make changes that will support your growth and well-being. It's about being a lifelong learner, always seeking to improve yourself and to create a more fulfilling life. And the seventh step is taking action. Because strength isn't just about knowing what to do. It's about doing it. It's about putting all of these principles into practice in your daily life. It's about setting goals, creating a plan, and taking consistent action to move towards your dreams. It's about not being afraid to fail, about learning from your mistakes, and about getting back up and trying again. It's about having the courage to step outside of your comfort zone, to take risks, and to pursue your passions. It's about being proactive, not passive. It's about creating your own reality, not waiting for it to happen to you. It's about believing in yourself, about trusting yourself, and about knowing that you have the power to create the love life that you desire. And honestly, my friend, after everything we've explored in this reading, I truly believe that you have that power. You have the wisdom of the Hierophant, the courage of the Fool, the love of the Empress, the manifestation skills of the Magician, the intuition of the Moon, the vision of the Three of Wands, and the communication skills of the Page of Swords. And now you have the strength to bring it all together and to create a love life that is truly extraordinary. You have that inner roar, that inner lioness, that unwavering belief in yourself. And I am so excited to see what you create. This is your journey, your story, your love, and it's going to be absolutely beautiful. Remember to check in with that Malachite. You are so loved. Okay, so you picked the Smoky quartz tree, which is all about transformation. And this reading is themed around releasing the past to make way for a fresh start in love. So already, that's telling me big shifts are possible if you're willing to, do the work. It's about clearing out the old to bring in the new, which, who doesn't want that, right? Especially in love. All right, let's dive into these cards. The first one we have is the Six of Swords. Okay. So, Six of Swords. Right off the bat, this card is it's about moving on. It's about transitions. You're literally seeing someone in a boat, sailing away from something, right? So immediately, I'm thinking, okay, you're either actively leaving a situation, or you're really needing to leave a situation. And with this whole theme of releasing the past, it feels like this is definitely connected to a past relationship, or a past hurt, something that you're trying to get away from. But here's the thing with the Six of Swords. It's not always a clean break. It's not like you're just happily skipping away into the sunset. There's usually a sense of melancholy, or a little bit of sadness attached to it, because because you're leaving something familiar behind, even if that familiar thing wasn't good for you, if that makes sense. So yeah, you might be like physically or, practically moving on, but emotionally, there's still like a little bit of a tug, a little bit of a pull back to what was. And I'm getting the sense that, like, this transition hasn't been easy, It's not like you just woke up one day and were like, okay, I'm done. I'm out of here. Like, no, this has probably been a process, a long process maybe. Maybe it's been filled with, like, indecision and, like, back and forth. And, a lot of, like, internal debate. Like, should I stay? Should I go? That kind of thing. And, like, even now that you're, like, ve'er adeye be'yeru, on your way, there's still, like, a part of you that's looking back, wondering if you made the right decision. And that's totally normal, by the way. Like, don't beat yourself up about that. It's like human nature to, like, question things, especially when it comes to, like, really big decisions like leaving a relationship, But the important thing is that you are moving, You are in that boat. You are sailing away. So even if it doesn't feel perfect right now, even if you're still, like, dealing with some lingering emotions, you're still heading in the right direction. And that's what matters. But, like, I'm also feeling like there might be some resistance to this change, Like, maybe you intellectually know that leaving this situation is the best thing for you. But, like, your heart is still, like, kind of dragging its feet, Like, it's not fully on board with the program. And that can manifest in a lot of different ways, Like, maybe you're, like, constantly thinking about the past. Or, like, replaying old memories in your head. Or, like, maybe you're, like, checking their social media. Or, like, trying to find ways to, like, stay connected to them. Even though you shouldn't, Or, like, maybe you're just, like, feeling really, really sad and lonely, And, like, you're, like, missing the comfort and the familiarity of that old relationship, even though it wasn't, like, actually making you happy, Like, sometimes it's easier to stay in something that's, like, familiar and comfortable, even if it's, like, bad for you, than it is to, like, step into the unknown, And I think that's a big part of what this Six of Swords is about, is, like, that fear of the unknown, Like, what's waiting for you on the other side of this transition? Are you going to be happy? Are you going to find someone new? Are you going to be alone forever? Like, all those questions start swirling around in your head, and it can be really, really overwhelming, But again, like, it's important to remember that you're not alone in this, Like, everyone goes through these kinds of transitions in their lives, And it's okay to feel scared. It's okay to feel uncertain. It's okay to feel sad. Just don't let those feelings, like, paralyze you, Don't let them keep you from moving forward. Because, like, the thing is, the longer you stay stuck in the past, the longer it's going to take you to, like, actually find happiness. And, like, move on with your life, So, like, what can you do to, help yourself through this transition? Well, first of all, I think it's really important to, acknowledge your feelings, Don't try to, suppress them or ignore them. If you're feeling sad, let yourself feel sad. If you're feeling angry, let yourself feel angry. It's okay to have those emotions, Just don't let them consume you. And I think it's also really important to be kind to yourself, Don't beat yourself up for still thinking about your ex, or for feeling lonely. It's okay. It's all part of the process. Just treat yourself with compassion and understanding, Like you would treat a friend who was going through the same thing. And I think it's also really helpful to focus on the future, Instead of dwelling on the past, try to visualize what you want your life to look like, moving forward. What kind of relationship do you want to have? What kind of life do you want to create for yourself? And start taking small steps towards those goals, Even if it's just signing up for a new class, or reaching out to a friend, or trying a new hobby. Anything that gets you out of your comfort zone and moving in a positive direction. And I think it's also really important to surround yourself with supportive people, people who are going to lift you up and encourage you and remind you of your worth, avoid people who are going to drag you down or make you feel bad about yourself. You need to be around people who are going to help you heal and grow. And I think it's also really helpful to seek professional help if you need it, There's no shame in going to therapy or talking to a counselor. Sometimes it's really helpful to have someone to process your emotions with and get some objective advice, They can help you identify unhealthy patterns and develop coping mechanisms and move forward in a healthy way. So yeah, the Six of Swords, it's all about moving on. It's all about transitions. It's all about leaving the past behind. But it's not always easy, There's usually some emotional baggage attached to it. But the important thing is that you are moving. You are in that boat. You are sailing away. And if you focus on the future and surround yourself with supportive people and be kind to yourself, you can get through this, You can heal, you can grow, and you can create a happy and fulfilling life for yourself. Okay, so that's the Six of Swords. Now let's move on to the next card, which is the Moon. Ooh, the Moon. Okay, this is interesting. So the Moon, this card is all about, the subconscious. It's all about illusions. It's all about hidden things, It's what's lurking beneath the surface, What's not being revealed, So after the Six of Swords, which is about the outward act of moving on, the Moon is diving deep into the inner world, What's really going on inside? What are you not seeing? What are you afraid to see? And with theme of releasing the past. Like, this card is screaming that there's some unresolved emotional stuff that's still, like, hanging around, you know? Like, you might think you've moved on, like, you might think you're over it. But the moon is saying, like, nope, there's still some stuff down there that needs to be addressed. And it can be stuff that you're not even consciously aware of, you know? Like, it could be buried deep in your subconscious, you know? Like old traumas, old fears, old insecurities, you know? All that kind of stuff. And the moon can also represent, like, confusion and uncertainty, you know? Like, you might be feeling, like, lost and disoriented. Like, you don't know which way to go, you know? Like, you're wandering around in the dark, and you can't really see clearly, you know? And that can be really scary, you know? Especially when you're trying to, like, move on from something and, like, create a new life for yourself. But the moon isn't all bad, you know? It's not all doom and gloom. It can also represent intuition and psychic abilities, you know? Like, it's about trusting your gut. It's about listening to your inner voice. It's about tapping into your subconscious wisdom, you know? So, like, even though it can be a little bit scary and confusing, it can also be a really powerful card for, like, self-discovery and, like, understanding yourself on a deeper level. So, like, what does the moon mean in relation to the Six of Swords? Well, I think it means that, like, even though you're moving on from this past situation, there's still some inner work that needs to be done, you know? Like, you can't just, like, run away from your problems, you know? You have to actually, like, face them and deal with them. And the moon is saying that, like, now is the time to do that inner work, you know? Now is the time to, like, confront those hidden emotions and, like, release those old traumas, you know? And it might not be easy, you know? It might be painful. It might be uncomfortable. But it's necessary if you want to truly heal and, like, move on with your life, you know? Because, like, if you don't deal with those underlying issues, they're just going to keep coming back, you know? They're going to keep sabotaging your relationships. They're going to keep holding you back from, like, achieving your full potential, you know? So, like, how do you do this inner work? Well, I think it starts with, like, being honest with yourself, you know? Like, really, really honest with yourself about how you're feeling, you know? What are you afraid of? What are you ashamed of? What are you hiding from yourself? And, like, it can be helpful to, like, journal about your feelings, or, like, talk to a therapist, or, like, meditate, or, like, do anything that helps you, like, connect with your inner self and, like, explore your subconscious, you know? And, like, I think it's also really important to, like, be patient with yourself, you know? Like, this isn't going to happen overnight. It's going to take time. It's going to take effort. It's going to take persistence. But, like, if you're willing to put in the work, you can absolutely heal and, like, release those old wounds, you know? And, like, I think it's also really important to, like, trust your intuition, you know? Like, the moon is all about intuition. So, like, if you're getting a feeling about something, like, pay attention to it, you know? Even if it doesn't make sense logically, even if it's scary, like, trust your gut, you know, because your intuition is always trying to guide you in the right direction. And like, I think it's also really important to, like, be aware of your dreams, you know. Like, the moon is also associated with dreams. So, like, pay attention to your dreams, write them down, analyze them, see what they're trying to tell you, you know. Because your dreams can often reveal hidden emotions and, like, subconscious thoughts that you're not aware of during your waking hours. And like, I think it's also really helpful to, like, create a safe space for yourself, you know, like a place where you can, like, be vulnerable and honest with yourself without fear of judgment, you know. Like, it could be your bedroom, it could be your bathroom, it could be your backyard. It could be anywhere where you feel, like, comfortable and safe and, like, able to, like, really connect with yourself, you know. And like, I think it's also really important to, like, practice self-compassion, you know. Like, be kind to yourself, be gentle with yourself, be understanding with yourself. You're going through a lot right now, and it's okay to feel overwhelmed. It's okay to feel scared. It's okay to feel confused. Just, like, treat yourself with the same kindness and compassion that you would treat a friend who was going through the same thing. So, yeah, the moon. It's all about the subconscious. It's all about illusions. It's all about hidden things. It's about diving deep into your inner world and, like, confronting those unresolved emotional issues that are still, like, holding you back. It might not be easy. It might be painful. But it's necessary if you want to truly heal and, like, move on with your life. And, like, if you're honest with yourself and, like, trust your intuition and, like, create a safe space for yourself and, like, practice self-compassion, you can absolutely get through this, you know. You can uncover those hidden truths. You can release those old wounds, and you can create a happy and fulfilling life for yourself. Okay, so that's the moon. Now, let's move on to the final card, which is the Four of Pentacles. Okay, this is really interesting in this combination. So, the Four of Pentacles, this card is all about, like, holding on tight, you know. It's about being possessive. It's about being protective of your resources. It's about, like, clinging to what you have, you know. And, like, in some ways, that can be a good thing, you know. Like, it can be about being responsible with your money, or, like, being careful with your energy, or, like, setting healthy boundaries, you know. But in other ways, it can be really negative, you know. Like, it can be about being greedy. It can be about being stingy. It can be about being afraid to let go, you know. And, like, I think in this context, with the Six of Swords and the moon, it's definitely leaning more towards the negative side, you know. Like, it's about being afraid to let go of the past. It's about being afraid to be vulnerable. It's about being afraid to open yourself up to new possibilities, you know. And, like, this card can also represent, like, a fear of scarcity, you know. Like, you might be afraid that, like, if you let go of what you have, you're not going to get anything better, you know. Like you might be afraid that you're going to be alone forever, or that you're never going to find love again, or that you're never going to be happy again, you know. And that fear can lead you to, like, cling to things that are no longer serving you, you know. Like an old relationship, or an old belief system, or an old way of being, you know. And like, the thing is, like, the more you cling to those things, the more you're blocking yourself from, like, receiving new blessings, you know. Like, the universe can't give you something new if you're not willing to let go of the old, you know. It's like you have to clear out the space in your life in order to make room for new opportunities to come in. And like, I think this card is also highlighting, like, a fear of vulnerability, you know. Like, you might be afraid to open yourself up to someone new because you're afraid of getting hurt again, you know. Like, you've been burned in the past and you don't want to experience that pain again. So you put up walls around your heart and you keep people at a distance and you refuse to let anyone get too close, you know. But like, the thing is, like, if you don't allow yourself to be vulnerable, you're never going to experience true intimacy and connection, you know. Like, vulnerability is the key to building strong, lasting relationships. It's about being willing to show your true self to someone else, flaws and all, and trusting that they're going to accept you and love you for who you are, you know. And like, I think this card is also about, like, a need for control, you know. Like, you might be trying to control everything in your life because you're afraid of what might happen if you let go, you know. Like, you want to feel like you're in charge. You want to feel like you're in control of your own destiny. But like, the truth is, you can't control everything, you know. Life is unpredictable, and things are going to happen that are outside of your control. And the more you try to control things, the more stressed out and anxious you're going to be, you know. So like, what can you do to, like, release this Four of Pentacles energy? Well, I think it starts with, like, identifying what you're holding on to, you know. Like, what are you afraid to let go of? What are you clinging to? And like, it could be a physical object. It could be a person. It could be a belief system. It could be anything that you're, like, emotionally attached to, you know. And like, once you've identified what you're holding on to, ask yourself why, you know. Like, why are you so afraid to let go of it? What are you afraid is going to happen if you do? And like, really, really dig deep and be honest with yourself, you know. Because the more you understand your fears, the easier it's going to be to overcome them. And like, I think it's also really helpful to, like, practice gratitude, you know. Like, instead of focusing on what you're afraid of losing, focus on what you already have, you know. Focus on all the good things in your life. Focus on all the blessings that you've received. And like, the more you appreciate what you have, the less you're going to feel the need to cling to things, you know. And like, I think it's also really helpful to, like, practice generosity, you know. Like, give to others, share your resources, be of service to the world. And like, the more you give, the more you're going to receive, you know. It's like the universe rewards generosity. And like, when you're giving to others, you're also taking the focus off of yourself and your own fears, you know. And I think it's also really helpful to practice self-care, you know. Take care of your body, take care of your mind, take care of your spirit. And the more you take care of yourself, the more confident and secure you're going to feel. And the less you're going to feel the need to cling to things, you know. And I think it's also really helpful to trust the universe, you know. Believe that everything is happening for a reason. Believe that you're being guided and supported. Believe that you're going to be okay, no matter what happens. And the more you trust the universe, the easier it's going to be to let go of control and allow things to unfold naturally. So yeah, the Four of Pentacles. It's all about holding on tight. It's all about being possessive. It's all about being afraid to let go. It's about fearing scarcity and vulnerability and control. But if you can identify what you're holding on to and understand your fears and practice gratitude and practice generosity and practice self-care and trust the universe, you can absolutely release this energy and open yourself up to new possibilities, you know. You can let go of the past. You can embrace vulnerability, and you can create a happy and fulfilling life for yourself. So wow, these three cards together, they really paint a picture, don't they? You're moving on from something, but there's a lot of hidden emotions and a tendency to hold on tight. It's like you're in a boat sailing away, but you're still looking back and you're clutching your purse, afraid to let go of what's inside. But remember, you picked the Smoky quartz tree. This is about transformation. It's about releasing what no longer serves you so you can embrace a fresh start in love. It won't be easy, but you have the strength to do it. Trust your intuition, be kind to yourself, and have faith in the journey ahead. Big things are coming. Now, let's see what else the cards have to say. Okay, so the next card we have is the Eight of Wands, which is whoa, okay. Eight of Wands, so right away, this card is it's about speed, it's about action, it's about movement, things are happening fast, you know. It's like a bunch of wands, flying through the air all at once, you know. So it's things are rapidly unfolding. It's suddenly everything is in motion, you know. Which after the Four of Pentacles, that's a big shift, you know. Because the Four of Pentacles is all about holding on, being stuck, being stagnant. And now we have the Eight of Wands, which is everything speeding up, you know. So it's the universe is giving you a little push, you know. Okay, it's time to move. It's time to go. It's time to get things done, you know. And with the theme of releasing the past, this could be a really good thing, you know. Because it could mean that you're finally breaking free from those old patterns and moving forward with your life, you know. But it could also be a little overwhelming, you know. Because sometimes when things happen too fast, it can be hard to keep up, you know. You might feel you're being swept away by a current, and you don't really have any control over where you're going, you know. So it's important to stay grounded and centered, even when things are moving really fast. So how does this relate to the other cards, Well, with the Six of Swords, which is all about moving on from the past, the Eight of Wands could be that final push that you need to really, really leave that situation behind, Maybe you've been slowly making your way out of this, this old relationship or this old situation. And the Eight of Wands is boom, it's happening, it's done, It's the universe is cutting the cord, And that can be really, really liberating, But it can also be a little scary, Because you're so used to being in that old situation, even if it wasn't good for you, that it can be a little unnerving to suddenly be free, It's what do you do now? What's next? So it's important to take some time to adjust and figure out what you want to do with your newfound freedom. And then with the moon, which is all about the subconscious and hidden emotions, the Eight of Wands could be a sudden burst of clarity, Maybe you've been feeling really confused and uncertain about something. And the Eight of Wands is boom, suddenly everything becomes clear, You suddenly understand why you were feeling the way you were feeling. Or you suddenly realize what you need to do to move forward, And that can be a really, really powerful experience, But it can also be a little overwhelming, Because, sometimes, when you suddenly see the truth, it can be a little hard to handle, It can be a little painful to realize that you've been, fooling yourself for so long, or that you've been, ignoring something that was right in front of your face, So, it's important to, be gentle with yourself and, allow yourself to process those emotions. And then with the Four of Pentacles, which is all about holding on tight and being afraid to let go, the Eight of Wands is the universe is forcing you to let go, Maybe you've been clinging to something really tightly, and the Eight of Wands is boom, it's gone, It's the universe is ripping it out of your hands, And that can be really, really scary, But it can also be really liberating, Because, sometimes you need that little push to, finally let go of something that's been holding you back, It's you might not have been able to do it on your own, but the universe is stepping in to help you, So it's important to trust that everything is happening for a reason, and that even though it might be painful in the moment, it's ultimately going to be for your own good. So, what are some of the positive interpretations of the Eight of Wands, Well, I said, it can represent a sudden burst of clarity, Maybe you've been feeling really confused about something, and the Eight of Wands is boom, suddenly everything clicks into place, You suddenly understand what you need to do, or you suddenly realize what you want. or you suddenly have a new idea, And that can be a really, really exciting experience, It's like you suddenly feel like you have a direction, Like you know where you're going and you know how to get there. And it can also represent a sudden opportunity, Like maybe you've been waiting for something to happen, and the Eight of Wands is boom, suddenly the opportunity arrives, Like maybe you get a phone call, or you get an email, or you meet someone new, or you stumble across something that's exactly what you've been looking for, And that can be a really, really amazing feeling, It's like the universe is rewarding you for your patience and your hard work. And it can also represent a sudden trip or journey, Like maybe you've been wanting to travel somewhere, and the Eight of Wands is boom, suddenly you're going, Like maybe you get a last minute plane ticket, or you get invited on a trip, or you just decide to pack your bags and go, And that can be a really, really fun and exciting experience, It's like you're breaking free from your routine and exploring new places and new cultures. And it can also represent a sudden connection with someone new, Like maybe you've been feeling lonely, and the Eight of Wands is boom, suddenly you meet someone who you really connect with, Like maybe you meet them at a party, or at work, or online, or just randomly on the street, And it's like you just click, You have so much in common, and you just feel like you've known them forever. And that can be a really, really beautiful and fulfilling experience, It's like you finally found someone who understands you and accepts you for who you are. And it can also represent a lot of communication, Like maybe you're getting a lot of emails, or a lot of phone calls, or a lot of text messages, And it could be from a lot of different people, or it could be from just one person, But either way, it's like you're getting bombarded with information, And it's important to stay organized and prioritize what's important, and don't get too overwhelmed by all the information that's coming at you. It could also mean that you are expressing yourself more rapidly and easily. Like you are speaking your truth. You aren't holding back. You are unafraid to share your opinions and be honest with those around you. This could be related to your love life. Like maybe you are finally telling someone how you truly feel about them. Maybe you are expressing your needs and desires in a relationship and not backing down. This is a great time to be assertive and direct, It's time to say what's on your mind and not worry about what others think. The Eight of Wands is giving you the courage and the confidence to speak up and be heard. It's like you finally have the words to say what you've been feeling for so long. And it feels good to get it all out, right? It feels good to release that pent-up energy and express yourself fully. It's like a weight has been lifted off your shoulders. You are no longer holding back, and you are allowing yourself to be seen and heard. This is a powerful time for communication and self-expression. Use it wisely. Don't be afraid to speak your truth and share your feelings with those around you. The universe is supporting you in this process, and it's time to let your voice be heard. You are ready to embrace your authenticity and let your true self shine. The Eight of Wands is here to help you communicate that message to the world. It is so exciting to see you stepping into your power and speaking your truth. This is a time of rapid growth and transformation, and you are ready to embrace it fully. The Smoky Quartz tree is all about transformation, remember. And the Eight of Wands is helping you to release the past and step into a new future filled with love and happiness. Okay, so, on the flip side, what are some of the negative interpretations of the Eight of Wands, Well, like I said, it can be overwhelming, Maybe things are happening too fast and you can't keep up, Maybe you're getting bombarded with information, or you're getting pulled in a million different directions, or you're just feeling really stressed out and anxious, And it's important to, take a step back and, slow down and, prioritize what's important and, don't try to do too much at once. It can also represent impulsiveness, Maybe you're making rash decisions without thinking them through, or you're acting without considering the consequences, or you're just being reckless and irresponsible, And it's important to, take a moment to pause and, think things through before you act, and, make sure you're not doing anything that you're going to regret later. It could mean that you are acting before you think. You are rushing into things without considering the consequences. This could lead to mistakes and regrets. It is important to slow down and take your time. Don't let the excitement of the moment cloud your judgment. Think before you act, and make sure you are making decisions that are in your best interest. The Eight of Wands can be a powerful force, but it can also be dangerous if not handled with care. Be mindful of your actions and their potential consequences. Don't let the speed and intensity of the moment overwhelm you. Take a deep breath and focus on what is truly important. You are in control of your destiny, so make sure you are making choices that align with your goals and values. Rushing into things could also mean that you are not allowing yourself to fully heal from the past. You are trying to move on too quickly without processing your emotions or addressing your wounds. This could lead to unresolved issues that continue to haunt you in the future. It is important to take the time to heal and learn from your experiences. Don't try to bury your feelings or pretend that everything is okay when it's not. Allow yourself to feel the pain and grief and then release it. You cannot move forward until you have fully healed from the past. The Moon card is a reminder of this, that there are still some things lurking that need to be seen. And it can also represent chaos and confusion, Maybe things are really disorganized and chaotic, and you don't know what's going on, or you're feeling really confused and uncertain about something, or you're just feeling like everything is out of control, And it's important to, try to bring some order to the chaos and, get organized and, figure out what's going on and take control of the situation. Also, it can be a warning about communication breakdowns. You may be sending a message that is not being received clearly. There could be misunderstandings and misinterpretations. It is important to be clear and concise in your communication. Make sure you are saying what you mean and that the other person understands what you are saying. Don't assume that they know what you are thinking or feeling. Be explicit and direct. Ask questions and clarify any confusion. The Eight of Wands can be a time of rapid communication, but it is important to make sure that the message is being received accurately. Otherwise, you could end up with a lot of misunderstandings and conflict. This could especially be relevant in your love life. Maybe you are trying to communicate your needs and desires to your partner, but they are not understanding what you are saying. Or maybe you are not being clear about what you want, and they are misinterpreting your message. It is important to have open and honest communication in your relationship. Talk about your feelings and needs, and make sure you are both on the same page. Don't let misunderstandings fester and create conflict. Address them head on and work together to find a solution. And it can also represent a lack of focus, maybe you're starting a lot of different projects, but you're not finishing any of them, or you're getting distracted easily, or you're just feeling scattered and unfocused, And it's important to prioritize your tasks and focus on one thing at a time, and don't try to do too much at once. You could find that the speedy energy has you feeling like you are pulled in a million different directions. You are trying to do too much at once and not focusing on what is truly important. This can lead to burnout and exhaustion. It is important to prioritize your tasks and focus on what is most important. Don't try to do everything at once. Take a step back and assess your situation. What are your goals? What are your priorities? What can you delegate or eliminate? Focus on what is most important and let go of the rest. You cannot do everything, so don't try to. Focus on what is essential and let go of the non-essentials. You will be more productive and less stressed if you focus on what is truly important. This may require you to say no to some things. It's okay to say no. You don't have to do everything. Your time and energy are valuable, so use them wisely. Don't spread yourself too thin and end up feeling exhausted and overwhelmed. Focus on what is truly important and let go of the rest. So how can you harness the energy of the Eight of Wands for transformation, Well, first of all, I think it's really important to be clear about what you want, what are your goals? What are your intentions? What do you want to create in your life? Because the Eight of Wands is all about speed and action. So if you don't know what you want, you're just going to be running around in circles, So take some time to get really clear about what you want, and then focus your energy on that. And once you know what you want, it's really important to take action, Don't just sit around and wait for things to happen, Like, get out there and make things happen. Start taking small steps towards your goals, and don't be afraid to experiment and try new things. And it's also really important to be open to new opportunities, The Eight of Wands is all about sudden opportunities, so be on the lookout for them. Keep your eyes open and be willing to say yes to things that you might not normally say yes to. And it's also really important to communicate clearly and effectively, The Eight of Wands is all about communication, so make sure you're expressing yourself clearly and that you're listening to what other people have to say. And it's also really important to stay organized and focused, The Eight of Wands can be a little chaotic, so make sure you're keeping track of your tasks and that you're not getting distracted by things that aren't important. And it's also really important to trust your intuition, The Eight of Wands is all about sudden insights, so trust your gut and follow your instincts. And it's also really important to be patient with yourself, Transformation takes time, so don't expect to see results overnight. Just keep taking small steps forward, and eventually you'll get there. To harness this energy, try journaling or meditating to clarify your goals. Visualize yourself achieving your dreams, and then take concrete steps towards making them a reality. Don't be afraid to step outside your comfort zone and try new things. The Eight of Wands is urging you to embrace change and take risks. This is a time of rapid growth and transformation, and you are ready to embrace it fully. The Smoky Quartz tree is all about releasing the past and stepping into a new future filled with love and happiness. Trust the journey and know that you are supported by the universe. Also, it's important to remember that communication is key during this time. Be open and honest with yourself and others. Express your needs and desires clearly and confidently. Don't be afraid to speak your truth and let your voice be heard. The Eight of Wands is giving you the courage and the confidence to communicate your message to the world. And finally, don't forget to celebrate your successes along the way. Acknowledge your progress and reward yourself for your hard work. Transformation is a journey, not a destination. So enjoy the ride and celebrate your achievements along the way. You are doing great, and you are on the right path. Keep going. So, the Eight of Wands is all about speed, action, and communication. It can be a really positive card, bringing sudden clarity and opportunities. But it can also be overwhelming and lead to impulsiveness. The key is to be clear about what you want, take action, and stay grounded. Remember the Smoky Quartz tree and the theme of releasing the past. This card can help you break free and move forward, but you need to harness its energy wisely. Okay, so that's the Eight of Wands and how it connects with the previous cards we pulled. Now there are 3 more cards to go, and I'm so curious to see what they have to reveal about your love life. And this journey of transformation. Like, are we going to see more challenges, more opportunities, or maybe a combination of both? Okay, so, like, the next card we have is the Emperor. Wow, okay. So, the Emperor, like, right off the bat, this card is, like, all about authority, you know. It's about structure. It's about control. It's about, like, rules and regulations, you know. It's like the ultimate masculine energy, you know. Like a father figure, a boss, someone who's, like, in charge, you know. Someone who's, like, making the decisions. Someone who's providing stability and security, you know. And, like, it can be a really, really powerful card, you know. Like, it can represent, like, strength and leadership and, like, a sense of order, you know. But it can also be a little bit, like, rigid and, like, inflexible, you know. Like, it can be about being too controlling or too demanding or too, like, stuck in your ways, you know. So it really depends on the context, you know. Like, how it plays out in the reading. But, like, overall, the Emperor is, like, a very strong and, like, assertive energy. And, like, you can see that in the card, you know. Like, he's sitting on his throne. He's got his scepter. He's got his beard, you know. He's like, I'm the boss. I'm in charge, you know. So, yeah, the Emperor. So, like, how does this relate to the other cards, you know? Well, let's start with the Six of Swords, which is all about moving on from the past, right? So, with the Emperor, I'm wondering, like, is this about you needing to take control of your own journey and, like, be the authority in your own life, you know? Like, instead of, like, drifting along and, like, letting things happen to you, you need to, like, step up and, like, make your own decisions and, like, take charge of your own destiny, you know? Like, be your own emperor, you know? Like, don't wait for someone else to, like, tell you what to do or, like, rescue you from your situation, you know? You have the power to, like, create your own reality, you know? And the Emperor is saying, like, now is the time to do it, you know? Like, stop being a passenger in your own life and start being the driver, you know? Or, like, is it about someone else coming in and trying to control your journey, you know? Like, maybe there's someone in your life who's, like, trying to tell you what to do, or, like, trying to manipulate you, or, like, trying to keep you from moving on, you know? And the Emperor could be representing that person, you know? And it's important to, like, recognize that and, like, stand up for yourself and, like, set boundaries and, like, don't let them control you, you know? Because you have the right to, like, make your own decisions and, like, live your own life, you know? Like, no one else has the right to tell you what to do, you know? So, it could go either way, you know? It could be about you taking control, or it could be about someone else trying to take control of you, you know? And I think it's important to, like, really, really think about your own situation and, like, see which one resonates more with you, you know? Like, are you feeling powerless and, like, needing to step up and take charge? Or are you feeling controlled and, like, needing to break free and assert your independence? You know? And, like, either way, the Emperor is saying, like, you have the power to change your situation, you know? You just need to, like, tap into that inner strength and, like, take action. Or maybe, like, it's a bit of both, you know. Maybe you're needing to take control because someone else has been exerting too much control, you know. Like, maybe you've allowed someone to have power over you, and now you're realizing you need to reclaim that power for yourself, you know. That makes a lot of sense, actually, because we did have the Four of Pentacles earlier, which is all about holding on tight. And maybe you've been holding on to this person's control, you know. Like, you've been letting them dictate your life. And now you're like, okay, enough is enough. I'm taking back the reins, you know. So, yeah, I think that's a really, really important thing to consider. And then, like with the moon, which is all about hidden emotions and the subconscious, you know. The Emperor could be about bringing structure and order to your inner chaos, you know. Like, maybe you've been feeling really confused and uncertain about something. And the Emperor is saying, like, you need to, like, get organized and, like, figure things out and, like, create a plan, you know. Like, stop letting your emotions control you and start, like, using your logic and your reason to, like, make decisions, you know. Like, be the emperor of your own mind, you know. Like, don't let your subconscious run wild, you know. Like, take control of your thoughts and your feelings and, like, direct them in a positive direction. Or, like, maybe the Emperor is representing someone in your life who's, like, keeping secrets from you. Or, like, hiding something from you, you know. Like, maybe there's someone who's, like, an authority figure who's, like, not being honest with you. Or who's, like, manipulating you behind the scenes, you know. And the moon is saying, like, you need to, like, be aware of that and, like, trust your intuition and, like, try to uncover the truth, you know. Like, don't just blindly trust everything that this person is telling you, you know. Like, do your own research and, like, ask questions and, like, try to see what's really going on beneath the surface. Or maybe it means you are being too rigid with your emotions. You aren't allowing yourself to feel. You are suppressing your feelings and trying to control them. The Emperor can sometimes signify someone who is very stoic. You don't want to feel your feelings. You want to push them down and ignore them. But the moon is here to remind you that those feelings need to be felt. You can't just ignore them and expect them to go away. They will come back to haunt you if you don't address them. It is important to allow yourself to feel your emotions, even the negative ones. Don't try to control them or suppress them. Let them flow through you and release them. The Emperor may be trying to protect you from getting hurt, but the moon is saying that you need to be vulnerable and allow yourself to feel. You can't experience true love and connection if you are always guarded and protected. It is time to let go of your control and allow yourself to be open and vulnerable. Or, like, you know, maybe it's a combination of both, you know. Maybe you need to, like, bring structure to your own emotions. But you also need to be aware of the hidden agendas of the people around you, you know. Like, maybe you need to, like, be both the Emperor and the detective, you know. Like, you need to, like, take control of your own inner world. But you also need to, like, be vigilant and, like, watch out for people who are trying to manipulate you. Okay, so, then we have the Four of Pentacles, which is all about holding on tight, you know. So, with the Emperor, I'm wondering, does this mean you need to loosen your grip on something, you know? Maybe you've been trying to control something too much, and the Emperor is saying, you need to, let go and, trust the process, you know? Stop trying to micromanage everything and, allow things to unfold naturally, you know? Surrender to the universe and, trust that everything is going to be okay. Or, does it mean that someone else is trying to clamp down on you, you know? Maybe there's someone in your life who's, being really possessive or controlling. And the Emperor is saying, you need to, break free from that and, assert your independence, you know? Don't let them hold you back from, pursuing your dreams and, living your life to the fullest. It's are you being the Four of Pentacles? Or is someone else being the Four of Pentacles to you? You know, that's the question. Or maybe it's a good thing that someone is trying to exert control. Maybe you need that structure in your life. Maybe you have been too chaotic and someone is coming in to help you get organized. The Emperor can be a positive influence if you are open to it. Maybe you have been resisting their help, but the Emperor is here to tell you that it is okay to let someone take control. You don't have to do everything yourself. It is okay to ask for help and let someone else lead the way. The Four of Pentacles combined with the Emperor could also mean that you need to be more responsible with your finances. You have been spending too much money and not saving enough. The Emperor is here to tell you to get your finances in order. Create a budget and stick to it. Save more money and spend less. You need to be more disciplined with your spending habits. Or maybe it means you are being too rigid with your beliefs. You are so stuck in your ways that you are not open to new ideas or perspectives. The Emperor is here to tell you to be more flexible and open-minded. Don't be so quick to judge others or dismiss their opinions. Be willing to listen and learn from others. You don't have to agree with them, but you should at least be willing to consider their point of view. The Four of Pentacles combined with the Emperor could also mean that you are being too stubborn. You are refusing to compromise or see things from another person's perspective. The Emperor is here to tell you to be more flexible and willing to compromise. Relationships require compromise, and if you are not willing to bend, you will end up pushing people away. It is important to be willing to see things from another person's perspective and find a solution that works for both of you. Or maybe it's a little bit of both, maybe you need to loosen your grip on some things, but you also need to, stand your ground on other things, maybe you need to, be flexible and adaptable, but you also need to, set boundaries and, protect your own interests. It's all about finding the right balance, knowing when to hold on and when to let go. And then, we have the Eight of Wands, which is all about sudden action and fast movement, So, with the Emperor, I'm wondering, is the Emperor the one who's causing all this fast change, you know? Like, is there someone in your life who's, like, suddenly shaking things up and, like, throwing everything into chaos, you know? And the Emperor is saying, like, you need to, like, be prepared for that and, like, be ready to adapt to the new situation. Like, maybe your boss is suddenly changing the rules, or your partner is suddenly moving to a new city, or like something unexpected is happening that's like turning your world upside down, you know. And the Emperor is saying, like, you need to, like, stay calm and, like, stay focused and, like, don't let the chaos overwhelm you. Or maybe the Emperor is reacting to the fast changes. Maybe things are happening so quickly that the Emperor is trying to step in and regain control. They are trying to bring order to the chaos and create a sense of stability. This could be a positive influence if the changes are overwhelming you. The Emperor is here to help you get organized and create a plan. But it could also be a negative influence if the changes are positive, and the Emperor is trying to stifle your growth. It is important to discern the difference and determine whether the Emperor's influence is helpful or harmful. Or like, are you the Emperor and you're the one initiating all the fast changes, you know? Like, have you suddenly decided to, like, take charge of your life and, like, make a bunch of big changes all at once, you know? Like, maybe you've decided to, like, quit your job or move to a new city or end a relationship or, like, something drastic like that, you know? And the Emperor is saying, like, you need to, like, be careful and, like, make sure you're not being too impulsive and, like, make sure you're thinking things through before you act. Or maybe it means the changes are coming whether you like it or not. The Eight of Wands is a powerful force that cannot be stopped. The Emperor is here to help you navigate these changes and make the best of the situation. They are a source of strength and stability during a time of chaos. You can lean on them for support and guidance. The Emperor is also a reminder that you are in control of your own destiny. You can choose how to respond to these changes and make decisions that are in your best interest. The Eight of Wands may be throwing you for a loop, but the Emperor is here to help you stay grounded and make wise choices. It is important to remember that you are not alone. You have support and guidance available to you. Lean on those around you and trust that you will get through this. The changes may be scary, but they are also an opportunity for growth and transformation. Embrace the unknown and step into your power. So, like putting it all together, you know, we've got the Smoky quartz tree, which is all about transformation. And this whole reading is themed around releasing the past to make way for a fresh start in love, right? And now we have the Emperor, which is like all about authority, structure, and control. So it's like you're on this journey of letting go of the past, but you also need to like take control of your own life and like be the authority in your own life, you know. You can't just like drift along and like let things happen to you. You need to like step up and like make your own decisions and like create create your own destiny. But you also need to be careful not to be too rigid or controlling, you know. You need to, find the right balance between, structure and flexibility, you know. And you also need to be aware of the people around you and, make sure that no one is trying to control you or manipulate you, you know. You need to, be both strong and assertive, but also, open and vulnerable. It's a tough balance to strike, you know, but I think you're up to the challenge. And it also highlights that even though the past is something you are actively trying to release, that you can't just leave it to fade away. You have to take control of the narrative, of the memory. You are the emperor of your own history, and you get to decide what that looks like and how it affects you. You have to be the one to put the past into the context of your life, not let it define you moving forward. It is up to you to decide how much power you let the past have. I think that is amazing and so in line with the need for transformation. And this isn't just about romantic relationships. This could be about family dynamics, career choices, anything where you feel like someone else has had too much influence and you're ready to reclaim your power. The Emperor is rising in you, and it's time to let that energy guide you. Wow, this is so exciting. I can't wait to see what the next cards reveal. What aspects of your life are calling for this Emperor energy to rise up? Are you ready to take the throne? Okay. So, next up we have the Star. Ooh, wow. Okay, so the Star, right. I mean, after all that intense Emperor energy, this feels like a total breath of fresh air, you know. The Star is all about hope. It's about inspiration. It's about, faith in the universe, you know. It's seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, you know. So it's after all that, maybe, controlling energy, it's a reminder that there's still good out there, you know. So, thinking about it, with the Six of Swords, after you've been through that whole, transition of moving on from something, the Star is that glimmer of hope that, things are going to get better, you know. It's that feeling of, okay, I'm leaving this behind, and I'm heading towards something brighter, you know. It's that sense of optimism that keeps you going, even when things are tough. It's yeah, you might be feeling a little sad or a little lost, but the Star is there to remind you that, you're not alone, and that, there's always hope for a better future, you know. It's even when you're in the darkest night, you can still look up and see the stars shining, you know. They're always there to guide you. And I feel that's so important when you're, releasing the past, you know. Because it can be so easy to get caught up in, the negativity and the pain, and to forget that there's still beauty and joy and love out there, you know. But the Star is a gentle reminder that you deserve to be happy, and that you're worthy of love, and that there are good things waiting for you, you know. And with the Moon, which is all about the subconscious and hidden emotions, the Star can be a beacon of light that helps you to navigate those murky waters, Like maybe you've been feeling really confused or uncertain about something, and the star is like a little voice inside you that's saying, trust your intuition, trust your gut, you know. You know what's best for you, It's like, even when you can't see clearly, you can still feel your way forward, Like you can still follow your heart, even when your head is telling you otherwise. And I think that's so important when you're dealing with, like, unresolved emotional stuff, Because it can be so easy to get lost in your own thoughts and feelings, and to forget that you have, like, an inner compass that can guide you, But the star is like a reminder that, like, you have all the answers you need inside of you, and that, like, you just need to, like, listen to your inner voice and, like, trust that it's leading you in the right direction, It might even mean that some of that subconscious stuff is finally coming into the light, Like those hidden fears or anxieties, or like old wounds that have been, like, lurking in the shadows. They're finally starting to surface, and you're able to, like, see them for what they are and, like, start to heal them, Because the star is all about, like, healing and renewal, It's about, like, washing away the old and making way for the new, So it's like, yeah, it might be a little scary to, like, confront those hidden emotions. But the star is there to tell you that, like, you're strong enough to handle it. And that, like, you're not alone. And that, like, you're going to get through it, But, like, on the flip side, maybe you're, like, afraid of that hope, Maybe you're afraid to believe that things can actually get better because you've been hurt so many times in the past, And it's like you're almost, like, afraid to get your hopes up because you don't want to be disappointed again, And that's totally understandable, I think a lot of people feel that way, especially after they've been through, like, a really tough breakup or a really painful experience, But the star is saying that, like, you can't let that fear hold you back, You have to be willing to, like, take a chance on hope, even if it's a little scary, Because if you don't, you're just going to stay stuck in the past, and you're never going to experience the joy and the love that you deserve, So it's like, yeah, it might be a risk, but it's a risk worth taking, Because the potential reward is so much greater than the potential pain, And like with the Four of Pentacles, which is all about, like, holding on tight and being afraid to let go, The star is like a gentle nudge to, like, loosen your grip and, like, trust that the universe has your back, Like maybe you've been clinging to something really tightly, like an old relationship or an old belief or an old way of being. And the star is saying, like, it's okay to let go, It's okay to surrender. It's okay to trust that things are going to work out for the best, even if you can't see how right now, It's like the more you cling to something, the more you're blocking yourself from receiving new blessings, You have to create space in your life for new things to come in. And that means letting go of the old. And it can be scary to let go. I know, especially if you're afraid of, like, not having enough, or not being good enough, or not being worthy of love, you know. But the star is saying that, like, you are enough, you know. You are worthy of love, and you deserve to be happy. And the universe is going to provide you with everything you need, as long as you're willing to, like, open yourself up to receive it, you know. And like with the Emperor, which is all about control and authority, the star is like a reminder that you don't have to control everything, you know. Like, you don't have to be in charge all the time. You don't have to have all the answers. You don't have to be perfect, you know. It's okay to, like, surrender to the flow of life and to trust that things are going to work out, even if you don't know how, you know. It's like the Emperor is all about, like, structure and order, but the star is all about, like, faith and trust, you know. And sometimes you just need to, like, let go of the need to control everything and just, like, have faith that the universe is guiding you in the right direction, you know. Because, like, the more you try to control things, the more you're resisting the natural flow of life, and the more stressed out and anxious you're going to be, you know. But if you can just, like, relax and trust, then you can actually start to, like, enjoy the journey and to see the beauty and the magic that's all around you, you know. Maybe, like, the star is even saying that the kind of love that's coming for you is one where you don't need to control everything, you know. Like a relationship where you can, like, truly be yourself and, like, trust your partner and, like, let go of the need to, like, micromanage everything, you know. Because, like, that's what true love is all about, you know. It's about, like, feeling safe and secure and, like, accepted for who you are without having to, like, put on a facade or try to be someone you're not. It's about, like, finding someone who loves you for your flaws and all, and who supports you in your dreams, and who helps you to grow and become the best version of yourself, you know. And that kind of love is only possible when you're willing to, like, let go of control and, like, trust that the universe is going to bring you the right person at the right time, you know. And with the Eight of Wands, which is all about sudden action and fast movement, the star is like a guiding light that helps you to, like, navigate those rapid changes, you know. Like, maybe things are happening really fast in your life right now, and you're feeling a little overwhelmed, and the star is saying, like, don't worry, you're not alone, you know. You have the strength and the wisdom to handle anything that comes your way. And, like, the universe is supporting you every step of the way, you know. It's like, even when things are moving really fast, you can still stay grounded and centered by, like, connecting with your inner self, and by, like, trusting your intuition, and by, like, focusing on your goals, you know. Because the star is all about, like, hope and inspiration. And those are the things that are going to keep you going, even when things are tough. Maybe it also means trusting that the fast pace is actually a good thing, you know. Like maybe the universe is like speeding things up to bring you closer to your dreams. And you just need to like have faith and trust that everything is happening for a reason, you know. It's like the star is saying that like you're on the right path, even if you can't see where it's leading you, you know. You just need to like keep moving forward and to keep believing in yourself and to keep trusting that the universe is going to guide you to where you need to be, you know. And I think that's so important when you're like making big changes in your life, you know, because it can be so easy to get discouraged and to feel like you're not making any progress and to want to give up, you know. But the star is there to remind you that like you're stronger than you think and that like you're capable of achieving anything you set your mind to, and that like you're not alone in this journey, you know. So like what does the star actually mean for you and your love life, you know? Well, I think it means that like you have a lot of hope and potential for a fresh start, you know. Like you've been through some tough times, but you've learned from those experiences and you're ready to move on and create a new chapter in your life, you know. And the star is saying that like you're worthy of love and that you deserve to be happy and that like you're going to find the right person at the right time, as long as you're willing to like open yourself up to receive it, you know. It's like you need to like let go of the past and to trust that the universe is going to bring you what you need and to believe in yourself and to like stay positive and to like keep shining your light, you know. Because the star is all about like shining your light, you know. It's about like sharing your gifts and your talents with the world and about like inspiring others to be their best selves, you know. And the more you shine your light, the more you're going to attract the right kind of people into your life, including like the right kind of partner, you know. It's like the universe is going to see your light and it's going to be like, oh, wow, look at that amazing person. I need to send them some love, you know. So it's like you just need to like focus on being your best self and on living your truth and on like following your heart, and the rest is going to fall into place, you know. And I know that can be hard, especially when you're feeling like lonely or discouraged. But the star is there to remind you that like you're not alone and that like you're loved and that like you're worthy and that like you have so much to offer the world, you know. So it's like, don't give up on yourself and don't give up on love and don't give up on your dreams, you know. Just keep shining your light and everything is going to be okay, you know. But you know, like, let's talk about the shadow side of the star too, right? Because every card has a shadow side, you know. And with the star, it can be about like being too idealistic, you know. Like maybe you're so focused on the future and on your dreams that you're not really present in the moment, you know. Like you're always looking ahead and you're never really appreciating what you have right now, you know. And that can be a problem because like life is happening right now, you know. You can't just like wait for the perfect moment to be happy. you have to, find joy in the present moment and to appreciate the little things and to be grateful for what you have, even if it's not everything you want, you know. Or, maybe you're so focused on, being a beacon of hope for others that you're neglecting your own needs, you know. You're always putting everyone else first, and you're never really taking care of yourself, you know. And that can lead to burnout and exhaustion, and it can make it hard to, actually help other people because you're just too drained, you know. So it's important to, find a balance between, helping others and taking care of yourself, and to remember that you can't pour from an empty cup, you know. You have to, fill yourself up first before you can start giving to others. Or, maybe you're being too naive or gullible, you know. You're so trusting and optimistic that you're not really seeing people for who they are, and you're, getting taken advantage of, you know. And that can be really painful because, it's hard to trust people after you've been betrayed, you know. But it's important to, learn from those experiences and to, develop your discernment and to, be more careful about who you trust. But to not let those experiences harden your heart, you know. You still need to be open to love and to connection, but you also need to be wise and discerning and to, protect yourself from getting hurt again. So, how can you make sure you're harnessing the positive energy of the star without falling into those shadow tendencies, you know? Well, I think it starts with, being grounded, you know? Connecting with your body and with nature and with the present moment and with your own needs, you know? Don't get so caught up in your dreams that you forget to, take care of yourself and to appreciate the beauty that's all around you, you know. And it also means being honest with yourself about your limitations, you know. Knowing that you can't do everything and that you can't save everyone and that you're not perfect, and that's okay, you know. You just need to, focus on being your best self and on doing what you can and on trusting that the universe is going to take care of the rest, you know. And it also means being discerning about who you trust and about what you believe and about what you allow into your life, you know. Not just blindly accepting everything that comes your way, but questioning things and doing your research and listening to your intuition and making sure that you're surrounding yourself with people who are supportive and loving and who have your best interests at heart, you know. The star, it's all about hope, inspiration, and healing. After all the other cards, it feels like a gentle reassurance that you're on the right path. You're releasing the past, dealing with hidden emotions, and learning to balance control with faith. This card is like a cosmic hug, telling you to keep shining your light, even when things are tough. Wow, this is getting so good. I'm so excited to see what the final card is. Will it be a card of action or a card of reflection? A card of challenge or a card of reward? I have no idea, but I can't wait to find out. Okay, so, the very last card, the one that's going to bring it all home is Judgment. Okay, that's huge, right? Judgment. It's like a major arcana card, and it's all about like awakening and reckoning, and like a call to a higher purpose, you know. It's like a moment of truth, you know, a big turning point. So, like, after all that stuff we've been talking about, like, this feels like a really significant moment, you know. It's not just about little shifts. It's about a fundamental shift in perspective, in understanding, in, like, your whole life path, you know. It's like the universe is, like, calling you to step into your true self, you know, to rise above the limitations of the past and to embrace a new future. So, okay, let's break it down, right? How does this connect with the Six of Swords, that card about moving on, that feeling of transition? Well, like with Judgment, it's not just about physically moving on, right? It's about like a spiritual awakening that comes from truly understanding the lessons of the past, you know. Like, it's not enough to just like sail away from your problems. You have to like actually learn from them, you know. You have to like understand why you were in that situation in the first place and what you need to do differently in the future to avoid repeating the same patterns, you know. It's like the Six of Swords is about leaving the old behind, but Judgment is about, like, resurrecting the best parts of yourself from the ashes of the past, you know. It's about taking all those experiences, both good and bad, and using them to become a stronger, wiser, more authentic person, you know. It's like you're not just escaping the past. You're transforming it into something valuable, something that can help you to create a better future, you know. And like, maybe this Judgment card is telling you that that journey that you took in the Six of Swords, you know, that leaving, maybe it wasn't a physical journey as much as it was a spiritual one, you know. Like, maybe it was about leaving behind an old version of yourself that no longer served you, you know. Maybe it was about shedding those old skin to emerge anew, you know. But like, here's the thing. This Judgment card, it's also saying that you can't just ignore the past, you know. Like, you can't just pretend that those things didn't happen or that they didn't affect you, you know. You have to, like, actually acknowledge the pain and the trauma and the heartbreak, and to, like, fully feel those emotions before you can truly release them, you know. It's like you can't just bury the past. You have to, like, exhume it, examine it, and then, like, decide what to do with it, you know. Like, what parts of it do you want to keep? What parts do you want to let go of? And what new meaning can you create from it all? Maybe, like the boat that you were in the Six of Swords, maybe it was a boat to take you down into your memories. And now that you've seen those memories, you are ready to be judged. And, you know, this could also mean forgiving someone. You know, like maybe someone in your past hurt you deeply, and you've been holding on to that anger and resentment for a long time. And Judgment is saying, like, it's time to let it go, you know. It's time to forgive them, not because they deserve it, but because you deserve to be free from that negativity, you know. It's like holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die, you know. it only hurts you in the end. So, judgment is saying, like, it's time to release that poison, to forgive them, and to move on with your life. Like, whatever happened in the past, it's over now, you know. You can't change it, but you can change how you react to it, and you can choose to create a different future. And maybe, like, you can forgive yourself too, you know. Like, maybe you made some mistakes in the past, or you did things that you regret, and you've been beating yourself up about it ever since. And judgment is saying, like, it's time to forgive yourself, you know. It's time to let go of the guilt and the shame, and to recognize that you did the best you could with what you knew at the time, and to learn from those mistakes and move on. Like, everyone makes mistakes, you know. It's part of being human. The important thing is to learn from them and to grow from them, and to not let them define you, you know. So, like, forgiveness is a big theme with this Six of Swords and Judgment combination. It's about forgiving yourself, forgiving others, and forgiving the past. Because, like, once you can do that, you're truly free to move on and create a better future. Okay, so then we've got the moon, right? All those hidden emotions, the subconscious, the illusions. How does judgment play with that? Well, like, judgment is about bringing those hidden things to light, you know. It's about facing those subconscious fears and insecurities, and, like, finally dealing with them, you know. Like, the moon is all about what's lurking beneath the surface, but judgment is about, like, diving down there and, like, shining a light on it all, you know. Like, it's about bringing those shadowy parts of yourself into the conscious realm so that you can, like, understand them and heal them and integrate them into your whole being. It's like, you can't just ignore those hidden emotions, you know. You can't just pretend they're not there, because they're going to keep influencing your life, whether you realize it or not. So judgment is saying, like, it's time to face them head on, to confront those demons, and to, like, release them once and for all. And, like, maybe this means that you've been, like, avoiding something for a long time, you know. Like, maybe there's a part of yourself that you're ashamed of, or a memory that you're afraid to confront, or a truth that you're not ready to admit. And judgment is saying, like, it's time to stop running away, you know. It's time to turn around and face it, no matter how scary it might seem. Because, like, the only way to truly heal is to confront those things that you're afraid of, and to, like, bring them into the light of consciousness. And, like, once you do that, you'll realize that they're not as scary as you thought they were, and that you have the strength to overcome them, and that you can emerge from the darkness even stronger and wiser than before. And it makes me wonder if that's what was being judged. The fear, the darkness. If you are being called into the light because you are ready to bring this thing with you and be healed by its presence. The fear makes you stronger, but it doesn't have to control you. But like with the moon, there's also that element of illusion, right? And judgment can be about seeing through those illusions, you know. Like, maybe you've been, like, believing in something that's not true. or you've been seeing things in a distorted way, or you've been letting your fears and insecurities cloud your judgment. And judgment is saying, like, it's time to see things clearly, you know. It's time to recognize the truth, even if it's painful, and to, like, let go of those false beliefs and those distorted perceptions that are holding you back. And it also may mean recognizing what was real. In any situation, there are things that you learn, things that were helpful, but also lies that we tell ourselves to help us get through hard situations. It might be time to call those out, too. You might be believing the lie that you are unlovable because someone unloving hurt you. This card is here to say that just is not true. Judgment is here to set the record straight, you know. Like, you have the power to create your own reality, but you can't do that if you're living in a world of illusions. So judgment is saying, like, it's time to wake up, to see things as they really are, and to start creating a life that's based on truth and authenticity. And like with the moon, there's also that connection to intuition, right? And judgment can be about trusting your intuition, you know. Like maybe you've been getting a gut feeling about something, but you've been ignoring it, or you've been second-guessing yourself. And judgment is saying, like, it's time to listen to that inner voice, you know. It's time to trust your instincts and to follow your heart, even if it doesn't make sense to your head. Because, like, your intuition is always guiding you in the right direction, and it knows what's best for you, even when you don't, you know. So, judgment is saying, like, it's time to stop doubting yourself and to start trusting that inner wisdom that's always available to you. I wonder if some of the illusions were blocking you from accessing your intuition, you know. Maybe the judgment is about quieting the outside so you can hear the call from within. Okay, so then we've got the Four of Pentacles, that card about holding on tight, being afraid to let go, right? How does judgment shake things up there? Well, like, judgment is all about letting go of what no longer serves you, you know. It's about releasing those old attachments, those old beliefs, those old patterns that are keeping you stuck, and about embracing a new future, you know. So, with the Four of Pentacles, it's like you're being called to, like, reevaluate what you're holding on to, you know. Like, what are you clinging to so tightly? What are you afraid of losing? And is it really worth it? Is it really serving your highest good? Or is it just holding you back from something better? Judgment is asking you to really look hard at that and decide what can come with you and what needs to be left behind to burn. And like, maybe this means letting go of an old relationship, you know. Like, even if it's comfortable and familiar, even if you've been together for a long time, if it's not truly fulfilling you, if it's not helping you to grow, then judgment is saying, like, it's time to let it go, you know. It's time to release that attachment and to open yourself up to the possibility of something new. It is time to ask the hard questions, you know. Like, are we really happy? Are we really growing together? Or are we just staying together because we're afraid of being alone? And if the answer is the latter, then Judgment is saying, like, it's time to be brave and to make a change, even if it's scary. Ooh, it also makes me wonder if you need to step up to the plate. You know, is the Judgment about deciding to be all in or all out? Like, no half measures. Time to decide. You can no longer be in the middle, you know. Or, like, maybe it means letting go of an old belief system, you know. Like, maybe you've been holding on to a belief that's no longer serving you. A belief that's limiting your potential. Or a belief that's making you unhappy. And Judgment is saying, like, it's time to release that belief and to embrace a new perspective. A perspective that's more empowering, more authentic, and more aligned with your true self. Like, we all have these beliefs that we've inherited from our parents, or from society, or from our past experiences. And sometimes, those beliefs can hold us back from living our best lives. So it's important to, like, reevaluate them and to decide which ones we want to keep and which ones we want to let go of. And then you can build a new, healthier system of beliefs to help you get what you want. Or, like, maybe it means letting go of an old identity, you know. Like, maybe you've been identifying yourself as something that you're not anymore. Like, maybe you've been clinging to an old role or an old label. And Judgment is saying, like, it's time to release that identity and to embrace a new one, an identity that's more authentic, more aligned with who you truly are, and more aligned with who you're becoming. It's time to let go of who you think you are and become who you are. But, like, the Four of Pentacles is also about fear, right? And Judgment can be about overcoming those fears, you know. Like, maybe you're afraid of letting go because you're afraid of what will happen if you do, you know. Maybe you're afraid of being alone, or of not having enough, or of not being good enough. And Judgment is saying, like, it's time to face those fears and to realize that they're just illusions and that you're strong enough to handle whatever comes your way. Because, like, fear is a powerful emotion, but it doesn't have to control you. You can choose to overcome it and to step into your power and to create a life that's based on love and on trust and on faith rather than on fear. Okay, so what about the Eight of Wands, that card of sudden action and rapid change? How does Judgment affect that? Well, like, Judgment can be the catalyst for that sudden action, you know. Like, maybe you've been feeling stuck for a long time, and you've been waiting for something to happen. And then suddenly, Judgment comes along, and, like, boom, everything changes, and you're propelled into action, and you're moving forward at lightning speed. The Judgment card is what is igniting that fire within you, giving you the courage and the strength to take that leap of faith. It's time. It's like maybe you have been feeling a prompting, but this card is saying you are ready to answer the call to action. Whatever it is, you are ready to step into the next chapter. You are ready to fully embrace the new you and all the amazing things that are coming your way. Get ready. It's GO time. Or, like, maybe the Eight of Wands is already in motion, and Judgment is helping you to, like, see the bigger picture and to understand the purpose behind all the chaos, and to, align your actions with your true values and your true desires. It is time to get clear on your intentions and make sure you are moving in the right direction. The Eight of Wands can sometimes be scattered and unfocused. Judgment is here to help you get clear and focused, to make sure you are using your energy wisely and effectively. Don't let the speed and intensity of the moment cloud your vision. Take a step back and assess the situation. Where are you going? What are you trying to achieve? How can you best use your energy to achieve your goals? Judgment is here to help you answer these questions and make sure you are on the right path. But judgment can also be a warning to, slow down and to be more mindful, maybe you're moving too fast and you're not really thinking things through, and you're making rash decisions that you're going to regret later. And judgment is saying, it's time to pump the brakes and to, take a step back and to, really consider the consequences of your actions before you act. You can also look at the situation and decide you have been going too slow. Maybe the Judgment card is here to affirm that the speed is necessary, that your quick actions are bringing you to where you need to be, that even if it feels chaotic, it is exactly what it needs to be. And it makes me wonder if this means you have to cut ties. Is the Judgment about needing to make a sudden, drastic decision that will change the course of your life? Are you being called to sever connections with people or situations that are no longer serving you? This could be a painful process, but it is necessary for your growth and evolution. The Judgment card is here to tell you that you are strong enough to make these tough decisions and move forward with your life. You have the power to create a new future for yourself, and it is time to start making choices that align with your highest good. Okay. And then we've got the Emperor, right? That card of authority, structure, and control. How does Judgment shift that energy? Well, Judgment can be about questioning authority, Maybe you've been blindly following someone else's rules, or you've been accepting the status quo without question. And Judgment is saying, it's time to think for yourself and to challenge the system and to stand up for what you believe in, even if it means going against the grain. What traditions were passed down to you? What does your family expect from you? Is it time to go against the grain and make your own path? It's maybe you've been giving your power away to someone else, and Judgment is saying, it's time to reclaim that power and to become your own authority and to start making your own decisions and to start living your life on your own terms. The Emperor can be a powerful and positive force, but it can also be oppressive and controlling. Judgment is here to help you discern the difference and make sure you are not being controlled or manipulated by someone else. You have the right to think for yourself and make your own choices, even if they go against the wishes of others. Or maybe you've been being too rigid and controlling yourself, and Judgment is saying, it's time to loosen up and to let go of the need to control everything and to trust that the universe has your back and to allow things to unfold naturally without trying to force them into a certain shape. Let go of the reins a little bit. Trust yourself. Trust your path. Or maybe it is the opposite. Maybe the emperor has no control over the situation. You are being called to step into that power. It is time for you to create the structure. It is time for you to be the authority. What do you want? What do you need? You have the power to create it for yourself. And like judgment can also be about taking responsibility for your own actions, you know. Like maybe you've been blaming someone else for your problems, or you've been avoiding taking responsibility for your mistakes. And judgment is saying, like, it's time to own up to your own stuff and to acknowledge your role in creating your own reality and to start making choices that are more aligned with your values and your goals. This can be really difficult, but it is necessary for your growth and evolution. You cannot move forward until you take responsibility for your past actions. You have the power to create a new future for yourself, but it starts with taking ownership of your present. And finally, the star, that card of hope and inspiration, right? How does judgment connect with that? Well, like, judgment is about awakening to your true potential, you know. Like, maybe you've been doubting yourself, or you've been feeling lost or discouraged. And judgment is saying, like, it's time to remember who you really are and to recognize your unique gifts and talents and to start using them to create a life that's full of meaning and purpose. You are talented. You are gifted. You are worthy. Don't let anything convince you otherwise. It is time to embrace your authenticity and let your true self shine. The star is here to remind you that you are a beautiful and unique being, full of love and light. You have so much to offer the world, and it is time to start sharing your gifts with others. Don't be afraid to be yourself, even if it means going against the crowd. Your authenticity is your power, and it will attract the right people and opportunities into your life. Trust your intuition and follow your heart, and you will create a life that is full of joy, love, and fulfillment. Or like, maybe you've been so focused on your own problems that you've forgotten about the bigger picture. And judgment is saying, like, it's time to connect with something larger than yourself and to find a sense of purpose and meaning in your life and to start using your gifts and talents to make a positive impact on the world. Like maybe you're being called to, like, start a business that helps people, or to volunteer your time to a cause that you care about, or to create art that inspires others, or to simply be a kind and compassionate presence in the world. Whatever it is, judgment is saying, like, it's time to step into your role as a lightworker and to start using your gifts to make the world a better place. I wonder if that judgment is about how you can better serve. What is your purpose on this planet? And how can you live up to that, you know? So, like, basically, judgment is calling you to step into your highest self, to live your truth, and to make a positive impact on the world. It's a powerful card, and it's not always easy, but it's ultimately about freedom and about joy, and about living a life that's full of meaning and purpose. Wow, this is a lot, right? Like, this whole reading has been a roller coaster, you know. We've gone from moving on from the past, to dealing with hidden emotions, to holding on tight, to suddenly taking action, to questioning authority, to finding hope and inspiration. And now, finally, to being called to step into our true selves and to live our purpose. It's been a journey, to say the least. But this card pulls it all together, right? Like it affirms everything that we've seen so far, and it gives us a clear direction for the future. So, what does this all mean for your love life? Well, I think it means that you're on the verge of something big, you know. Like, you're about to experience a major transformation in your love life, and it's going to be amazing. What you need to do next is make that decision, do the work, face those fears, and get ready for that transformation. Get ready. It is coming. The question is, will you be ready for it? Oh my gosh, are you ready for this? Seriously, after everything we've uncovered, this final message is going to be, totally mind-blowing. Okay, so let's just take a quick sec to remember where we've been, right? We started with the Six of Swords, which was all about, moving on, leaving the past behind, even though it felt a little bittersweet, right? And then we dove deep into the subconscious with the moon, uncovering all those hidden emotions and illusions that were lurking beneath the surface. Then we hit the Four of Pentacles, which was like a big red flag, warning us about holding on too tight, being afraid to let go, you know. But then, bam, the Eight of Wands came in like a whirlwind, shaking things up and pushing us forward at lightning speed. And then the Emperor showed up, reminding us to take control, to be the authority in our own lives, but also to be careful not to become too rigid or controlling, right? And then, just when we thought things couldn't get any better, the Star appeared, showering us with hope, inspiration, and a gentle reminder that we're worthy of love and happiness, you know. So, that's been our journey so far. And now, here we are at the very end, with the Judgment card staring us right in the face, okay, it's time to wake up. It's time to transform. It's time to step into your true power. And it all started with that Smoky quartz tree, remember? The crystal of transformation. That wasn't just a random pick, you know. That was a sign from the universe that you're ready to level up, to release the old and embrace the new, to become the best version of yourself, you know. And the Judgment card is the ultimate confirmation of that, you know. It's like the universe is saying, yes, you're on the right track. You're ready for this. Go for it. So, okay, let's really dive into this Judgment card, because it's seriously packed with meaning. First of all, it's about forgiveness, you know. And I'm not just talking about forgiving other people, although that's definitely part of it. I'm talking about forgiving yourself too. Like maybe you've been holding onto some guilt or shame about something you did in the past. Or maybe you've been beating yourself up for not being perfect. And judgment is saying, like, it's time to let that go, you know. It's time to forgive yourself for being human, for making mistakes, for not always knowing the right answer. Because, like, we all make mistakes, you know. It's part of the learning process. And the important thing is to learn from those mistakes and to move on, not to dwell on them and let them define you. And like, I know it can be hard to forgive yourself, especially if you've done something that you're really ashamed of. But it's so important because, like, you can't truly move forward until you've forgiven yourself, you know. You're just going to keep carrying that baggage around with you, and it's going to weigh you down and hold you back from experiencing the joy and the love that you deserve. So, like, how do you forgive yourself? Well, I think it starts with, like, acknowledging what you did, you know. Like, really owning up to your mistakes without making excuses or trying to minimize them. And then, like, it's about taking responsibility for your actions, you know. Like, admitting that you were wrong and that you hurt someone and that you're sorry. And then, like, it's about making amends if possible, you know. Like, if you can apologize to the person you hurt, or if you can do something to make up for your mistake, then that can be really helpful. But even if you can't, like, physically make amends, you can still make a commitment to yourself to not repeat the same mistake in the future. And then, like, it's about letting go of the guilt and the shame, you know. Like, realizing that you're not a bad person, that you just made a mistake, and that you're capable of learning and growing and becoming a better person. And like, I think it's also really helpful to, like, practice self-compassion, you know. Like, treating yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would treat a friend who is going through the same thing. Like, don't beat yourself up. Don't call yourself names. Don't tell yourself that you're worthless. Just, like, be gentle with yourself and remind yourself that you're doing the best you can and that you're worthy of love and forgiveness. It's time to mother yourself. And, like, it's not just about forgiving yourself for past mistakes, you know. It's also about forgiving yourself for not being perfect. Like, maybe you have this image in your head of what you should be like, or what your love life should be like, and you're constantly comparing yourself to that ideal, and you're always falling short, and you're always feeling disappointed in yourself. But judgment is saying, like, it's time to let go of that perfectionism, you know. It's time to accept yourself for who you are, flaws and all, and to realize that you're already perfect in your own unique way. Like, nobody's perfect, you know. We all have our strengths and weaknesses, our quirks and our imperfections, and that's what makes us human. And the more you can embrace your imperfections, the more you're going to be able to love yourself, and the more you're going to be able to attract someone who loves you for who you are, not for who you think you should be. Like, there is only one you, you know, and you are worthy of love just as you are. And like, I think it's also really important to challenge those negative beliefs that you have about yourself, you know. Like, maybe you believe that you're not good enough, or that you're not lovable, or that you're never going to find happiness. And judgment is saying, it's time to question those beliefs, to examine them, to see if they're really true. And most of the time, they're not, you know. They're just stories that you've been telling yourself for years, and they're based on old experiences or on other people's opinions, and they're not really reflective of who you are today. So, challenge those beliefs and replace them with new, more positive beliefs, beliefs that are based on truth and on love and on self-acceptance. Instead of saying, I'm not good enough, say, I'm worthy of love and happiness. Instead of saying, I'm never going to find someone, say, I'm open to finding love, and I trust that the universe is going to bring me the right person at the right time. It's all about reframing your thoughts and changing your perspective. And I think it's also really helpful to focus on your strengths and your talents, you know. Instead of dwelling on your weaknesses, focus on what you're good at, and on what makes you unique, and on what you have to offer the world. And the more you focus on your strengths, the more confident you're going to become, and the more you're going to attract people who appreciate you for who you are. And you know, it can even be helpful to make a list of all your strengths and talents, and to read it every day, just to remind yourself of how amazing you are. Seriously, you are amazing. Don't ever forget that. And it's not just about forgiving yourself, you know. It's also about forgiving other people. Maybe someone in your past hurt you deeply, and you've been holding on to that anger and resentment for a long time. And judgment is saying, it's time to let it go, you know. It's time to forgive them, not because they deserve it, but because you deserve to be free from that negativity. Holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die, you know. It only hurts you in the end. So, judgment is saying it's time to release that poison, to forgive them, and to move on with your life. Whatever happened in the past, it's over now, you know. You can't change it, but you can change how you react to it, and you can choose to create a different future. And I know it can be really hard to forgive someone who's hurt you, especially if they don't deserve it, but it's so important for your own healing. And forgiving someone doesn't mean that you're condoning their behavior, or that you're forgetting what they did. It just means that you're releasing the anger and the resentment that's been holding you back, and that you're choosing to move on with your life. It's you're not doing it for them. You're doing it for yourself. And it can be helpful to try to understand where they were coming from, you know. Try to see things from their perspective, even if you don't agree with their actions. Because, everyone's doing the best they can with what they know. And sometimes people make mistakes. And sometimes people are just hurting and they lash out at others. And it doesn't excuse their behavior, but it can help you to understand it and to have more compassion for them. And it can also be helpful to, set boundaries, if someone has hurt you in the past, it's okay to distance yourself from them, or to limit your contact with them, or to set clear boundaries about what you're willing to tolerate. You don't have to let them continue to hurt you. You have the right to protect yourself and to create a safe and healthy environment for yourself. And I think it's also really important to focus on the present moment, instead of dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. Try to be fully present in the here and now, and to appreciate the good things in your life. Because, life is happening right now, You can't just wait for the perfect moment to be happy. You have to, find joy in the present moment, and to appreciate the little things, and to be grateful for what you have, even if it's not everything you want. And when you're present in the moment, you're more aware of the opportunities that are available to you, and you're more able to make conscious choices that are aligned with your values and your goals. Okay, so that's forgiveness, right? But judgment is also about authenticity, And that means being true to yourself, being honest with yourself, and living a life that's aligned with your values and your beliefs. It's about not trying to be someone you're not, or trying to please other people, or trying to fit in. It's about embracing your unique qualities and expressing yourself freely and authentically without fear of judgment. And I know it can be scary to be yourself, especially if you've been conditioned to believe that you're not good enough, or that you're not lovable, or that you need to change in order to be accepted. But judgment is saying, it's time to break free from those limitations and to embrace your true self and to let your light shine. Because, the world needs you just as you are, with all your quirks and your imperfections and your unique gifts. And when you're authentic, you attract people who are also authentic and who appreciate you for who you are and who support you in living your truth. So, how do you become more authentic? Well, I think it starts with, getting to know yourself, really understanding who you are, what you value, what you believe in, what your passions are, and what your dreams are. And it can be helpful to journal or meditate, or talk to a therapist, or do whatever helps you to connect with your inner self and to gain clarity about who you are. And then, it's about expressing yourself honestly, saying what you mean and meaning what you say, and not being afraid to share your opinions, even if they're unpopular. And it's about setting boundaries, saying no to things that don't feel aligned with your values, and saying yes to things that do. And it's about surrounding yourself with people who support you and who encourage you to be yourself, and distancing yourself from people who try to control you or to change you. And it's about being willing to take risks, stepping outside of your comfort zone and trying new things and putting yourself out there, even if it's scary. And it's about being kind to yourself, accepting yourself for who you are, flaws and all, and not beating yourself up for not being perfect. Because, authenticity is a journey, not a destination. And it's okay to make mistakes along the way. The important thing is to keep striving to be true to yourself and to keep learning and growing and evolving. And it's not just about being authentic in your personal life, It's also about being authentic in your relationships. Being honest with your partner about your feelings, your needs, and your desires, and not being afraid to be vulnerable with them. And it's about choosing a partner who loves you for who you are, not for who they think you should be, and who supports you in living your truth. And it's about creating a relationship that's based on honesty, trust, and mutual respect, where you can both be yourselves, and where you can both grow and evolve together. And that's what true love is all about, It's about finding someone who sees you for who you really are, and who loves you anyway. And judgment is also about stepping into your power, realizing that you have the ability to create your own reality and to manifest your dreams and to make a positive impact on the world. You're not just a victim of circumstance, you're a powerful creator, and you have the ability to shape your own destiny. And I know it can be hard to believe in your own power, especially if you've been feeling powerless for a long time, or if you've been told that you're not good enough, or that you can't achieve your dreams. But judgment is saying, it's time to let go of those limiting beliefs and to recognize that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. You are stronger than you think. And it's not about being arrogant or egotistical. It's about recognizing your own worth and about believing in your own abilities and about taking responsibility for your own life. And it's about using your power for good to help others, to make the world a better place. And how do you step into your power? Well, I think it starts with setting goals, deciding what you want to achieve and then creating a plan to make it happen. And it's about taking action, not just sitting around and waiting for things to happen, but actively pursuing your goals and taking steps towards them every day. And it's about being persistent, not giving up when things get hard, but keep going, even when you feel like you're failing. And it's about believing in yourself, knowing that you can achieve your goals and that you're worthy of success. And it's about surrounding yourself with people who support you and who believe in you, and distancing yourself from people who discourage you or who try to hold you back. And it's about celebrating your successes, acknowledging your accomplishments and rewarding yourself for your hard work. And it's not just about achieving your own personal goals, It's also about using your power to help others. Finding a cause that you care about and volunteering your time or donating money or using your skills and talents to make a positive impact on the world. And the more you use your power to help others, the more powerful you're going to become, and the more you're going to attract positive energy and opportunities into your life. So, putting it all together, what does this Judgment card really mean for you and your love life? Well, I think it means that you're being called to, step into your true self, to forgive yourself and others, to live authentically, to embrace your power, and to create a love life that's full of joy and meaning and purpose. And it's not going to be easy, There are going to be challenges along the way, and there are going to be times when you feel like giving up. But Judgment is saying, you're strong enough to overcome those challenges, and that you're worthy of love, and that you can create the love life that you desire. You just need to believe in yourself, to trust your intuition, and to take action. And I think it's also really important to, be patient with yourself, transformation takes time, and you're not going to become your best self overnight. Just keep taking small steps forward, and keep learning and growing, and keep believing in yourself, and eventually you're going to get there. And I think it's also really important to enjoy the journey, don't get so focused on the destination that you forget to appreciate the present moment. Because life is happening right now, and you don't want to miss it. Okay, so we've talked a lot about the positive aspects of Judgment, but let's also talk about the shadow side, because every card has a shadow side, And with Judgment, it can be about being too judgmental, Maybe you're being too critical of yourself, or too critical of others, and you're not allowing yourself or others to be imperfect. And that can lead to a lot of unhappiness and resentment. So it's important to practice compassion, and to remember that everyone's doing the best they can, and to accept yourself and others for who you are, flaws and all. Or maybe you're being too self-righteous, maybe you think you're better than everyone else, and you're looking down on people who don't live up to your standards. And that can be really alienating, and it can push people away. So it's important to be humble, and to recognize that you're not perfect, and that you have a lot to learn from other people, and to treat everyone with respect, regardless of their background or their beliefs. Or maybe you're being too hard on yourself for past mistakes, and you're not allowing yourself to move on. And that can keep you stuck in the past, and it can prevent you from creating a better future. So it's important to forgive yourself, and to learn from your mistakes, and to move on with your life. So how do you avoid the shadow side of Judgment? Well, I think it starts with being aware of your own biases and prejudices, recognizing that everyone has their own unique perspective, and that your perspective is not necessarily the only right one. And it's about being open-minded, and being willing to consider other points of view, even if you don't agree with them. And it's about practicing empathy, and trying to understand where other people are coming from and to have compassion for their struggles. And it's about being humble and recognizing that you don't know everything and that you can always learn more. And it's about being kind to yourself and accepting yourself for who you are, flaws and all, and not beating yourself up for not being perfect. Because, the more you can embrace your imperfections, the more you're going to be able to embrace the imperfections of others, and the more you're going to be able to create a world that's full of love and acceptance and understanding. So, what's the bottom line? What's the final message? What's the thing that you need to take away from all of this? Well, I think it's this. You are worthy of love. You are capable of greatness, and you have the power to create the life that you desire. You just need to believe in yourself, to trust your intuition, and to take action. And the journey's not always going to be easy, but you're not alone. You have the universe on your side, and you have the support of all the people who love you. So, keep going, keep growing, and keep shining your light. Because, the world needs you, just as you are. Remember that smoky quartz tree. That transformative energy is within you. You have the power to release the past, embrace the present, and create a future that's full of love, joy, and purpose. I truly, truly believe in you. Hey there, my friend. So glad you chose this pile. I'm seriously buzzing with excitement about what these cards have to say. You picked the Lapis Lazuli heart, which is all about centering yourself. It's connecting you to that deep inner wisdom, And that really ties into our theme today, aligning with your truth and becoming the lover you are meant to be. Because finding that true love, it starts with knowing yourself right. And Lapis is amazing for cutting through the noise and helping you hear your own heart. Okay, deep breath, let's dive in. Because wow, this is juicy. So first up, we have the Emperor. Now, the Emperor is all about structure, authority, control, that kind of energy. Think of the classic father figure, or the CEO, or anyone who really takes charge and likes to have things their way. So, in the context of love, this could mean a couple of things, right? Maybe you are someone who likes to be in control in your relationships. Or maybe you're attracted to people who have that kind of strong, assertive energy. Think about it. Are you the one who always makes the plans? Do you prefer to have a clear idea of where the relationship is going? Do you feel most secure when you know what to expect? If so, you're definitely tapping into that Emperor vibe. Or, on the flip side, maybe you find yourself drawn to partners who are strong, decisive, and who make you feel safe and protected. Someone who takes the reins and knows what they want. And this is a big, but there's a potential shadow side to the Emperor too. Because sometimes that need for control can become, controlling, right? It can stifle spontaneity. It can make it hard to be vulnerable. And it can create a dynamic where one person is always calling the shots. And in love, that's just not sustainable, is it? Because love needs room to breathe, it needs flexibility, and it needs both partners to feel empowered. So, if you're seeing the Emperor in your reading, it's really important to ask yourself, am I being too rigid in my approach to love? Am I trying to force things to happen on my timeline? Am I allowing my partner to be their authentic self? Or am I trying to mold them into my ideal image? You know, sometimes we think that having control will make us feel safer, but actually, it can backfire. It can push people away, and it can prevent us from experiencing the true depth and intimacy that love has to offer. So the challenge with the Emperor is to find that balance between strength and flexibility, between structure and spontaneity, between leading and following. And it's not always easy, right? Because letting go of control can feel scary. It can feel like you're losing your grip on things, like you're opening yourself up to vulnerability. But that's exactly what love requires. It requires us to be brave enough to let go, to trust the process, and to allow things to unfold in their own time. Okay, so let's say you recognize that you do have a tendency to be a bit of an emperor in your relationships. What can you do about it? Well, the first step is just awareness, right? Acknowledge that this is a pattern for you and that it might be holding you back. And then start to consciously practice letting go of control in small ways. Maybe that means letting your partner choose the restaurant for once, even if you secretly hate their taste in food. Or maybe it means being open to trying new things, even if they're outside of your comfort zone. Or maybe it just means being willing to listen to your partner's perspective, even if you don't agree with it. The point is, it's about creating space for your partner to be themselves and for the relationship to evolve organically. And that can be really freeing, you know, because when you're not constantly trying to control everything, you can actually relax and enjoy the ride. And think about the kind of partner you're attracting with this energy. Are you drawing in people who are also very dominant and controlling, leading to power struggles and clashes? Or are you attracting people who are more passive and submissive, who allow you to take the lead, but might not be fully expressing their own needs and desires? Neither of those dynamics is ideal, right? Because a healthy relationship is one where both partners feel empowered, where both voices are heard, and where both needs are met. So, if you're finding that you're consistently attracting partners who are either too controlling or too passive, it might be a sign that you need to adjust your own energy. And that's where the Lapis Lazuli heart comes in, right? Because it can help you connect to your inner wisdom and to understand why you're drawn to these types of relationships in the first place. Maybe you're seeking a partner who provides stability because you didn't have that growing up. Or maybe you're trying to control the relationship because you're afraid of getting hurt. Whatever the reason, the Lapis can help you uncover it and to start to heal those underlying wounds. And that's really the key to attracting healthier, more fulfilling relationships. It's about doing the inner work to become the best version of yourself, and then attracting a partner who is also on that same path. But it's more than that, really. The Emperor isn't just about being controlling. It's also about providing stability and leadership. Think about the positive qualities of the Emperor. He's decisive, he's responsible, he's protective. These are all things that can be incredibly valuable in a relationship. So, it's not about abandoning your Emperor energy altogether. It's about using it wisely. It's about being the leader your relationship needs without becoming a dictator. It's about providing stability and security without stifling your partner's freedom. And that requires a lot of self-awareness and a lot of communication, right? Because you need to be able to understand your own needs and desires, and you need to be able to communicate them clearly and respectfully to your partner. And you also need to be able to listen to your partner's needs and desires, and to be willing to compromise and find solutions that work for both of you. It's also about knowing when to step back and let your partner take the lead. Because sometimes the best thing you can do as an emperor is to empower your partner to shine, to give them the space to express their own strengths and talents, and to support them in achieving their goals. And that can be really rewarding, you know, because when you see your partner thriving, it just makes the relationship even stronger and more fulfilling. So, the Emperor isn't just about control. It's about leadership, stability, and empowerment. And when you use those qualities wisely, you can create a truly amazing and lasting love. Now, there's another way to look at the Emperor in this context, too. Maybe you're not necessarily trying to control your partner, but you're feeling controlled by external forces in your life. Maybe you're feeling pressured by your family to settle down, or by society to conform to certain relationship norms. Maybe you're feeling like you have to achieve certain milestones, like getting married or buying a house, in order to be considered successful in love. And that can create a lot of stress and anxiety, right? Because you're not living your life according to your own values and desires. You're living it according to someone else's expectations. So, if you're feeling this kind of pressure, the Emperor is a reminder to take back your power, to reclaim your authority over your own life, and to make choices that are aligned with your own truth. And that might mean defying expectations. It might mean taking a different path than the one that's been laid out for you. But it's about living your life on your own terms. And that's where the Lapis Lazuli heart is so helpful, right? Because it can help you connect to your own intuition and to discern what's truly right for you. It can help you to filter out the noise and the pressure from external sources and to listen to the voice of your own heart. And that's so important in love, because you can't build a lasting relationship on someone else's blueprint. You have to build it on your own foundation, on your own values, and on your own desires. And that requires courage. It requires self-awareness. And it requires a willingness to defy expectations. It's also a reminder that you don't have to do it alone. You can find support from friends, from family, from therapists, from anyone who believes in you and who supports your journey. And that can make all the difference, you know. Because having someone in your corner who believes in you can give you the strength to keep going, even when things get tough. So, the Emperor is a powerful card. It's complex, and it has a lot to say about your approach to love. Whether you're trying to control your partner or feeling controlled by external forces, it's a reminder to take back your power, to align with your truth, and to create a relationship that's based on your own values and desires. Okay, Hugh, that was a lot about the Emperor. But trust me, it was necessary, because it really sets the stage for the next card, which is, drumroll please, the Ace of Cups. Now, the Ace of Cups is like pure, unadulterated emotional energy. It's all about new beginnings, about opening your heart to love, about the potential for deep, fulfilling connections. It's like the universe is offering you a cup overflowing with love and asking, are you ready to drink? And after all that Emperor energy, this is like a breath of fresh air, right? Because where the Emperor is all about structure and control, the Ace of Cups is all about flow and surrender. It's about letting go of your inhibitions and allowing yourself to be vulnerable. Think about it. What does it feel like to fall in love? It's exhilarating. It's terrifying. It's completely out of your control. And that's exactly the energy of the Ace of Cups. It's about diving headfirst into the unknown, trusting that the universe will catch you. So, seeing the Ace of Cups in your reading is a really good sign. It means that you're on the verge of a new emotional chapter in your life. It could mean that you're about to meet someone new who will sweep you off your feet. Or it could mean that you're about to experience a deeper level of connection with your current partner. Or it could simply mean that you're opening yourself up to love in a new way, that you're becoming more receptive to receiving and giving love. And that's a beautiful thing, right? Because love is what makes life worth living. But just like with the Emperor, there's a potential challenge with the Ace of Cups, too. Because opening your heart can be scary, especially if you've been hurt in the past. It can feel like you're exposing yourself to vulnerability, like you're setting yourself up for heartbreak. And that's a valid fear, right? Because love is never guaranteed, and there's always a risk of getting hurt. But the thing is, if you let that fear control you, you'll never experience the true joy and fulfillment that love has to offer. So, the challenge with the Ace of Cups is to be brave enough to open your heart, even if it's a little bit scary. To trust that you're strong enough to handle whatever comes your way, and to believe that you deserve to be loved. And that's where the Lapis Lazuli heart can help you, right? Because it can help you connect to your inner strength and to remember that you're worthy of love. It can help you to heal past wounds and to release any limiting beliefs that are holding you back from experiencing love to the fullest. And it's not about being naive or reckless. It's about being courageous and open-hearted. It's about taking a chance on love, even when it feels risky. And that's what makes life so exciting, right? Because without risk, there's no reward. Now, think about how the Ace of Cups interacts with the Emperor. On the one hand, the Emperor might be trying to control the flow of emotions, to keep things predictable and safe. But the Ace of Cups is saying, let go, surrender, allow yourself to feel. And that can create a bit of a conflict, right? Because you have these two opposing energies pulling you in different directions. But that's where the magic happens, you know. Because when you can integrate these two energies, you can create a relationship that's both stable and passionate, both secure and exciting. It's about finding that balance between the Emperor's need for control and the Ace of Cups' desire for freedom. It's about creating a container that's strong enough to hold the intensity of your emotions, but also flexible enough to allow for spontaneity and growth. And that's not always easy. It requires a lot of communication, a lot of trust, and a lot of willingness to compromise. But it's worth it, because when you can find that balance, you can create a relationship that's truly extraordinary. So, how do you integrate these two energies in a practical way? Well, one thing you can do is to consciously schedule in time for both structure and spontaneity in your relationship. Maybe you have a regular date night where you do something predictable and comfortable, like going to your favorite restaurant. But then you also make sure to have spontaneous adventures, like taking a weekend trip to a place you've never been before, or trying a new activity that's outside of your comfort zone. The point is, it's about creating a balance between the familiar and the novel, between the planned and the unplanned. And it's also about being willing to be vulnerable with your partner, to share your fears, your dreams, and your desires, even if it feels a little bit scary. Because vulnerability is what creates intimacy, and intimacy is what makes a relationship truly fulfilling. But vulnerability isn't about oversharing or dumping all your emotions on your partner. It's about being authentic and honest, while also respecting their boundaries. It's about sharing what feels right for you in a way that feels safe and comfortable for both of you. And that's where communication comes in, right? Because you need to be able to talk to your partner about your needs and desires, and to listen to their needs and desires without judgment or defensiveness. And that requires a lot of practice. It requires a lot of patience, and it requires a lot of willingness to learn. It's also about creating a safe space where you can both be yourselves without feeling like you have to censor yourselves or put on a show. A space where you can be honest about your feelings, even if they're not always positive. And that can be challenging, especially if you've been in relationships where you felt like you had to hide your true self. But it's essential for creating a lasting and fulfilling connection. Because you can't truly love someone if you don't know who they really are. And you can't truly be loved if you don't allow yourself to be seen. So the Ace of Cups is an invitation to open your heart, to be vulnerable, and to embrace the potential for new love in your life. But it's also a reminder to integrate that energy with the Emperor, to find that balance between structure and spontaneity, between control and surrender. And when you can do that, you can create a relationship that's both grounded and passionate, both secure and exciting. A relationship that's truly aligned with your truth. And now we get to the Two of Swords, which throws a bit of a curveball into the mix, doesn't it? Because where the Ace of Cups is all about opening up and embracing new possibilities, the Two of Swords is about indecision, about feeling stuck, about being unable to see the way forward. It's like you're standing at a crossroads, blindfolded, with two swords crossed in front of you, unsure of which path to take. So, seeing the Two of Swords in your reading could mean a few things, right? It could mean that you're facing a difficult decision in your love life, and you're feeling paralyzed by fear or uncertainty. Maybe you're torn between two potential partners, or maybe you're unsure whether to stay in your current relationship or move on. Or it could mean that you're avoiding a difficult truth, that you're pretending not to see something that's right in front of your face. Maybe you're ignoring red flags in your relationship, or maybe you're refusing to acknowledge your own feelings. Or it could simply mean that you're feeling overwhelmed by all the options and possibilities in your love life, and you're unsure of where to focus your energy. Maybe you're swiping through dating apps, going on lots of dates, but not really connecting with anyone. Whatever the reason, the Two of Swords is a sign that you're feeling blocked, that you're unable to move forward in your love life. And that can be really frustrating, right? Because you want to experience love, you want to find happiness, but you're feeling like something is holding you back. So, the question is, what's causing this blockage? What's preventing you from seeing the path forward? And how can you break through this indecision and start moving towards love? And how does this blockage play into all that Emperor and Ace of Cups energy? Well, one possibility is that you're overthinking things, right? You're analyzing every detail, weighing every pro and con, and trying to make the perfect decision. But the thing is, there's no such thing as a perfect decision, especially in love. Because love is messy, it's unpredictable, and it's often irrational. And if you're trying to approach it with logic and reason, you're going to end up feeling frustrated and confused. So, the Two of Swords is a reminder to get out of your head and into your heart, to stop trying to analyze everything and to start trusting your intuition. Because your intuition is always guiding you, even if you're not consciously aware of it. It's that gut feeling, that inner knowing, that tells you what's right for you. And it's not about ignoring your logic and reason altogether. It's about balancing them with your intuition. It's about using your head to gather information and to weigh the pros and cons, but then using your heart to make the final decision. And that can be scary, right? Because it means letting go of control and trusting that your intuition will lead you in the right direction. But that's exactly what love requires. It requires us to trust ourselves, and to believe in our own inner wisdom. Now, another possibility is that you're afraid of making the wrong decision, right? You're afraid of getting hurt, of making a mistake, of regretting your choice. And that fear can paralyze you. It can prevent you from taking any action at all. But the thing is, there's no way to avoid making mistakes in life. Everyone makes mistakes. It's part of being human. And the best thing you can do is to learn from your mistakes and to move on. So, the Two of Swords is a reminder to be kind to yourself, to forgive yourself for any past mistakes, and to release any fear of making future mistakes. Because you're strong enough to handle whatever comes your way, and you're capable of learning and growing from any experience. And it's also a reminder that there's no such thing as a wrong decision, really. Every decision leads you down a different path, and every path has its own unique lessons and blessings. So, even if you make a decision that doesn't turn out the way you expected, it doesn't mean that it was the wrong decision. It just means that it was a different decision, a decision that led you to a different place. And that place might be exactly where you need to be, even if you don't realize it at the time. And perhaps you're so focused on making the right choice with all the Emperor energy that it's paralyzing you. Maybe you feel like you need to be in control of the outcome, and the Two of Swords is here to remind you that life rarely goes according to plan. So, how do you break through this indecision and start moving towards love? Well, one thing you can do is to get clear on your values, right? To identify what's truly important to you in a relationship. What are the non-negotiables? What are the things that you absolutely need in order to be happy and fulfilled? And then use those values to guide your decisions. If you're torn between two potential partners, ask yourself which one aligns more with your values. Which one makes you feel more seen, more heard, and more respected? And if you're unsure whether to stay in your current relationship or move on, ask yourself whether the relationship is still serving your values. Is it still helping you to grow and evolve? Is it still bringing you joy and fulfillment? And if the answer is no, then it might be time to move on, even if it's scary. Because you deserve to be in a relationship that aligns with your values, and that supports your growth. And staying in a relationship that doesn't serve you is just going to hold you back from finding the love that you truly deserve. Another thing you can do is to seek guidance from trusted sources, right? To talk to friends, family, therapists, or anyone who you trust and who can offer you a different perspective. And you can also consult with a tarot reader like me to gain some clarity and insight into your situation. But the thing is, you don't have to follow anyone's advice blindly. You can listen to what others have to say, but ultimately, you have to make your own decision, because you're the one who has to live with the consequences, and you're the one who knows what's truly right for you. And it's also important to remember that you don't have to make a decision right away, right? You can take your time, you can gather information, and you can allow yourself to process your feelings. There's no rush, and you don't have to feel pressured to make a decision before you're ready. And sometimes, the best thing you can do is to just wait, to allow the situation to unfold and to see what happens. Because sometimes, the universe will give you a sign, a clear indication of which path to take. And all you have to do is be open to receiving it. So the Two of Swords is a reminder to trust your intuition, to release your fears, and to get clear on your values. It's a sign that you're feeling blocked, but it's also an opportunity to break through that blockage and to move towards love. It's also about recognizing that sometimes indecision is a form of protection, right? Maybe you're subconsciously blocking yourself from love because you're afraid of getting hurt again. Maybe you're afraid of repeating past patterns, or maybe you're afraid of opening yourself up to vulnerability. And if that's the case, then it's important to address those fears, to heal those wounds, and to release those limiting beliefs. Because you can't move forward in love until you've cleared the path, until you've removed the obstacles that are holding you back. And that's where the Lapis Lazuli heart can be so helpful, right? Because it can help you connect to your inner wisdom and to understand why you're blocking yourself from love. It can help you to identify the fears and beliefs that are holding you back and to release them with compassion and understanding. And it's not about forcing yourself to be positive or to ignore your fears. It's about acknowledging them, accepting them, and then choosing to move forward anyway. It's about being brave enough to face your fears and to believe that you're strong enough to overcome them. And it's also about being patient with yourself, about recognizing that healing takes time and that it's okay to have setbacks along the way. It's about treating yourself with kindness and compassion and about celebrating your progress, no matter how small. So the Two of Swords is a challenging card, but it's also a card of opportunity. It's an opportunity to face your fears, to heal your wounds, and to clear the path for love. It's an opportunity to trust your intuition, to get clear on your values, and to make decisions that are aligned with your truth. And when you can do that, you can break through this indecision and start moving towards the love that you truly deserve. You can find that balance between the Emperor's need for control and the Ace of Cups' desire for openness. And you can create a relationship that's both grounded and passionate, both secure and exciting. A relationship that's truly aligned with your soul's purpose. Wow, okay. So to wrap it all up, these cards are really telling a story about balancing your need for control and stability, the Emperor, with your desire for emotional openness and new beginnings, Ace of Cups, while also navigating some indecision and potential blockages, Two of Swords. It's all about aligning with your truth, using your inner wisdom, thanks to the Lapis Lazuli heart, to become the lover you're meant to be. It's a journey of self-discovery, courage, and trust. And friend, I'm so excited to see where it takes you. Okay, so after all of that, like the Emperor, the Ace of Cups, the Two of Swords, and all that energy. The next card we have is, drum roll please, seriously, the Star. Oh my gosh, I'm actually so excited about this card showing up right now. Because, after all that indecision and feeling stuck with the Two of Swords, the Star is like a beacon of hope. It's like the universe is saying, hey, I see you. I know you've been going through it, but don't give up. There's still light at the end of the tunnel. Like it's that feeling of everything is aligning, even if it doesn't feel that way right now. So the Star in general is all about hope, faith, inspiration, healing, and feeling connected to something bigger than yourself. It's about finding your guiding light, trusting the universe, and believing that everything is going to be okay, even when things look really dark. Think of it like, after a really long, difficult night, you finally see that first glimmer of dawn, That's the energy of the Star. Like a weight being lifted, a breath of fresh air, a sense that, okay, I can do this. I'm not alone. It's like you've been wandering in the desert, feeling lost and parched, and then suddenly you see an oasis in the distance. That's the Star. It's that promise of refreshment, of renewal, of finding your way back to yourself. And that Lapis Lazuli heart, that centering energy, it's all about guiding you to your own internal North Star. It's about knowing deep down that you have the strength and wisdom to navigate whatever challenges come your way. It's about connecting to that inner knowing, that quiet voice that whispers, you've got this. Even when the world around you is chaotic and uncertain. It's about finding that sense of peace and clarity within yourself that allows you to move forward with confidence and hope. It's that reminder, that deep breath that things will get better, and that you already have everything you need inside of you. Okay, so how does the Star connect to that Two of Swords energy? Well, remember how the Two of Swords is all about feeling stuck, indecisive, unable to see the way forward. The Star is like the antidote to that feeling. It's like, okay, you've been blindfolded for too long. It's time to take off the blindfold and see the light. The Star is about breaking through that indecision, releasing those fears, and trusting that the universe has your back. It's about recognizing that even though you might not know exactly what the future holds, you can still have faith that things will work out for the best. I feel like a big part of the Two of Swords is that fear of making the wrong decision, right? That fear of choosing the wrong path and ending up regretting it. The Star is here to say, hey, there's no such thing as a wrong decision. Every path leads you somewhere, and every experience has value. It's like, instead of being so focused on making the right choice, you can just relax and trust that whatever happens, you'll learn something from it. You'll grow from it. You'll become stronger and wiser as a result. It's about seeing every experience, even the difficult ones, as opportunities for growth and learning. Instead of viewing setbacks as failures, you can view them as detours, as chances to explore new paths and discover hidden strengths. It's like the universe is constantly guiding you, even when you don't realize it. And sometimes the detours are actually more beautiful and fulfilling than the original plan. Think about times when you've had a plan and it just completely blew up in your face. And at the time, you were probably devastated, right? But then, looking back, you realize that it was actually the best thing that could have happened to you. Because it led you to something even better, something you never could have imagined. That's the energy of the star. It's about trusting that the universe has a plan for you, even when you can't see it. It's about surrendering to the flow of life and allowing things to unfold in their own time. It's also about recognizing that you're not in control of everything, right? You can't control what other people do. You can't control what happens to you, but you can control how you respond to it. And that's where your power lies. It's in your ability to choose your attitude, to choose your perspective, and to choose how you're going to move forward. The star is a reminder that you always have a choice, even when you feel like you don't. You can choose to focus on the negative, to dwell on your fears, and to let them paralyze you. Or you can choose to focus on the positive, to embrace hope, and to believe in yourself. And that choice can make all the difference in the world. You know, and all that Emperor energy is really just wanting to control the situation to make sure you're safe. And with the Ace of Cups, it's about going with the flow. So, there's a lot going on, and that Two of Swords is really just highlighting the indecision you feel with all these different energies pulling you in different directions. And it's also about finding inspiration again, right? Because when you're feeling stuck and indecisive, it can be really hard to feel inspired. It can feel like all the joy has been sucked out of life, and you're just going through the motions. The star is a reminder that inspiration is always available to you. You just have to open yourself up to it. It's like sometimes you have to actively seek it out. You have to go looking for it. Maybe that means spending time in nature, listening to music, reading a book, or talking to someone who inspires you. Or maybe it just means taking a few moments each day to quiet your mind and connect to your inner self. To ask yourself, what am I passionate about? What makes me feel alive? What brings me joy? And then to make time for those things, even if it's just for a few minutes each day. It's like nurturing that inner spark, that flame of inspiration, so that it can grow and illuminate your path. And it's also about being open to receiving inspiration from unexpected sources. Sometimes, the most profound insights come when you least expect them. Maybe you're walking down the street and you see something that sparks an idea. Or maybe you're talking to a stranger and they say something that completely changes your perspective. The point is, you have to be open to receiving those messages, to paying attention to the synchronicities and coincidences that are happening around you. Because the universe is always trying to communicate with you, to guide you, and to support you. You just have to be willing to listen. It's also about remembering your dreams, right? What are your hopes and aspirations for the future. What do you want to create in your life? The star is a reminder to never give up on your dreams, no matter how impossible they may seem. It's about believing in yourself and your ability to achieve anything you set your mind to. It's also about breaking down those big dreams into smaller, more manageable steps. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by the enormity of your goals, you can focus on taking one small step each day. And over time, those small steps will add up, and you'll be amazed at how far you've come. It's like climbing a mountain. You don't just teleport to the top. You have to take it one step at a time. And with each step, you get closer to your goal. And it's also important to celebrate your progress along the way, to acknowledge your accomplishments, and to give yourself credit for all the hard work you've put in. Because it's easy to get discouraged when you're not seeing immediate results. But it's important to remember that progress is progress, no matter how small. And the star is also about healing, right? It's about healing from past wounds, releasing old traumas, and letting go of anything that's holding you back. Because you can't move forward in love if you're still carrying around baggage from the past. You have to clear the path. You have to create space for new love to enter your life. And that means forgiving yourself and others for any past hurts, releasing any resentment or bitterness, and choosing to focus on the present moment. And it's not about pretending that those things didn't happen. It's about acknowledging them, accepting them, and then choosing to move forward anyway. It's about recognizing that you're not defined by your past. You're defined by your choices in the present. And you have the power to choose a different path, to choose a different future. It's also about practicing self-care, right? To take care of your physical, emotional, and mental well-being. To nourish your body with healthy food, to exercise regularly, to get enough sleep, and to spend time doing things that you enjoy. And it's also about setting boundaries, right? To protect your energy, to say no to things that don't serve you, and to surround yourself with people who support and uplift you. Because you can't pour from an empty cup. You have to take care of yourself first before you can take care of others. And it's also about seeking support when you need it, right? To talk to a therapist, a counselor, or a trusted friend or family member. To share your feelings, to process your emotions, and to get guidance and support. Because you don't have to go through this alone. There are people who care about you and who want to help you. And it's okay to ask for help. It doesn't mean that you're weak or that you're failing. It just means that you're human. So, the star is a reminder that healing is possible, that you can overcome your past, and that you can create a brighter future for yourself. Okay, so let's talk about how the star connects to the Emperor. We talked about how the Emperor can be about control, structure, and authority, right? But the star is about surrendering, trusting, and letting go. So, how do these two energies work together? Well, I think the star is inviting you to find a new kind of authority, an authority that comes from within, rather than from external sources. It's about recognizing your own inner wisdom, your own inner strength, and your own ability to guide yourself. It's about trusting yourself to make the right decisions instead of relying on external rules or expectations. Think about it. The emperor is often associated with traditional power structures, with hierarchies, and with following the rules. The star is about breaking free from those structures, about questioning the rules, and about creating your own path. It's about recognizing that you don't have to conform to anyone else's expectations. You can be your authentic self and live your life on your own terms. It's about finding that balance, that sweet spot where you're both grounded and free. You're not just blindly following the rules, but you're also not completely adrift in the world. You have a sense of direction, a sense of purpose, but you're also open to new possibilities and unexpected turns. It's about recognizing that true authority comes from within, from that inner knowing that you're on the right path. And it's also about finding a new way to lead, right? Because the emperor is often associated with a top-down leadership style, where one person is in charge and everyone else follows. The star is about a more collaborative leadership style, where everyone's voice is heard and everyone's contributions are valued. It's about empowering others to step into their own power, to express their own creativity, and to contribute their own unique talents. It's about creating a team where everyone feels supported, respected, and valued. It's about recognizing that true leadership is about serving others, not about controlling them. It's like, instead of being a dictator, you're a mentor, a guide, a facilitator. You're helping others to shine, to reach their full potential, and to create something amazing together. And that's a much more fulfilling way to lead, right? Because when you empower others, you empower yourself. When you help others succeed, you succeed too. And it's also about finding a new way to create structure, right? Because the emperor is all about creating order and predictability. The star is about embracing chaos and uncertainty. So, how do you reconcile these two energies? Well, I think it's about creating a flexible structure, a structure that can adapt to change, a structure that can accommodate new ideas and new possibilities. It's about creating a framework that provides stability and security, but also allows for spontaneity and creativity. It's like building a house with strong foundations, but also with big windows that let in lots of light and air. You want to create a space that's both solid and open, both grounded and expansive. And it's also about finding a new way to control your emotions, right? Because the emperor can be about suppressing emotions, about keeping them under control. The star is about expressing emotions, about allowing yourself to feel, and about being vulnerable. So, how do you balance these two energies? Well, I think it's about finding a healthy way to express your emotions, a way that's both authentic and respectful. It's about recognizing that emotions are not good or bad. They're just energy. And you can choose how to channel that energy. You can choose how to express it. You can choose to suppress it, which can lead to resentment and bitterness. Or you can choose to express it in a healthy way, which can lead to healing and growth. And that might mean talking to a therapist, journaling, creating art, or simply allowing yourself to cry. The point is, you have to find a way to process your emotions, to release them, and to move forward. It's like, instead of bottling up your feelings, you're letting them flow like a river. You're not trying to control them. You're just allowing them to be. And that can be really liberating, right? Because when you allow yourself to feel, you allow yourself to heal. And it's also about finding a new way to take responsibility for your life, right? Because the Emperor can be about taking on too much responsibility, about trying to control everything. The Star is about surrendering to the universe, about trusting that things will work out. So, how do you balance these two energies? Well, I think it's about taking responsibility for your own actions, your own choices, and your own beliefs. It's about recognizing that you're the creator of your own reality and that you have the power to change your life. But it's also about letting go of the need to control everything, about trusting that the universe has your back, and about allowing things to unfold in their own time. It's about finding that balance between taking action and surrendering, between creating your own destiny and trusting the divine plan. It's like rowing a boat. You have to row, you have to put in the effort, but you also have to trust that the current will carry you in the right direction. And it's also about recognizing that you're not alone on this journey, right? You have the support of the universe, the support of your friends and family, and the support of your own inner wisdom. And that support can give you the strength to overcome any challenge, to achieve any goal, and to create a life that's truly aligned with your soul's purpose. And it's also like finding your own rules, you know. I feel like the Star is such a beautiful card because after the Emperor, it's sort of about establishing your own sense of authority. Like, you make the rules. And the rules can be whatever you want them to be. And that's exciting. It's really about aligning with your truth, the theme of this reading. Okay, so now let's connect the Star back to that Ace of Cups energy. Remember, the Ace of Cups is all about new beginnings, emotional openness, and the potential for deep connection. The Star is about hope, healing, and inspiration. So, how do these two cards work together? Well, I think the Star is saying that even if you've been hurt in the past, even if you've had your heart broken, you can still open yourself up to love again. It's about believing that you deserve to be loved, that you're worthy of love, and that you're capable of experiencing deep and fulfilling connections. It's about recognizing that past experiences don't define you, they inform you. They've shaped you into the person you are today, but they don't have to dictate your future. You can choose to learn from your past mistakes, to heal from your past wounds, and to create a new chapter in your life. It's like turning the page on a book. You're not erasing the previous chapters, but you're starting a new one. And you have the power to write that chapter however you want. It's also about releasing any fear of vulnerability, right? Because the Ace of Cups is all about being open and vulnerable, about allowing yourself to be seen and known. But that can be scary, especially if you've been hurt in the past. The Star is a reminder that vulnerability is not weakness, it's strength. It takes courage to be open and honest about your feelings, to share your true self with another person. And when you do, you create the potential for deep intimacy and connection. And it's also about trusting your intuition when it comes to love, right? The Ace of Cups is all about following your heart, about listening to your gut feelings. The Star is a reminder that your intuition is always guiding you, even when you're not consciously aware of it. It's that inner knowing that tells you when something feels right, when something feels off, and when something is worth pursuing. And it's important to pay attention to those feelings, to trust them, and to let them guide you in your decisions. It's like having a built-in compass that's always pointing you in the right direction. You just have to learn how to read it. And it's also about believing in the power of love to heal, right? The Star is all about healing, about releasing old wounds, and about creating a brighter future. The Ace of Cups is all about new beginnings, about the potential for deep connection. So, when you combine these two energies, you get the message that love can heal you, that love can transform you, and that love can create miracles in your life. It's about believing that you can find a love that's both fulfilling and healing, a love that helps you to grow and evolve, and a love that supports you in becoming the best version of yourself. It's about recognizing that love is not just a feeling, it's a force. It's a powerful energy that can transform your life in amazing ways. And it's also about being patient, right? Because love doesn't always happen overnight. It takes time to build a deep and lasting connection with someone. And sometimes you have to go through some difficult experiences before you find the love that you're looking for. But the Star is a reminder to never give up hope, to keep believing in love, and to keep putting yourself out there. Because the universe is always working to bring you the love that you deserve. You just have to be open to receiving it. And it's also about practicing self-love, right? Because you can't truly love someone else until you love yourself. You have to accept yourself, flaws and all, and to treat yourself with kindness and compassion. You have to recognize your own worth, your own value, and your own beauty. And when you do, you'll attract a partner who sees those things in you too. It's like shining a light. When you love yourself, you radiate that love outward, and it attracts others to you. So, the Star with the Ace of Cups is really about believing in love, even when it's hard, you know. It's about staying open, staying vulnerable, and trusting that the universe will bring you the love that you deserve. Okay, wow, that was a lot. But I feel like the Star really adds a crucial piece to this puzzle. It's like, after all the challenges and indecision, there's still hope, there's still healing, and there's still the potential for amazing love in your life. It's about finding your inner light, trusting your intuition, and believing in yourself, no matter what. And it's about balancing that Emperor energy, that need for control, with the surrender and openness of the Star and Ace of Cups. Okay, friend, I am seriously so excited for the next card. I feel like it's going to bring even more clarity to this whole situation. Okay. Are you ready for this? Because this is intense. The next card we have is the Devil. Okay, deep breath. I know, it sounds scary, right? But trust me, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It just means we have some shadows to look at. And honestly, with all that talk about aligning with your truth, you knew we'd have to get down and dirty eventually, right? You can't have the light without the dark. And the Lapis Lazuli heart is all about seeing things clearly, even the stuff we don't want to see. So, yeah, the Devil. Generally, this card is about feeling trapped, feeling restricted, feeling bound to something that's not good for you. It can be about addictions, obsessions, unhealthy attachments, and feeling like you're stuck in a cycle that you can't break free from. Think about it like those habits you know aren't serving you, but you just can't seem to quit. Or that relationship where you know you should walk away, but something keeps pulling you back in. That's the Devil energy. It's that feeling of being controlled by something outside of yourself, whether it's a substance, a person, a situation, or even your own limiting beliefs. Like, it's that little voice in your head that tells you you're not good enough, that you don't deserve love, or that you're never going to be happy. And it can be super sneaky, because it often disguises itself as something that feels good in the moment, you know. Like that extra glass of wine that helps you relax after a stressful day, or that shopping spree that makes you feel better about yourself, or that toxic relationship that gives you a sense of excitement and drama. But ultimately, those things are just band-aids, and they're not addressing the underlying issues. They're actually keeping you trapped in the cycle. So, yeah, the Devil. Not the most fun card to get, but definitely a powerful one. And honestly, it's a really important one, especially in the context of love. Because sometimes the things we think are bringing us pleasure and happiness are actually the things that are holding us back from experiencing true love and fulfillment. And it also just emphasizes that alignment with your truth. You know, the Lapis Lazuli heart doesn't let you off the hook. You can't just be like, oh, everything is fine. You have to actually confront your demons to really live in alignment. Okay, so how does the Devil connect to the Emperor? Well, remember how we talked about the Emperor being about control, structure, and authority? The Devil is like the shadow side of that. It's what happens when that need for control goes too far, when it becomes an obsession, when it turns into a way of manipulating and dominating others. Think about it like that partner who's always trying to control what you do, who you see, and how you spend your time. They might tell themselves that they're doing it because they love you, because they want to protect you. But really, It's about their own need for control. It's about their own insecurities and fears. And it can be really subtle, you know. It's not always about yelling and screaming. It can be about guilt tripping, about passive aggressiveness, about playing the victim. It's about finding ways to subtly undermine your confidence and independence so that you become more and more dependent on them. And that's the devil at work. It's that feeling of being trapped in a relationship where you're not allowed to be yourself, where you're constantly walking on eggshells, afraid of saying or doing the wrong thing. It's that feeling of being suffocated, of not being able to breathe. Or maybe you are the one with the emperor energy. Maybe you're the one who's trying to control your partner. Think about the ways you might be doing that, even unconsciously. Are you constantly criticizing them? Are you always trying to fix them? Are you making them feel like they're not good enough? If so, you might be tapping into that devil energy, even if you don't realize it. And it's not about being a bad person. It's about recognizing that you have some unhealthy patterns that you need to address. It's about understanding why you feel the need to control and what you can do to release that need. Maybe it comes from a place of fear. Maybe you're afraid of being abandoned. Maybe you're afraid of getting hurt. Whatever the reason, it's important to acknowledge it and to start working on healing those wounds. Because the thing is, control is an illusion. You can't control other people. You can only control yourself. And when you try to control others, you're actually giving away your own power. You're making yourself dependent on them, and you're setting yourself up for disappointment and heartbreak. So, the devil is a reminder to release that need for control, to trust that things will work out, and to allow your partner to be themselves, even if it's not what you expect or want. And it's also about recognizing that sometimes the things we think are protecting us are actually the things that are keeping us trapped. Like that rigid structure that you've created in your life, that routine that you cling to so tightly, might be preventing you from experiencing new things, from meeting new people, and from growing as a person. The devil is inviting you to loosen your grip, to step outside of your comfort zone, and to take a chance on something new, even if it feels scary. And, you know, with that emperor energy, you might be attracting people who want to be controlled. People who are looking for someone to take charge and tell them what to do. But that's not a healthy dynamic, right? Because it's not based on equality. It's based on one person being in power and the other person being submissive. And ultimately, that's going to lead to resentment and unhappiness. So, the devil is a reminder to attract partners who are empowered, who are independent, and who are capable of making their own decisions. People who are not afraid to challenge you, to disagree with you, and to stand up for themselves. Because those are the kinds of relationships that are truly fulfilling, the ones where both partners are equal and where both partners are respected. Also, it's worth asking if you are addicted to control in and of itself. You know, like it feels good to just organize and plan and take charge. But if you take it too far, you're really just feeding that devil, right? Like, the need to be in control could be its own addiction. Okay, so how does the devil connect to the Ace of Cups? This is where it gets really interesting, because the Ace of Cups is all about new beginnings, emotional openness, and the potential for deep connection. The devil is like the twisted version of that. It's what happens when that desire for connection turns into an unhealthy attachment, when that emotional openness becomes a vulnerability that's exploited by others. Think about it like that relationship where you're so infatuated with someone that you're willing to overlook all their flaws, all their red flags, all the things that should be telling you to run the other way. You're so blinded by the potential for love that you're ignoring the reality of the situation. And that's the devil at work. It's that feeling of being addicted to someone, of not being able to live without them, even though they're treating you badly. It's that feeling of being trapped in a relationship where you're constantly sacrificing your own needs and desires in order to please your partner. And it can be really hard to break free from those kinds of relationships because they often involve a lot of intense emotions, a lot of drama, and a lot of highs and lows. It's like being on a roller coaster, you know. There are moments of intense excitement and passion, but there are also moments of deep pain and despair. And the highs can be so addictive that you're willing to put up with the lows, even though they're destroying you. Or maybe you are the one who's creating that dynamic. Maybe you're the one who's addicted to the drama. Think about the ways you might be doing that, even unconsciously. Are you constantly creating conflict in your relationship? Are you always testing your partner's love for you? Are you sabotaging your own happiness? If so, you might be tapping into that devil energy, even if you don't realize it. And it's not about being a bad person. It's about recognizing that you have some unhealthy patterns that you need to address. It's about understanding why you're drawn to drama and what you can do to release that need. Maybe it comes from a place of insecurity. Maybe you're afraid of being alone. Maybe you're afraid of being boring. Whatever the reason, it's important to acknowledge it and to start working on healing those wounds. Because the thing is, true love is not about drama. It's about peace. It's about feeling safe, secure, and supported. It's about being able to be yourself without fear of judgment or rejection. And if you're not experiencing those things in your relationship, then it might be time to reevaluate whether it's truly serving you. The devil is also a reminder that sometimes the things we think are bringing us pleasure are actually the things that are keeping us from experiencing true happiness. Like that constant need for validation, that addiction to social media, that obsession with material possessions might be preventing you from connecting with your true self and from finding true fulfillment. It's easy to mistake intense emotions for true connection. The devil can make you think you're experiencing deep love when really it's just an unhealthy obsession fueled by insecurity or a need for validation. the Lapis Lazuli heart will help you see the difference between genuine love and a devil-driven attachment. The devil is inviting you to let go of those external things and to focus on cultivating inner peace and contentment. And with the Ace of Cups energy, you might be attracting people who are also looking for that intense emotional connection, even if it's unhealthy. People who are drawn to drama, who are looking for someone to complete them, who are not comfortable being alone. But that's not a recipe for a healthy relationship, because it's based on neediness and codependency. The devil is a reminder to attract partners who are whole, who are independent, and who are capable of loving themselves. People who are not looking for you to fix them, but who are looking for someone to share their life with. People who are not afraid to be vulnerable, but who are also not afraid to walk away if things are not working. And it's also about asking yourself if you're addicted to the honeymoon phase of relationships. You know, like the Ace of Cups is all about that new, exciting energy, but the devil can turn that into an addiction. You might be constantly chasing that initial high, jumping from relationship to relationship, never truly committing to anyone because you're afraid of the feelings fading. Okay, so how does the devil connect to the Two of Swords? This is where it gets really interesting, because the Two of Swords is all about indecision, feeling stuck, and being unable to see the way forward. The devil is like the reason why you're feeling that way. It's about the things you're refusing to see, the truths you're avoiding, the shadows you're afraid to face. Think about it like that relationship where you know something is wrong, but you're pretending not to see it. You're ignoring the red flags. You're making excuses for your partner's behavior. You're telling yourself that things will get better, even though deep down you know they won't. You're essentially blindfolding yourself to the truth because it's too painful to face. And that's the devil at work. It's that feeling of being trapped in a situation where you're not being honest with yourself, where you're not acknowledging your own feelings, where you're not standing up for your own needs. Or maybe you are the one who's causing the indecision. Maybe you're afraid to make a decision because you know it will mean facing your own demons. Maybe you're afraid of what you'll find if you start digging deeper into your own psyche. Maybe you're afraid of admitting that you've made a mistake or that you've been living a lie. Whatever the reason, the Two of Swords combined with the devil is a sign that you need to take off the blindfold and start looking at things honestly, even if it's scary. It's about acknowledging your own shadow self, the parts of yourself that you don't like, the parts of yourself that you're ashamed of. And it's not about judging yourself for those things. It's about accepting them, understanding them, and learning how to integrate them into your whole being. Because the thing is, those shadow aspects are a part of you, and they're not going to go away just because you ignore them. In fact, they'll probably just become more powerful and more destructive. So, the Two of Swords and the devil are inviting you to embrace your shadow self, to explore your fears, and to confront your demons. And it's not about doing it alone. It's about seeking support from trusted sources, whether it's a therapist, a counselor, a friend, or a family member. It's about finding someone who can help you to see things clearly, who can offer you a different perspective, and who can provide you with the support you need to heal and grow. Also, that indecision could stem from an addiction to the what-ifs. The devil can manifest as an obsession with potential outcomes, trapping you in a cycle of overthinking and preventing you from taking action. It's like you're addicted to the idea of making a decision, but never actually doing it. It's a way of avoiding responsibility and staying in your comfort zone, even if that comfort zone is actually deeply unsatisfying. The Lapis Lazuli heart can help you cut through the noise and connect with your intuition, allowing you to make decisions that are aligned with your true self rather than your fears. You can't align with your truth, the theme for this reading, if you can't even face yourself. You can't heal what you don't acknowledge, you know. Like if you keep pretending everything's fine, that Lapis Lazuli heart is gonna be working overtime trying to get your attention. And with the Two of Swords energy, you might be attracting people who are also avoiding the truth. People who are in denial about their own problems, who are not willing to take responsibility for their actions, who are looking for someone to rescue them. But that's not a healthy dynamic because it's based on dishonesty and codependency. The Two of Swords and the Devil are a reminder to attract partners who are honest, who are self-aware, and who are willing to face their own demons. People who are not afraid to be vulnerable, who are not afraid to make mistakes, and who are not afraid to grow. And the truth might be that you're settling for less than you deserve. The devil can keep you trapped in unhealthy patterns by convincing you that you're not worthy of true love, or that you're somehow destined to be unhappy. Okay, so let's bring it back to the star, because after all this devil energy, we need a little bit of hope, right? Remember, the star is all about hope, healing, inspiration, and feeling connected to something bigger than yourself. So, how does the devil challenge that? Well, the devil can make you feel like there's no hope, like you're trapped in a cycle that you can't break free from. It can make you feel like you're not worthy of healing, like you're destined to suffer. It can make you feel like you've lost your inspiration, like you're no longer connected to your purpose. It can make you feel like you're all alone, like there's no one who understands you. But the star is here to remind you that that's not true. The star is here to tell you that there's always hope, even in the darkest of times. It's here to remind you that you are worthy of healing, that you deserve to be happy, and that you are capable of creating a brighter future for yourself. It's also worth remembering that the Lapis Lazuli heart is all about unlocking inner wisdom. The devil might be trying to convince you that you're powerless, but the Lapis Lazuli heart reminds you that you have the strength and the inner guidance to break free. But you have to actually use it. You have to actually listen to it. It's here to remind you that you are not alone, that there are people who care about you, who believe in you, and who are willing to support you on your journey. The star is inviting you to connect with those people, to reach out for help, and to allow yourself to be loved. With the star, it's about recognizing that even though you're struggling with these devil energies, you still have the power to choose hope. You still have the power to choose healing. You still have the power to choose inspiration. You still have the power to choose connection. And it's not about denying the darkness. It's about acknowledging it, accepting it, and then choosing to focus on the light. It's about finding those small moments of joy, those small acts of kindness, those small glimmers of hope that can help you to keep going, even when things are tough. It's easy to get stuck in the devil's trap by focusing on the negative aspects of your life. But the star invites you to shift your perspective and focus on the positive. This doesn't mean ignoring the challenges, but rather choosing to approach them with a sense of hope and optimism. And the devil is a reminder that healing is not always easy. It's not always linear, and it's not always quick. There will be setbacks, there will be challenges, and there will be times when you feel like giving up. But the star is here to encourage you to keep going, to keep believing in yourself, and to keep trusting that things will eventually get better. It's about recognizing that healing is a journey, not a destination. And with the star energy, you might be attracting people who are also on a healing journey. People who have overcome their own challenges, who have found their own inner strength, and who are now ready to share their wisdom and support with others. The star is a reminder to attract partners who are compassionate, who are empathetic, and who are committed to personal growth. People who are not afraid to be vulnerable, who are not afraid to share their stories, and who are not afraid to help you heal. The Lapis Lazuli heart is all about that personal truth, too. The star doesn't shine unless you know where to look. You know, you could have all the hope and healing in the world, but if you don't know yourself, are you really living in alignment? So the devil, in the grand scheme of things, isn't about being doomed. It's really about awareness. It's about recognizing the chains that bind you, whether they're external or internal. And once you see those chains, you can start to break them. You can start to reclaim your power. You can start to live a life that's more aligned with your truth, a life that's more fulfilling and meaningful. But it takes courage, it takes self-compassion, and it takes a willingness to face your own darkness. But I know you can do it, especially with that Lapis Lazuli heart guiding you. You picked this pile for a reason, right? You're ready to dig deep, to confront your demons, and to transform your life. And the devil is just a stepping stone on that journey. It's not the end of the road, it's just a detour. You know, like, you're not a bad person because you have these devil energies in your life. You're just human. And everyone has their own struggles, their own challenges, and their own demons to face. The key is to not let those things define you, to not let them control you, to not let them hold you back from experiencing the love and happiness that you deserve. And with that star energy, I know you can do it. The next cards are gonna really help with this. Okay, and the next card is the Page of Wands. All right, see, I feel like after that Devil card, this is like a little shot of adrenaline, a little spark of inspiration. Because, like, the Devil can feel so heavy, so restrictive, so stuck. And the Page of Wands is all about new ideas, about exploration, about enthusiasm. It's like, okay, you're aware of the darkness. Now let's find some light. You know, so generally, the Page of Wands is a messenger. But it's not just any messenger. It's a messenger of creative energy, of passion, of possibility. Think about it like that feeling you get when you have a really great idea and you're just bursting with excitement to share it with the world. Or that urge to try something new, to step outside of your comfort zone, to explore uncharted territory. That's the Page of Wands energy. It's about being open to new experiences, about embracing your curiosity, and about having the courage to take a leap of faith, even if you don't know exactly where you're going to land. And it's also about being a little bit impulsive, maybe, a little bit naive, because pages are young, they're inexperienced, they're still learning. So, the Page of Wands isn't always the most practical or the most reliable, but it's always enthusiastic, it's always optimistic, and it's always full of potential. It's like, hey, I don't know how this is going to work out, but I'm excited to find out. And honestly, after all that heavy energy we just went through, that kind of enthusiasm is exactly what you need, right? It's like a reminder that life is supposed to be fun, that it's supposed to be an adventure, and that you're allowed to be playful and spontaneous, even when things are serious. So, yeah, the Page of Wands. A little bit immature, maybe, but definitely full of potential and ready to shake things up. And that Lapis Lazuli heart wants you to be more you and to be more in alignment. So this Page of Wands is kind of perfect right now. Okay, so let's connect this back to the Devil, because that's where the real magic happens. Remember how we talked about the Devil being about feeling trapped, about feeling restricted, about feeling bound to something that's not good for you. The Page of Wands is like the key to unlocking those chains. It's like, okay, you're aware of your limitations. Now let's find some ways to break free. And the thing is, the Page of Wands doesn't offer a quick fix. It doesn't offer a magic bullet. It offers something much more sustainable: inspiration. It's about finding new ways to think about your situation, new ways to approach your challenges, and new ways to express yourself authentically. Think about it like you're stuck in a dead-end job and you feel like you're never going to escape. The Devil is that feeling of hopelessness, that feeling of being trapped. The Page of Wands is that spark of inspiration that tells you, hey, maybe I could start my own business. Maybe I could learn a new skill. Maybe I could finally pursue my passion. And it doesn't mean you have to quit your job tomorrow and risk everything. It just means you start exploring those possibilities. You start taking small steps towards your goals, and you start believing that you're capable of creating a better future for yourself. Or maybe you're in a toxic relationship and you feel like you can't leave. The devil is that feeling of being addicted to the drama, that feeling of being unable to live without your partner, even though they're treating you badly. The Page of Wands is that moment of clarity that tells you, hey, I deserve better than this. I'm worthy of love and respect. I don't have to settle for this. And it doesn't mean you have to pack your bags and walk out the door right away. It just means you start setting boundaries. You start asserting your needs, and you start recognizing that you're capable of being happy and fulfilled on your own. And it's not just about big, dramatic changes. It's also about small, everyday acts of rebellion. It's about wearing that outfit that makes you feel confident, even if it's not what everyone else is wearing. It's about speaking your mind, even if it's not what everyone else wants to hear. It's about pursuing your passions, even if it's not what everyone else approves of. It's about being yourself, authentically and unapologetically, even if it's not what everyone else expects. The Page of Wands is about celebrating your individuality, about embracing your quirks, and about refusing to conform to anyone else's expectations. And with all that devil energy, it's really about getting down to that truth, you know. No more BS, no more excuses, just pure you. And it's also about finding new ways to express your creativity, right? Because the devil can stifle your creativity. It can make you feel like you're not good enough, like your ideas are not worth sharing, like your voice doesn't matter. The Page of Wands is about breaking through those limiting beliefs and rediscovering your inner artist. It's about painting, writing, singing, dancing, playing music, or doing whatever it is that makes you feel alive and inspired. And it doesn't matter if you're not good at it. It doesn't matter if no one else appreciates it. It just matters that it brings you joy and that it allows you to express yourself authentically. The Page of Wands is also about taking risks, right? But smart risks. The devil wants you stuck, so this wand's energy can help you be bold. The devil can make you afraid of failure. It can make you afraid of rejection. It can make you afraid of stepping outside of your comfort zone. The Page of Wands is about embracing those fears and recognizing that failure is just a part of the process. It's about learning from your mistakes, about growing from your experiences, and about never giving up on your dreams, even when things get tough. It's about recognizing that the only way to truly fail is to not try at all. And it's about finding new role models, right? Because the devil can make you feel like you're all alone, like there's no one who understands you, like there's no one who can help you. The Page of Wands is about seeking out people who inspire you, people who have overcome their own challenges, people who are living their lives authentically and unapologetically. It's about learning from their experiences, about emulating their success, and about surrounding yourself with people who support your growth and encourage your dreams. The Lapis Lazuli heart wants you to be true to yourself. What better way than to find people who have already done it? And with all that devil energy, you might be attracting people who are stuck in their own limiting beliefs, who are afraid to take risks, who are not living their lives to the fullest. The Page of Wands is a reminder to attract partners who are adventurous, who are open-minded, who are passionate about life. People who are not afraid to try new things, who are not afraid to fail, and who are not afraid to be themselves. Okay, so let's connect this back to the Emperor, because that's another key piece of the puzzle. Remember how we talked about the Emperor being about control, structure, and authority. The Page of Wands offers a more playful, less rigid approach to those qualities. It's like, okay, you're a leader, but what kind of leader are you going to be? Are you going to be a dictator, imposing your will on everyone else? Or are you going to be an inspiration, empowering others to step into their own power? And the thing is, the Page of Wands doesn't have all the answers. It's still learning. It's still growing. But it's willing to experiment. It's willing to try new things. And it's willing to make mistakes along the way. It's not afraid to challenge the status quo. It's not afraid to question authority. And it's not afraid to be different. It's about leading with authenticity, with passion, and with a genuine desire to make a positive impact on the world. Think about it like you're the CEO of a company, and you have the power to make all the decisions. The Emperor is that traditional top-down leadership style, where you dictate everything, and everyone else follows your orders. The Page of Wands is that more collaborative, more innovative approach, where you encourage your employees to share their ideas, where you value their contributions, and where you create a culture of creativity and experimentation. Or maybe you're a parent, and you have the responsibility to guide and protect your children. The Emperor is that strict, authoritarian parenting style, where you set all the rules and your children have to obey them without question. The Page of Wands is that more nurturing, more supportive approach, where you encourage your children to explore their interests, where you value their opinions, and where you create a safe space for them to express themselves authentically. The Page is all about empowering others, and that can really take the pressure off the Emperor to be in control all the time. It's really about giving everyone a seat at the table. Also, the Emperor can get stuck in their ways, right? And the Page of Wands is all about new ways of thinking. This card isn't afraid to try new things. It can really shake up that old, stale energy. And it's not just about leadership. It's also about self-expression. The Emperor can stifle your self-expression. It can make you feel like you have to conform to certain expectations, like you have to hide your true self in order to be accepted. The Page of Wands is about breaking through those limitations and rediscovering your inner child. It's about doing things that make you feel good, about expressing your creativity, and about being yourself, authentically and unapologetically. And it doesn't matter if you're not good at it. It doesn't matter if no one else appreciates it. It just matters that it brings you joy, and that it allows you to connect with your true self. The Page of Wands is also about taking initiative, right? The Emperor likes to be in control, but sometimes that can lead to micromanaging and stifling creativity. The Page of Wands is about empowering others to take ownership of their work, to come up with their own ideas, and to take initiative. It's about creating a culture of innovation and experimentation, where people are not afraid to fail, and where they are encouraged to learn from their mistakes. It's about trusting your team and empowering them to do their best work. And with all that Emperor energy, you might be attracting people who are looking for someone to tell them what to do, who are not comfortable taking initiative, who are not confident in their own abilities. The Page of Wands is a reminder to attract partners who are self-motivated, who are creative, who are passionate about their work. People who are not afraid to take risks, who are not afraid to challenge the status quo, and who are not afraid to lead. The Lapis Lazuli heart wants you to be your authentic self. The more you are, the more you can inspire others. That's a real leader. It's really about inspiring others to be in alignment too. That's how you spread the truth. And it's also worth mentioning that the Emperor likes to plan things out, right? Like, they need to know what's going to happen and when. And the Page of Wands is kinda the opposite. This card is all about spontaneity. It's about going with the flow, about trying new things without a clear plan. So this can be a really good way to loosen up that Emperor energy, to inject some fun and excitement into your life. Like, maybe the Emperor plans the date nights, and the Page gets to pick what you do. Okay, so let's bring it back to the Ace of Cups and the Two of Swords, because those cards are still relevant here. Remember, the Ace of Cups is all about new beginnings, emotional openness, and the potential for deep connection. The Two of Swords is all about indecision, feeling stuck, and being unable to see the way forward. So, how does the Page of Wands help with that? Well, the Page of Wands can help you break through that indecision by inspiring you to try new things, to explore new possibilities, and to step outside of your comfort zone. It's about recognizing that you don't have to have all the answers right now, that it's okay to experiment, to make mistakes, and to learn as you go. It's about trusting your intuition and following your passions, even if you don't know exactly where they're going to lead you. Also, the Ace of Cups is all about emotions, and sometimes the Two of Swords can make you shut those down. The Page of Wands can help you express those emotions in new and creative ways. It's really about unlocking that part of you that's afraid to feel. Think about it like you're torn between two potential partners, and you can't decide which one is right for you. The Two of Swords is that feeling of being paralyzed by indecision, that feeling of being afraid to make the wrong choice. The Page of Wands is that spark of inspiration that tells you, hey, why not go on a date with both of them? Why not see what happens? Why not trust your gut and let your heart guide you? And it doesn't mean you have to commit to either of them right away. It just means you're open to exploring the possibilities and seeing where things lead. Or maybe you're in a relationship that's not working, but you're afraid to leave. The Two of Swords is that feeling of being stuck, that feeling of being unable to see a way out. The Page of Wands is that moment of clarity that tells you, hey, maybe it's time to try something new. Maybe it's time to explore your options. Maybe it's time to take a leap of faith and see what's out there. And it doesn't mean you have to break up with your partner tomorrow. It just means you start exploring your own needs and desires. You start setting boundaries, and you start recognizing that you're capable of being happy and fulfilled on your own. So, the Page of Wands is kind of like a little nudge from the universe, saying, hey, it's okay to be scared, but don't let that fear hold you back. You're capable of amazing things, and you deserve to be happy. So, go out there and explore. Take some risks. Have some fun. The Lapis Lazuli heart really emphasizes that too. It's about going after what you want and not settling. You deserve to be happy, and this Page of Wands is here to help you find it. And with all that Ace of Cups energy, you might be attracting people who are also looking for new beginnings, who are also open to exploring new possibilities, who are also eager to connect with you on a deeper level. The Page of Wands is a reminder to attract partners who are adventurous, who are spontaneous, who are not afraid to take risks, people who are not afraid to be vulnerable, who are not afraid to express their emotions, and who are not afraid to love. And finally, let's not forget about the Star, because that card is still shining brightly in the background. Remember, the Star is all about hope, healing, inspiration, and feeling connected to something bigger than yourself. The Page of Wands can help you maintain that hope by reminding you that there are always new possibilities to explore, new adventures to embark on, and new ways to express yourself. It's about keeping that spark of curiosity alive, even when things are tough, and about believing that you're capable of creating a brighter future for yourself. The Page of Wands is all about the energy to go forward, and the Star gives you the hope to do it. And like the healing power of joy is so real, the Page of Wands can help you find some levity in a situation, and that can be so healing. It's that reminder that life is supposed to be fun. The Lapis Lazuli heart is all about aligning, and it can be hard to do that when you're not having fun. So the Page of Wands is really like a breath of fresh air after all that heavy energy we've been dealing with. It's like a reminder that life is supposed to be an adventure, that you're allowed to be playful and spontaneous, and that you're capable of creating a brighter future for yourself. It's about finding your inner spark, trusting your intuition, and believing in yourself, no matter what. And it's about balancing that Emperor energy, that need for control, with the surrender and openness of the Star and Ace of Cups. It's about breaking free from those devil energies, those limiting beliefs, and those unhealthy patterns. And with that Lapis Lazuli heart guiding you, I know you can do it. Okay, friend, I am seriously on the edge of my seat for the next card. I feel like it's going to tie all of this together in a way that we can't even imagine right now. Okay, so after all of that, after the Devil and the Page of Wands and all the things, the next card we have is, oh my gosh, are you ready for this? Because this one is, wow, it's the 10 of Pentacles. Oh my goodness. Okay, deep breaths. This is a lot. But I'm actually really excited because I feel like this card is bringing in a whole new dimension to this reading, you know. We've been so focused on the individual, on your personal journey, and the 10 of Pentacles is bringing in this element of legacy, of family, of community. It's not just about you anymore. It's about something bigger than yourself, you know. So generally, the 10 of Pentacles is all about abundance, security, stability, and long-term success. It's about creating a solid foundation for yourself and for future generations. It's about building wealth, not just in a monetary sense, but also in terms of relationships, values, and traditions. Think about it like that feeling you get when you're surrounded by your loved ones, when you're celebrating a special occasion, when you feel like you're part of something bigger than yourself. Or that sense of pride you feel when you're carrying on a family tradition, when you're passing down your values to the next generation, when you're contributing to your community in a meaningful way. That's the 10 of Pentacles energy. It's about creating a lasting legacy, about building a strong network of support, and about feeling secure and grounded in your life. And it can also be about inheriting something, not just money, but a way of being, a set of beliefs, you know. Sometimes those inheritances are good, and sometimes they're not so good, you know. Maybe you inherited a tendency to be anxious, or a belief that you're not good enough. So, the 10 of Pentacles can also be about looking at those inherited patterns and deciding which ones you want to keep and which ones you want to let go of, you know. And that Lapis Lazuli heart really makes me think about the values you hold, and maybe the values your family holds, and whether those two are aligned. That can be a big part of this aligning with your truth thing, you know. So yeah, the 10 of Pentacles. Not always the most exciting card, maybe, but definitely a grounding and important one, especially in the context of love. Because sometimes the things we think are bringing us security and stability are actually the things that are holding us back from experiencing true love and fulfillment. And also, sometimes we think that love is all about passion and excitement. But actually, it's also about building a life together, about creating a home, about raising a family, you know. It's about the everyday stuff, not just the grand gestures. Okay, so how does the 10 of Pentacles connect back to the Devil? and the Page of Wands. This is where it gets really interesting. Because remember how we talked about the devil being about feeling trapped, about feeling restricted, about feeling bound to something that's not good for you, and the Page of Wands being about breaking free from those limitations, about finding new inspiration, and about expressing yourself authentically. The Ten of Pentacles can be either a help or hindrance in that, you know. It can be the thing that's trapping you, or it can be the thing you're trying to build FOR, you know. Like maybe you're feeling trapped in a relationship because you feel like you have to stay together for the sake of the family. Or maybe you're feeling restricted in your career because you feel like you have to provide for your children. Or maybe you're feeling like you can't express yourself authentically because you're afraid of what your family will think. Those are all ways that the Ten of Pentacles can manifest as a devil energy, you know. It's that feeling of being obligated to something, of not being able to make your own choices, of having to sacrifice your own happiness for the sake of others. But the Ten of Pentacles can also be the thing that motivates you to break free from those limitations, you know. Like maybe you're feeling trapped in a dead-end job, but you're inspired by the Page of Wands to start your own business so that you can create a better future for your children. Or maybe you're feeling restricted in your relationship, but you're motivated to communicate more openly and honestly with your partner so that you can build a stronger and more fulfilling connection. Or maybe you're feeling like you can't express yourself authentically, but you're inspired to share your truth with the world so that you can inspire others to do the same. Those are all ways that the Ten of Pentacles can manifest as a Page of Wands energy, you know. It's that feeling of being empowered to create a better life for yourself and for your loved ones, of being inspired to share your gifts with the world, of being motivated to live your truth authentically and unapologetically. You know, like, what is that legacy you want to leave? Is it one of being stifled and unhappy? Or is it one of being true to yourself, even when it's hard? What kind of example do you want to set for the people you care about? I remember, like, when I was growing up, my parents were always so focused on providing for us, on making sure we had everything we needed, that they kind of forgot to take care of themselves, you know. And I always admired them for their selflessness, but I also felt like they were sacrificing their own happiness for our sake, you know. And I think that's a really common dynamic in families, especially when money is tight, or when there's a lot of stress, you know. But I also think it's important to remember that our children learn from our example, you know. They see how we treat ourselves, how we handle our relationships, how we pursue our passions, and they internalize those lessons, you know. So, if we want our children to be happy and fulfilled, we have to model that for them, you know. We have to show them that it's possible to be both responsible and joyful, to be both committed to our families and true to ourselves. And with all that Page of Wands energy, it can be about inspiring your family, your community, whatever, to also embrace their inner alignment. You know, like, that page isn't just for you, it's to share. Like, maybe you're the first person in your family to really pursue their dreams, to really break free from those old patterns. That can be scary, but it can also be incredibly powerful. You can be an example for others. Okay, so let's connect this back to the Emperor and the Ace of Cups, because those are also key players in the story. Remember how we talked about the Emperor being about control, structure, and authority, and the Ace of Cups being about new beginnings, emotional openness, and the potential for deep connection. The Ten of Pentacles can represent the established structures and traditions that the Emperor values, but it can also be a challenge to those structures if they're not aligned with the emotional needs and desires of the Ace of Cups. You know, like maybe you're feeling pressured to conform to your family's expectations, to follow in their footsteps, to marry someone they approve of, even if it doesn't feel right to you, even if it doesn't align with your own values and desires. That's the Ten of Pentacles manifesting as an Emperor energy, you know. It's that feeling of being obligated to uphold tradition, of having to sacrifice your own happiness for the sake of your family's reputation or security. But the Ten of Pentacles can also be a source of strength and support, you know. Like maybe you have a really close-knit family that provides you with a lot of love and encouragement, that supports your dreams, that celebrates your successes, that helps you through your challenges. That's the Ten of Pentacles manifesting as an Ace of Cups energy, you know. It's that feeling of being surrounded by love, of being connected to something bigger than yourself, of being supported in your journey. But it all comes back to that Lapis, Lazuli heart, you know. Are those traditions and structures actually aligned with your truth? Or are they just old patterns that are holding you back? Are you following your heart? Or are you just trying to please your family? I think a lot of people struggle with that, you know. Like, they want to make their parents happy. They want to fit in with their family. They want to be accepted and loved. But they also want to be true to themselves, you know. And sometimes those two things are in conflict. And it can be really hard to navigate that, you know. It can be really hard to disappoint your family, to go against their wishes, to choose a different path than the one they envisioned for you. But I also think it's important to remember that your family loves you, even if they don't always understand you, you know. And they want you to be happy, even if they don't always agree with your choices. And ultimately, you have to make your own decisions. You have to live your own life. You have to be true to yourself, even if it means disappointing your family sometimes. And honestly, if your family truly loves you, they'll respect your choices, even if they don't understand them, you know. They might not always agree with you, but they'll always support you because they want you to be happy. And it's also worth asking if you're only drawn to people your family approves of. The Ten of Pentacles can keep you stuck in a cycle of dating people who fit a certain mold, even if those relationships aren't actually fulfilling. It can be scary to step outside of that comfort zone, but the Ace of Cups is calling you to open your heart to new possibilities, even if they're not what your family expects. The Ten of Pentacles can be about building a new kind of family, like maybe you're not close to your biological family, but you've created your own chosen family of friends, mentors, and colleagues who support you and love you unconditionally. Or maybe you're starting a new family with your partner, and you're creating your own traditions and values that are different from the ones you grew up with. Or maybe you're just expanding your definition of family to include anyone who makes you feel loved, supported, and connected, regardless of their blood relation. It's really about creating your own sense of belonging, your own sense of community, your own sense of legacy, And that can be really empowering, especially if you've always felt like an outsider or like you didn't fit in. You get to define what family means to you, and you get to create your own version of the Ten of Pentacles. Okay, so let's connect this back to the Two of Swords and the Star, because those cards are also still very relevant. Remember, the Two of Swords is all about indecision, feeling stuck, and being unable to see the way forward. And the Star is all about hope, healing, inspiration, and feeling connected to something bigger than yourself. The Ten of Pentacles can represent the traditions and expectations that are keeping you stuck in indecision. But it can also be a source of hope and inspiration for creating a more secure and fulfilling future, Like, maybe you're feeling torn between two different paths in life, and you can't decide which one to choose. The Two of Swords is that feeling of being paralyzed by indecision, of not knowing what to do, of being afraid of making the wrong choice. The Ten of Pentacles can be the reason why you're feeling that way, Like, maybe you feel like you have to choose the path that will provide you with the most financial security, even if it's not the path that you're most passionate about. Or maybe you feel like you have to choose the path that will make your family the happiest, even if it's not the path that will make you the happiest. But the Star is also there, Like, maybe you have a dream of starting your own business, but you're afraid of failing. You're afraid of losing your savings. You're afraid of disappointing your family. The Two of Swords is that feeling of being held back by your fears, of not being able to take action, of being stuck in the same old patterns. The Ten of Pentacles can be the thing that motivates you to overcome those fears, to take a leap of faith, to pursue your dreams, Like, maybe you realize that you don't want to live your life with regrets, that you want to create a legacy of passion and purpose, that you want to show your children that it's possible to live a life that's both fulfilling and meaningful. It's almost like the Two of Swords is saying, I don't know what to do. And the Ten of Pentacles is saying, it's not just about you. Think about what's best for everyone. But that can be a trap, Like, maybe you're so focused on providing for your family that that you're neglecting your own needs and desires. Or maybe you're so concerned about upholding tradition that you're stifling your own creativity and self-expression. So, it's really about finding that balance, you know. It's about being responsible and committed to your loved ones, but also about being true to yourself and pursuing your own passions. And it all comes back to that Lapis Lazuli heart, you know. Are you making decisions that are aligned with your values? Or are you just trying to please everyone else? Are you living your life on your own terms? Or are you just following the path that's been laid out for you? The Lapis Lazuli heart is really pushing you to break free from those old patterns, to create your own legacy, to live a life that's both fulfilling and meaningful. And with that star energy, it's about having faith that things will work out, even when you can't see the way forward. It's about trusting that the universe is guiding you towards your highest good, even when you're facing challenges and obstacles. It's about believing in yourself and your ability to create a brighter future, not just for yourself, but for all those who you care about. You know, it's about having the courage to step outside of your comfort zone, to take risks, to pursue your dreams, even when it's scary. It's about recognizing that you're not alone, that you have the support of your loved ones, the guidance of your intuition, and the power of the universe to help you succeed. The Lapis Lazuli heart reminds me of that, too. It's all about the guidance from the universe and the support of your loved ones. That's the energy you need to tap into. Also, it's worth thinking about what kind of 10 of Pentacles you're actually striving for. Sometimes we get caught up in the idea of wealth and security without really considering what those things mean to us personally. Are you chasing a traditional version of success? Or are you creating your own definition of abundance? The Lapis Lazuli heart is calling you to align your goals with your authentic self, rather than with external expectations. Like, are you even sure you want the white picket fence? Or is that just what you think you're supposed to want? Okay, so let's bring this all together. We've got the Emperor, Ace of Cups, Two of Swords, the Star, the Devil, the Page of Wands, and now the 10 of Pentacles. It's a complex and multifaceted story, but it's all about aligning with your truth, breaking free from limitations, and creating a life that's both fulfilling and meaningful. It's about balancing your need for control with your desire for emotional connection, your fear of failure with your passion for creativity, your responsibility to your loved ones with your commitment to your own self-expression. It's about recognizing the patterns and expectations that have been passed down to you and deciding which ones you want to keep and which ones you want to let go of. It's about creating your own version of the 10 of Pentacles, your own definition of success, your own legacy of love and purpose. And it's all guided by that Lapis Lazuli heart, that inner wisdom that's always guiding you towards your highest good. So, what does this mean for you in practical terms? What steps can you take right now to start aligning with your truth? and creating the life you're meant to live? Well, first, I think it's important to get clear on your values. What's truly important to you? What do you want to create in the world? What kind of legacy do you want to leave? Once you know what your values are, you can start making decisions that are aligned with those values, even if it means going against the grain, even if it means disappointing some people. Second, I think it's important to identify the limitations and expectations that are holding you back. What are the patterns that you've inherited from your family or your culture? What are the beliefs that are keeping you stuck in indecision? What are the fears that are preventing you from pursuing your dreams? Once you know what's holding you back, you can start breaking free from those limitations, challenging those beliefs, and overcoming those fears. And third, I think it's important to start taking small steps towards your goals. You don't have to change your whole life overnight, but you can start making small changes that will move you in the right direction. You can start expressing yourself more authentically. You can start pursuing your passions more actively. You can start connecting with people who support your dreams more intentionally. Every small step you take will build momentum and give you confidence to take even bigger steps in the future. It's like that page of Wands energy. It's all about the little steps. You don't have to have it all figured out. You just have to start. Also, with the 10 of Pentacles, think about your support system. The 10 of Pentacles highlights the importance of community and support. Who are the people in your life who lift you up and encourage you to be your best self? And are you also offering that kind of support to others? Building strong, healthy relationships is essential for creating a fulfilling life, and it's something you can start working on today. Like call a friend. Tell them you appreciate them. Be a good member of your community. Small steps. Okay, friend, I am seriously so ready for the next card. I feel like it's going to be the final piece of the puzzle, the key to unlocking your full potential, wow, I can't wait. Okay, my friend, are you ready? Because this is the culmination of everything. This is where it all comes together. After all that Emperor energy, after that dip into the Devil's darkness, after the Star's hope and that Page's spark, and after navigating the pull of family with the 10 of Pentacles, we arrive at the Lovers. Oh my goodness, I'm practically jumping out of my seat. This card is huge. This isn't just about romance, although that's definitely part of it. The Lovers is about choice, about union, about alignment. And remember, the theme of this whole reading is aligning with your truth, becoming the lover you are meant to be. And that Lapis Lazuli heart is all about connecting with that inner compass. So this card is like your compass pointing true north. So generally, the Lover's card represents partnerships of all kinds, not just romantic ones. It can be about friendships, business collaborations, even your relationship with yourself. But at its core, it's about making a conscious choice, a decision that aligns with your deepest values. And it's not always an easy choice, It often involves weighing different options, considering the pros and cons, and ultimately trusting your intuition to guide you. And it's about the union of two energies, two people, two ideas, coming together to create something greater than the sum of their parts. Like that Emperor's structure finally being open to the Ace of Cups flow. A dance. It's a beautiful dance. Think about it like you're standing at a crossroads and you have to choose which path to take. One path might lead to security and stability, but it might also feel restrictive and unfulfilling. The other path might lead to excitement and adventure, but it might also be risky and uncertain. The Lover's card is telling you to choose the path that resonates with your heart, the path that feels most authentic to you, even if it's the more challenging one. That Lapis, Lazuli heart is going to be vital here. Listen to it. Or maybe you're in a relationship and you're facing a difficult decision about the future. Do you stay together even though things have been tough lately? Or do you go your separate ways even though it's going to be painful? The Lover's card is telling you to communicate openly and honestly with your partner, to explore your feelings, and to make a decision that's in the best interests of both of you. This card is all about honesty and tough conversations, not just running away. And it's not just about romantic relationships, you know. It can also be about your relationship with yourself. Are you being true to yourself? Are you honoring your needs and desires? Are you making choices that align with your values? The Lover's card is telling you to cultivate self-love and self-acceptance, to embrace your authentic self, and to make decisions that support your own well-being. Remember the Devil card. You have to love yourself first. Okay, so how does the Lover's card connect back to the Emperor? Well, remember how we talked about the Emperor being about control, structure, and authority. The Lover's card is about choosing whether to embrace those qualities or to challenge them. Are you going to choose a relationship that's based on traditional roles and expectations, where one person is in control and the other person is submissive? Or are you going to choose a relationship that's based on equality and mutual respect, where both partners have a voice and both partners are empowered? Are you going to choose to follow the rules and conform to society's expectations? Or are you going to choose to break free from those limitations and create your own path? It's about finding that balance between structure and freedom, between control and surrender, between authority and equality. And that's not always easy, you know. It often requires challenging your own beliefs, questioning your own assumptions, and stepping outside of your comfort zone. But the Lover's card is telling you that it's worth it, that the rewards of choosing alignment are greater than the risks of choosing conformity. It's about recognizing that true love is not about control. It's about connection. It's about supporting each other's growth, celebrating each other's successes, and comforting each other through the challenges. This card is a reminder that you're a team, with the right person, of course, which is the choice. And it's also about choosing your own definition of success. You know, the emperor might define success as climbing the corporate ladder, accumulating wealth, and achieving status. The Lover's card is telling you to define success on your own terms, to choose a path that brings you joy and fulfillment, even if it doesn't align with society's expectations. It's about recognizing that true success is not about external achievements. It's about internal alignment. It's about living a life that's true to yourself, a life that's filled with purpose and passion. The Emperor might want to control everything, but the Lover's card reminds you that relationships are a partnership. It's about finding someone who compliments you, who challenges you, and who supports your growth. It's not about finding someone who will obey your every command. That Lapis Lazuli heart isn't going to let you settle for that anyway. Okay, so how does the Lover's card connect back to the Ace of Cups? Well, remember how we talked about the Ace of Cups being about new beginnings, emotional openness, and the potential for deep connection. The Lover's card is about choosing whether to embrace those opportunities or to close yourself off to them. Are you going to choose to open your heart to love, even if it means risking vulnerability and potential heartbreak? Or are you going to choose to protect yourself from pain by building walls around your heart? Are you going to choose to be honest and authentic in your relationships? Or are you going to choose to hide your true self for fear of rejection? Are you going to embrace new beginnings, or are you going to stay stuck in the past? That Devil card energy is rough to move past, but you have to. The Lapis Lazuli heart is begging you. It's about finding that balance between vulnerability and protection, between openness and boundaries, between trust and caution. And that's not always easy, you know. It often requires facing your own fears, healing your own wounds, and learning to trust yourself and others. But the Lover's card is telling you that it's worth it, that the rewards of choosing vulnerability are greater than the risks of choosing protection. And it's about choosing to believe in the power of love, you know. The Ace of Cups is all about potential, but the Lover's card is about making that potential a reality. It's about choosing to commit to a relationship, to nurture it, to work through the challenges, and to create a lasting bond. It's about recognizing that love is not just a feeling, it's a choice. It's a choice to show up, to be present, to be supportive, and to be loving, even when it's difficult. That devil might try to convince you to shut down. Don't let it. The Lover's card is all about opening up. And it's also about choosing to love yourself, you know. The Ace of Cups is all about emotional fulfillment. But the Lover's card is about recognizing that you can't truly love someone else until you love yourself. It's about accepting yourself, flaws and all, and treating yourself with kindness and compassion. It's about honoring your own needs and desires and making choices that support your own well-being. The more you love yourself, the more you're able to offer to your partner, and vice versa. That Lapis Lazuli heart wants you to choose you. And that's not selfish. That's necessary. Okay, so how does the Lover's card connect back to the Two of Swords? Well, remember how we talked about the Two of Swords being about indecision, feeling stuck, and being unable to see the way forward? The Lover's card is about breaking through that indecision by making a clear and conscious choice. Are you going to choose to stay stuck in the same old patterns? Or are you going to choose to take a leap of faith and move forward? Are you going to choose to ignore your intuition? Or are you going to choose to trust your inner guidance? Are you going to choose to avoid making a decision? Or are you going to choose to take responsibility for your own life and make a choice that aligns with your values? This card is a clear sign to take off the blindfold and ACT. The Two of Swords is the paralysis, and the Lover's card is the antidote. It's about finding that balance between logic and intuition, between reason and emotion, between analysis and action. And that's not always easy, you know. It often requires facing your own fears, confronting your own limiting beliefs, and stepping outside of your comfort zone. But the Lover's card is telling you that it's worth it, that the rewards of choosing clarity are greater than the risks of choosing confusion. It's about recognizing that true wisdom is not about having all the answers. It's about being willing to ask the right questions. The Emperor wants to know everything, but the Lover's is about trusting your path, even without all the info. The Devil wants to keep you in the dark, but this card is about illuminating the path forward. The Lapis Lazuli heart is only useful if you use it. And it's also about choosing to trust yourself, you know. The Two of Swords is all about doubt, but the Lover's card is about recognizing that you have the inner wisdom and the strength to make the right choice. It's about believing in your own intuition, honoring your own values, and trusting that you're capable of creating a fulfilling life for yourself. The universe wouldn't have given you that Lapis Lazuli heart if you weren't ready to use it. It really is. Okay, so how does the Lover's card connect back to the star? Well, remember how we talked about the star being about hope, healing, inspiration, and feeling connected to something bigger than yourself. The Lover's card is about choosing to embrace those qualities in your relationships and in your life. Are you going to choose to cultivate hope, even when things are difficult? Are you going to choose to heal from past wounds, rather than letting them define your future? Are you going to choose to be inspired by love, rather than being jaded by heartbreak? Are you going to choose to connect with others on a deep and meaningful level? Or are you going to choose to isolate yourself from the world? You have a choice to let love in, let hope in, let healing begin. It's about finding that balance between optimism and realism, between faith and action, between inspiration and hard work. And that's not always easy, you know. It often requires facing your own challenges, overcoming your own obstacles, and staying committed to your goals, even when things get tough. But the Lover's card is telling you that it's worth it, that the rewards of choosing hope are greater than the risks of choosing despair. And it's about choosing to be a source of inspiration for others. You know, the star is all about sharing your light with the world, and the Lover's card is about recognizing that your relationships are a powerful platform for doing so. It's about supporting your partner's dreams, encouraging their growth, and celebrating their successes. It's about creating a relationship that's not just about personal fulfillment, but about making a positive impact on the world. The Page of Wands can help you find that inspiration again. Let it. That page can reignite that star. It really can. The devil wants you to be alone, but this card is a reminder that you're connected. Okay, so how does the Lover's card connect back to the devil? Well, this is a big one. Remember how we talked about the devil being about feeling trapped, feeling restricted, feeling bound to something that's not good for you. The Lover's card is about choosing to break free from those chains and to create relationships that are based on freedom, respect, and equality. Are you going to choose to stay in a relationship that's toxic, controlling, or abusive? Or are you going to choose to walk away, even if it's scary, and create space for healthy and fulfilling relationships to enter your life? Are you going to choose to be defined by your past mistakes and limiting beliefs? Or are you going to choose to forgive yourself, to learn from your experiences, and to create a brighter future for yourself? It's about finding that balance between responsibility and freedom, between commitment and independence, between selflessness and self-care. And that's not always easy, you know. It often requires facing your own demons, confronting your own addictions, and breaking free from your own unhealthy patterns. But the Lover's card is telling you that it's worth it, that the rewards of choosing freedom are greater than the risks of choosing confinement. But with the Lapis Lazuli heart, the choice should be obvious, right? This card is really about knowing what you're worth and not settling. This card is about freedom. Freedom. And it's also about choosing to be honest with yourself about what you truly want in a relationship, you know. The devil can make you believe that you're not worthy of love, or that you have to settle for less than you deserve. The Lover's card is about recognizing your own value, honoring your own needs, and refusing to compromise on your own happiness. You deserve a relationship that's based on mutual respect, trust, and support. You deserve a relationship that brings you joy, fulfillment, and growth. You deserve a relationship that aligns with your values and supports your highest good. Don't let the devil convince you otherwise. Okay, so how does the Lover's card connect back to the Page of Wands? Well, remember how we talked about the Page of Wands being about new ideas, exploration, and enthusiasm. The Lover's card is about choosing to bring those qualities into your relationships and into your life. Are you going to choose to be open to new experiences, to try new things, to explore new possibilities? Or are you going to choose to stay stuck in the same old routines, the same old patterns, the same old relationships? Are you going to choose to be enthusiastic about life, to embrace your passions, to pursue your dreams? Or are you going to choose to be jaded and cynical, to give up on your hopes, to settle for mediocrity? It's about finding that balance between stability and adventure, between commitment and spontaneity, between planning and improvisation. And that's not always easy, you know. It often requires stepping outside of your comfort zone, taking risks, and embracing the unknown. But the Lover's card is telling you that it's worth it, that the rewards of choosing exploration are greater than the risks of choosing stagnation. That devil is trying to hold you back, but the page wants you to run. It's your choice. And it's also about choosing to inspire others with your enthusiasm, you know. The Page of Wands is all about sharing your passion with the world. And the Lover's card is about recognizing that your relationships are a powerful platform for doing so. It's about encouraging your partner to pursue their dreams, supporting their creative endeavors, and celebrating their unique talents. It's about creating a relationship that's not just about personal fulfillment, but about inspiring each other to be your best selves. Inspire each other to align. And the Lover's card can also be about making a choice between different creative paths. The Page of Wands is full of ideas, but the Lover's card asks you to commit to the ones that truly resonate with your soul. This Lapis Lazuli heart doesn't want you to waste time. Okay, so how does the Lover's card connect back to the Ten of Pentacles? Well, remember how we talked about the Ten of Pentacles being about abundance, security, stability, and long-term success? The Lover's card is about choosing whether to prioritize those qualities in your relationships and in your life, or to prioritize other values, such as freedom, passion, and self-expression. Are you going to choose a relationship that provides you with financial security and social status, even if it doesn't bring you joy and fulfillment? Or are you going to choose a relationship that's based on love, connection, and mutual respect, even if it means sacrificing some material comforts? Are you going to choose to follow in your family's footsteps and uphold their traditions, even if it doesn't align with your own values and desires? Or are you going to choose to break free from those expectations and create your own path? Is that Ten of Pentacles something you actually want? Or is it something you think you should want? It's about your own personal truth and alignment. It's about finding that balance between security and freedom, between tradition and innovation, between responsibility and self-expression. And that's not always easy, you know. It often requires challenging your own beliefs, questioning your own assumptions, and stepping outside of your comfort zone. But the Lover's card is telling you that it's worth it, that the rewards of choosing alignment are greater than the risks of choosing conformity. The devil wants you to be stuck, and the Ten of Pentacles can sometimes look like a gilded cage. It's up to you to choose whether to break free and create your own version of abundance. And it's also about choosing to create a legacy of love, you know. The Ten of Pentacles is all about long-term success, and the Lover's card is about recognizing that true success is not about accumulating wealth or achieving status. It's about creating meaningful relationships and leaving a positive impact on the world. It's about inspiring others to live authentically, to pursue their passions, and to create a life that's both fulfilling and meaningful. Use that Page of Wands. The Lover's card is not just about romantic relationships. It can also represent your relationship with your family, your friends, and your community. It's about choosing to create a network of support that aligns with your values and supports your growth. It's about surrounding yourself with people who lift you up, encourage you, and inspire you to be your best self. This is the real 10 of Pentacles, not just money, but love. And that love starts with you. So, the Lover's card, in the end, is a powerful reminder that you have the power to choose. You have the power to create relationships that are based on love, respect, and equality. You have the power to break free from limitations, to pursue your passions, and to live a life that's true to yourself. You have the power to create a legacy of love and inspiration. But it all starts with making a conscious choice. And it's not a one-time choice, you know. It's a series of choices that you make every day, in every moment. It's about showing up, being present, and making decisions that align with your values. The Lapis Lazuli heart is always there to guide you, but it's up to you to listen to its wisdom. This card is a reminder that love is a journey, not a destination. There will be challenges, there will be obstacles, and there will be times when you feel lost or confused. But as long as you keep choosing alignment, as long as you keep trusting your intuition, and as long as you keep showing up with love, you'll always find your way back to your truth. This whole reading is that journey validated. This card is about that partnership with yourself, about loving who you are, what you do, and what you're becoming. It's about recognizing that even when you're alone, you are never truly alone because you always have yourself. And that partnership, that self-love, is the foundation for all other relationships in your life. It's about finding that balance, that harmony, that union within yourself before you can find it with anyone else. Which path do you want to take, here and now? And remember, the theme for this reading has been all about aligning with your truth. That's the only thing that matters in the end. So, my friend, after all this, what now? What do you do with all of this information? How do you take this reading and turn it into something real, something tangible, something that will actually change your life? How do you align? Well, the first thing I would recommend is to spend some time reflecting on what resonated with you the most. What were the key messages that stood out? What were the areas where you felt a strong connection? Write those things down. Journal about them. Meditate on them. Really let them sink in. And then ask yourself, what's one small step I can take today to start living more in alignment with my truth? It doesn't have to be anything big or dramatic. It could be something as simple as setting a boundary with someone who's been draining your energy, or spending 15 minutes doing something that brings you joy, or writing a letter to yourself, expressing self-love and self-acceptance. Just one small step, but a step in the right direction. And then commit to taking that step every day, even if it's just for a few minutes, even if it's just a tiny action. The consistency is what matters. Because over time, those small steps will add up to big changes. And as you start living more in alignment with your truth, you'll start attracting more of what you want into your life. You'll start attracting healthier relationships, more fulfilling opportunities, and a greater sense of peace and purpose. And that's when the real magic happens. Like the Lapis Lazuli heart. It's not just a pretty crystal. It's a tool, It's a reminder to connect with your inner wisdom and to trust your intuition. So use it. Carry it with you. Meditate with it. Let it guide you on your journey. It's there for a reason. And don't be afraid to ask for help along the way, This journey of self-discovery and transformation is not always easy. There will be challenges, there will be setbacks, and there will be times when you feel lost or confused. So, surround yourself with people who support you, who encourage you, and who inspire you to be your best self. Seek out mentors, coaches, therapists, or friends who can provide you with guidance, wisdom, and encouragement. And remember, you're not alone, There are so many people who are on this journey with you and who are willing to share their experiences, their insights, and their support. And finally, celebrate your progress, Don't get so caught up in the destination that you forget to enjoy the journey. Acknowledge your accomplishments, no matter how small. Pat yourself on the back for every step you take in the right direction. And remember, this is not about perfection. It's about progress. It's about becoming the best version of yourself, one day at a time. And with that Lapis Lazuli heart and all this amazing energy, I know you can do it. I really do. Pile crystal, Lapis Lazuli heart crystal meaning, centering reading theme, aligning with your truth, becoming the lover you are meant to be, my friend. This is it. This is the end of this reading, but it's just the beginning of your journey. You have so much potential, so much love to give, and so much to offer the world. Trust yourself, follow your heart, and never give up on your dreams. And remember, I'm here for you, cheering you on every step of the way. Now go out there and create a life that's truly aligned with your truth. You got this. Thank you so much for letting me read for you.